my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
9 minutes after the hour, kickoff hour, Rick and Bubba show. We're minus one kicker today. Speedy will be out. He's out today and tomorrow. His oldest son is getting married. He's getting prepared for all that comes with marriage and weddings and busy week for Speedy. So me and my buddy Michael Helms will take it for the rest of the week. Helms is going to do a best of show Friday. We'll all be back Tuesday. We're all off Monday. That's a replay. Speaking of Helms, I'm going to go ahead and bring him in. I'm going to do Speedy with the big intro. So you know him as King Michael. Tennis pro in Birmingham, the most popular tennis pro on the scene, they're saying. One Michael Helms. What's up, buddy?
Well, first of all, I'd like you to work on your introduction of me.
Yeah, you like that?
We're going to do this. I want you to do it right.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
King
now,
Michael.
I was okay with you throwing in King Richard, okay, even though I know that was a joke.
I wish you'd talk like
and you're making fun of me, but that's fine, okay? But I would like you to not only work on your introduction of me, but I would also like you to have some music with it too, maybe some drums.
Well, I thought I had some.
Really bring it in.
I thought I had something. I forgot there's things we can't play because of the YouTube.
Really?
I have a CD with all my intros on that I've played forever, and I'll use on best ofs. But then again, I forgot we're not on TV on best of, so it doesn't matter.
Really flying by the seat of our pants this morning because what we've realized is so Adler doesn't come in, our TV producer. Everybody knows Eddie Van Adler, Chris Eagle. And he comes in a little later than he normally does now. It's a new thing. And so we have to switch the TV over. And so we were kind of looking at each other like, how do we switch TV over if we're both sitting over here? And so we got through it.
Yeah.
But it was a little different than normal.
The bed music got me. I was all right. I even got one selected. I was ready to play.
And you wanted to play the Will Smith intro because he's one of your mentors.
Yeah, I like when he talks about beating on the craft. He didn't mention beating on other people.
Sure.
But,
sure.
You know. But now, I did love him as King Richard.
Well, it's certainly never the same when a guy's gone, and we'll make the best of it. And as you said, we'll do this again tomorrow. Now, I do want to sit over there tomorrow because I've got to do the best of.
Yeah, and we're still feeling our way through this new board.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I think we've done this before. This year, you and I together. Speedy was out
or
something.
So.
And so I think that's the only time I've touched that board. So I want to get my hands on it tomorrow before the best of on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Because that'll be fun.
During Christmas, we dabbled with it, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, we're still learning as we go. I mean, we don't run the board every day. And at the old studio, the old board, we were used to it because we'd done it for years.
It's not a hard thing to do.
You just
got to
memory.
get used to it. Yeah.
You know, it's muscle memory of where the buttons are here, buttons are there.
And I know come Friday, I'm not going to be able to reach any of y'all if something happens. So I want to make sure and dial that in. It's one thing to call Scruggs. It's another to try to get y'all on the phone.
Boy, that's a bad feeling when you are the guy that's off, and all of a sudden your phone rings.
Yeah.
And you're like, God. I remember one time something happened. Remember all the commercials had cleared, and y'all called me, and I couldn't wake up because y'all were asking me the password to get in, and in my mind I could not. I was like, just hang on a second. I can't. Let me get my mind going. I couldn't remember it.
You know, it's one thing if you come in and you don't have like a set list to play the best of bits. And the one-off days like Friday are easy when it comes to picking bits because you don't have to worry. You're the only one. You don't have to worry about what somebody's played the couple days before. It's just you find one and you play it. But it's a big deal when you come in. There's no commercials to run.
Yeah,
and
so that shuts it down.
Yes, then you have. I mean, I'm talking 5-minute spots, 6-minute spots where you're going. Wow, so there's nothing in here.
And
I don't know how to
call
enter
Denver and go,
exactly.
Look, y'all gonna have to crank a show up. Yeah. That is worst case scenario.
So we'll get through it. We will get through it this morning. We would be remiss if we went through this hour and did not acknowledge the horrific tragedy that took place yesterday in Uvalde, Texas. I'm seeing numbers this morning. 19 children, 2 adults were killed in this heartbreaking, unspeakable
evil
tragedy. Yes,
just pure evil. How anything like say I started coming with the news yesterday. And I go, here we go again. You know, we just live in a godless, evil place.
We do.
I mean, we do. And things like this are a result of it.
Our prayers, our thoughts are certainly with those that must be going through probably the most, if not, it's got to be up there, the most difficult thing that anyone could ever face on this side of eternity. And can't imagine. And so, of course, the Democrats took stage to play politics, Biden front and center. And So the boys will break that down as we get into the day. It is heartbreaking. Can't imagine what these families and this community is going through. I hope I never have to face it, but we'll dig into that later. It's horrific.
Terrible news.
Had some primaries yesterday.
Yeah, how about that?
Some you're gonna hear ballot box and did you get out and vote and those type things throughout the day. I saw Huckabee Sanders cleaned up in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Big night for her
career.
I'll tell you how out of the loop I am on politics. Until last night, I had no idea she was running. I'm serious.
I will
about
say
that.
this. I remember when she left her job. A lot of people said, "Hey, we would like to see her run for governor of Arkansas."
Yeah.
But I'm like you. I never saw her officially go on running for governor of Arkansas. But she obviously did pretty well.
Things are weird in Pennsylvania with Dr. Oz, so it looks like there's a runoff coming there.
The fact Dr. Oz is in it anyway is kind of weird.
I know. It was funny last night. I got in from playing tennis. Got a story from that we can talk about. And I flipped it over to Hannity because I wanted to see what was going on with this tragedy in Texas. And, of course, there was some election discussions going, too. And I heard Newt Gingrich. He was interviewing him. And this is just the way the media works these days, and it drives me nuts. And this is why I stay away from it. This is why I don't watch it. So Newt Gingrich was talking about how the last few years and the influence that President Trump has had over all these elections.
Because they were keeping score on people he's endorsed.
And so Newt Gingrich pointed out he's going to lose the governor race, Kemp winning in Georgia. And there was one more, I think, that he was going to – and there may be others. But he was talking about how much influence the man has, and he has not seen anything like this political influence in all his time of covering politics. He even ran for president. We had him in here. Newt Gingrich is what I'm talking about. And so he's talking about this. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's amazing that he has that much influence in this. And then the article from USA Today, when I go to their website this morning, bad night for Trump.
Because of
the one governor race in Georgia.
Good night.
And so that's why I can't stand the media and why I don't follow politics.
Like I say, headlines, you got to read them. Read the story because the headlines are very deceiving. We'll break down elections maybe just a little bit. We're all tired of that, but it's necessary.
I got a fact on kidney stones I think you'll like too.
A little kidney stone talk?
Yeah.
I'm for it. Stick around. Rick and Bubba Kickoff Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hair loss can be tough. You see it in pictures. Your barber points it out, and now you're shopping for baseball caps. So what are you going to do about it? If your plan is to buzz cut it, shave it, hey, don't do that. Don't shave it. Save it with Keeps. Keeps.com/Bubba has clinically proven, FDA-approved hair treatments online. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. If those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of guys who saved their hair. Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com.
Hey, what's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
This summer, enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout line with HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring farm-fresh produce directly to your front door. With over 55 options each week, you'll never get bored. Plus, you can customize meals by swapping your proteins and sides. Sign up during the Memorial Day flash sale for $125 off with the code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/Bubba125. That's code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/Bubba125.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
"21 minutes after the hour. You listen to the Kickoff Hour, Rick and Bubba Show. I'm Greg, hanging out with Michael Helms today. Speedy's out, getting ready for the wedding. Big weekend for the Wilburns. I've been there. I've done it from the groom's side. I've done it from the bride's side. And hey, it's a busy, busy weekend. Take my word for it. And pretty expensive at times.
That's the part I dread.
Oh, and you got 3 girls, my friend.
I am not. No, I actually got 2, Greg.
I meant 2. Sorry, Braden. My bad. I meant 3 kids, 2 girls. My bad, Braden.
He's fine. He gets it.
He's asleep. He's fine.
When we do, Coco's a girl. So that
there you
helps.
go.
Our
but obviously, maybe she won't ever marry.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. There's 3 things. Well, 2 things that I'm dreading. Really, is the wedding purchases and the college purchases.
Oh yeah.
If that happens,
those are definitely things to put on the calendar and look forward to.
I may go the opposite route of most parents. I may try to talk mine out of not going to college.
But here's another good thing. By then, we're fixing to start paying for everybody's college.
Sure.
Maybe they'll be paying for everybody's weddings. Who knows? I mean, the government.
Hey,
we want them to pay for everything.
Don't laugh at it.
I mean, this generation.
Yesterday, and I don't remember where this conversation come up. I want to think Rick brought it up.
I think he did.
And he
said
about
a friend of his, right?
A friend of his that was going through the kidney stone deal.
Hey,
I've never been through this. I've had
either.
friends that have been through this. I've had friends that have passed them, just passing them, just getting through it. I've had them take medicine to pass them. I've had guys that I know.
The sonic boom.
yes, I've heard guys that have to have them removed, have to surgically have them removed.
Don't they do some kind of boom and bust them up? They try that.
Yeah, exactly.
And how about these people? I'm sure you've had. They're prone to them. They have this happened to them multiple times. Can you imagine?
No.
Don't you know when you feel, oh, here I go again?
Well, I had an email yesterday, and I thought, well, normally when someone sends an email on a follow-up to a story, I'm just like, well, we covered it, move on. And I thank them for sending it, and I don't give it any other thought. But I thought this was interesting, and this is, I'll just say Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Big listener of the show. He said, y'all were talking about kidney stones. He said, do you know that riding roller coasters can help pass kidney stones?
Really?
Yes.
Wait a minute. But if you feel like crap, you're going to stand in line and get on a roller coaster. I mean, yeah, I get it, Tim. Now, if they could escort you to the front and shove you in the seat and go, okay, here we go. You see what I'm saying?
I know.
Maybe he's saying when you first feel one coming out or after it's went to the bladder. I think that, and I'm no expert, I think at one point it gives a little relief when it goes there, but then you got to get rid of it. You know? Maybe he's talking about that because I can't imagine you stood in lines to ride roller coasters. Imagine having a kidney stone while you do it.
I don't like lines. Don't really like roller coasters.
I love roller coasters.
I'll ride them, but I don't care for them.
I love
like
them.
I don't get excited to go. Man, I can't wait to get to Six Flags.
Oh,
That's not me.
I'm 55 and I want to go ride the Goliath.
How about so I just started Googling it just because I thought, well, this is an interesting fact.
And first of all, did he claim he did that?
Huh? No, he said that he had heard that.
Oh, well, that
but here's the thing, Greg. He said, just look it up. It's a real thing. And I thought, well, this has got my attention. So I did. And turns out, because here's what I want to do. I want to be able to say to the next friend that comes up, well, have you thought about riding a roller coaster?
I was going to say, kind of, especially where we live, they're not available.
Sure.
You can head towards Atlanta.
Yeah,
and
that's
like
the closest. Is that the closest roller coaster?
Let me think.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
Unless there's one is there one over here at Alabama Adventure?
Yeah, there is.
Is there?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's more of a water park now.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think Atlanta is our.
Now, if you want to show enough when you got to go to Atlanta.
I think so. It's a few hours. So I looked, and evidently,
so you're going to send them to Six Flags.
That's what I want to be able to say. Well, have you ever thought of? Hey, what kind of medicine they giving you? Those kind of things. And then at the end,
have you thought about the mind bender?
Have you thought about a roller coaster?
Yeah. What about the Georgia Cyclone?
Well, this says there is an article out in 2018 I found from the BBC.
No, well, good.
And this was a study that was done by a Nobel Prize winning physician. And,
a prize winner.
Yeah. And this is a real deal. The inspiration behind the roller coaster research began several years back at Michigan State, and evidently they did a study where patients reported that stones can become dislodged after a ride on a roller coaster. And they actually went through this, I guess it's Big Thunder Mountain ride, where they actually sent people with this. And
so they go, if you have a kidney stone, let us know. We're doing a study.
Well,
we're going to take you and put you on a roller coaster.
A guy actually had so the reason for the study to even take place is a guy had a kidney stone issue, knew it, was working through the medicine trying to pass it, got on a roller coaster, was with his family, and it worked it out. And he's like, I wonder if there's something to this.
Okay. Now,
and
that's
so
a tough
then
guy
he notified
a kidney stone and went ahead with his family to the trip to the amusement park. That's a tough guy.
So he notifies these people and says, hey, is there anything to this? And so they did a study, and evidently there is. Wow. So our advice to you today, as we sit here in 2022, if you have some kidney stone issues, have you ever thought about a roller coaster?
Now, again, access to a roller coaster can be tough.
It can. And like you said, lines are I can't.
You better get a fast pass.
It's pretty miserable to have a kidney stone in the first place, from what I understand.
Yeah.
It's probably real miserable to have one and have to stand in a line.
Oh, yeah.
To get
fast
on a ride.
Pass, but now fast pass isn't cheap. But I guess in that case, it would be worth it.
Yeah.
Of course, like I said, unless there's one here local we're not thinking of, you're going to have a little drive from here. So. Well, most people are going to have drives. I mean, a roller coaster is not something that's around every city. There's very few.
No. I'm trying to think of the last time I got on one. I think it was at Dollywood a couple years ago when we took the family up there.
Okay, I've never been to Dollywood. the ones of Six Flags, they would build like a new one every year.
Yeah.
I remember the Mind Bender came out. That was the first one that ever went upside down, through the loops.
Yeah.
Scream Machine was the first, and it's just speed, fast. And I can remember standing. And the Scream Machine was so popular, and I was a little kid.
Yeah.
You had to get a time stamped on your hand when you could stand in line because the lines were so big. And then now, but for pure speed, big roller coaster, the Glide.
I don't think I've ever been on it because it's been so long. Not
I
afraid
like
of
the
it.
speed one's better than I do the loop one.
That's me. Now I'll get on the Mind Bender. Or used to. I don't know if it's still even around. Is it?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been in a few years.
So that was my. You get the Mind Bender figured out, and you feel like you can tackle everything.
Oh,
but I love the Scream Machine and Mind Bender, and I think I got on that Batman thing whenever it started.
Superman was weird because you're laying on your stomach.
But I haven't since they've upgraded to all that. I have not had any part with a roller coaster.
I love good roller coasters. Like I say, it's been a while since I've ridden one, but I kind of want to. Team builder, what do you think?
All right, well there you go. There's your medical advice from the kickoff hour for the day.
If you have a kidney stone, go ride a roller coaster.
That's it.
Any roller coaster will do.
Yep. Let it jerk you around a little bit.
Sounds good to me. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Thirty-five minutes after the hour, listen to the kickoff hour, Rick and Bubba show. Michael Helms, give us a little sponsorship love over there.
Well, Greg Burgess, this hour of the Rick and Bubba show is sponsored by our friends at keeps.com/Bubba. You know, I know you and Bubba have stepped up, as you know, you don't have to live with this pattern of male baldness. Male pattern baldness, Greg, is what they call it. Both of them, meaning Greg and Bubba, they don't have to live with this. So they're locked in and committing to keeping their hair. And now you can too. Our message today is simple to all the men in our audience who may be concerned about thinning hair, bald spots, those receding hairlines. Just like Bubba and Greg, you'll find your answers at keeps.com/Bubba. That's keeps.com/Bubba. They have more 5-star reviews than any of the competitors, and hundreds of thousands of guys. 5-star, Greg. Hundreds of thousands of guys trust them for their hair loss prevention. Keeps.com/Bubba offers doctor-recommended, FDA-approved hair treatment. And because it's that generic versions, you pay about half the cost. Best of all, you do everything online, and it's a very simple process. I'm all about that today. Get it online. Don't have to be out in these stores trying to figure things out. You do everything online. You just answer a few questions, snap a couple pictures of your hair. Greg, you should have seen Speedy capturing us pictures of his hair when we started this process with him.
Wow.
It was pretty amazing. A licensed doctor will review your information, recommend the right hair loss treatment for you. Then it's discreetly shipped right to your door. No one knows this is going on. And should you have any questions along the way, you can message the doctor 24/7.
Wow.
Track your progress with their Progress tracking tool. How about that? They also offer a full product line of outstanding thickening shampoos, conditioners, and more, all designed to help you keep your hair and a fuller head of hair at that. Let's get you started today. Go to keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under that sponsors.
You know what we get
tab.
to do? Keeps your hair.
That's it. You know, there's one thing. You know, I know this is one of those products that come in, and I don't really have to deal with it, but it's important. And if you're dealing with this is. But I got to my hair doesn't look good necessarily, but it's thick.
But you know,
it is thick.
I think you're in the clear because my hair started thinning late. I wasn't an early thinner.
Yeah.
You know, you got early thinners. I got guys when we graduated from high school. They were always showing. Mine came. I was probably 40, close to 40. But
that's when mine started going gray. I'm going to have gray. Silver. It's going to be
dark
silver
hair
at one point.
Hair gets gray quick.
But
mine too. But anyway, so I think you're in the clear because I never thought, you know, because we didn't really have a lot of bald people in my house. But
I've never had to deal with the male pattern baldness.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. I'm excited today, Greg, for a couple reasons. One, I can't wait to tell you what happened to me last night at the old local YMCA.
Oh, you're working out a little bit.
I was playing tennis. But here's the thing that I'm so excited about. Today is my last day of carpool.
Oh, you get a little break, a little summer break.
Last day of carpool, and I this year has been so simple compared to years in the past when you've got, as scary as it is, Braden being 16 and driving has helped tremendously on many fronts.
Yeah, and that is scary. You're right.
And so there's not when I say carpool, I don't necessarily mean just school, okay? Because Braden and Caroline usually go to the same tennis clinics together and those type of things. So it's easy. They're out of the house and gone and stuff. And then but Maddie, she's even done something a little different this year where she gets out of school and walks to a certain point, and then we pick her up, and I am splitting those days with other parents. So I haven't even had to go every day.
Break too.
Yeah. So, but instead of going 5 days a week, I've only been going 2 or 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's not waiting in a traditional carpool. I've really had it easy. Okay.
Yeah. If they're moving to another spot and you just get them there, that's a lot better.
It is.
Than having to go through all the rules.
So, but even that ends today. And so, last day for me to do.
Of course, it'll be right back before you know it.
It will.
I don't want to be that guy, but
I know.
you know
it will. I want to try to find a situation next year where I won't have to do anything.
Yeah, that'd work.
You know what I mean? Like
sign up for that.
Yeah, well, and it's been good too for Amanda because we have somebody that picks up in the morning, and then have somebody that picks up in the afternoon. The other like 2 or 3 days, and so it has been our easiest carpool situation. But I'm hoping, and then next year, it's going to be Braden and Caroline will both see. That was the difference. This year, Braden was at the high school. We have a freshman campus. That's where Caroline's been, and Caroline actually buses to the high school last period for tennis.
Yeah,
but the schedules for tennis were a little different, so it wasn't like. Braden will be able to drive next year. They'll be there, and so they'll be able to. There'll be a little relief there too. I won't have to drop off tennis bags every day. Yeah. That's the biggest thing. Is that that?
So your schedule's starting to clear up a little bit.
Starting to free up. Last night I ran into a situation where, first of all, I took a chance. We were supposed to actually have a tennis match. Me and several buddies are on this tennis team together.
King Richard.
And so we were.
Did you have your knee socks on?
We were supposed to have a match, and I saw the weather getting bad. I saw rain in the forecast, and
it rained hard at the house.
It did.
Not long, but hard.
It did at our house too. And I remembered seeing a text message from some other friends in our tennis community that said, "Hey, listen, I've got an indoor court at 6:00. We need a 4th." And I thought, dang. I might could jump in there if we don't. I may get to play tennis tonight whether it rains or not. But I was in that mode of you can't cancel. You can't tell them you're going until this is officially canceled. But I got to look at the radar, and I'm like, there's no way that we're going to play. So I took a chance, and I just told them, I said, hey, if y'all are still looking for a 4th, I'm in. Count me in. I'll be there. So then there's that 30-minute period of, what if that rain goes away? Yeah. What if it dissipates? What if I end up?
Can't be 2 places at once.
Right. and then the bottom fell out, and they canceled it, so I was relieved. So I went and played with the guys. But what I like to do when I do go to this particular place, it's a workout facility that actually has tennis courts and indoor courts, which is awesome to have in Birmingham. We need more, actually, but that's a story for a different day. So I like to go in. You're going to make fun of this. Done. You're going to make fun of this, Greg. But when I have that opportunity to play there, I always get there about 10, 15 minutes early, and I get on the elliptical. Mm-hmm. I think that's the ultimate warm-up.
Oh, you get a little warm-up.
And so I got on the elliptical.
Do you have your racket hitting balls while on the elliptical?
No, Greg. I set them to the side. I just get on and just do the elliptical normal. And there was this gentleman he was large. Okay, I'm just going to try to get you. He's very large. Now this place, I have not seen this particular facility this packed in a very long time.
When you go work out, there's people all over you.
Couldn't believe it. Like, it was amazing how many people were in there. Excited. I mean, I was like, this is great that there's that many people out getting after it.
You didn't want them all over you.
So one elliptical left, and so I jumped on it. And so I'm just sitting there getting loose. I'm watching the clock. 10 minutes is all I need. And so I'm sitting there getting ready for that. And all of a sudden, I hear this loud voice coming from behind me. And it is a phone conversation. Now, there are, in this particular room, there's 30 people in the room. 30.
And he's decided to have a conversation in the middle of it.
He has headphones in.
That's such a bip to me. And no matter where I'm at, when people start talking out loud on a phone, it drives me nuts.
Now, I want you to think about how close treadmills are together in these things.
Elbow to elbow.
This one lady, I felt so sorry for her because she didn't have headphones or anything. And he's got something to do with the education system because I heard him talk about grades and failures and the process the principle.
You were in the conversation?
Dropouts and what summer school but he is being and this made it. He was a big, large guy. Okay?
Something about that made it worse.
And the fact that he was walking 1 mile per hour made it worse.
He's really getting it, huh?
I want you people that are in traffic right now.
He had a big 1.0 going.
I want you just to, when you're scrolling through, I want you to look at your dial when it says 1 mile an hour, and that's how fast this gentleman was walking.
Really, all he was doing is just in there getting on everybody's nerve talking because he wasn't gaining anything.
Well, and so
he might as well be standing over there talking.
So he kept using. He liked the word ridiculous. If he said ridiculous once, he said it 100 times. He kept saying it. And again, this is going on the entire time I'm in there. Now, I don't know if it started before I got in there and how long it went on after. The lady next to him, I kind of started reading the room, and he was on everybody's nerves. Even people that had their ears plugged with what they were listening to could hear him. So I noticed this, and so I started throwing out some comments. I heard ridiculous, and so I said, I tell you what's ridiculous is you continuing to talk this loud. Well, I said that at first just because it's frustrating me. It just came out. Well, then I got a couple chuckles from it.
Oh, now
got
you
me a
got
little
people
audience.
drafting with you.
Got me a little audience.
Okay, here we go. Let's start throwing zingers, old pal.
Then I started to see what I could get away with without him looking my way, and I kept on. Hey, I tell you about them grades.
Did he ever hear you?
Huh? Did he never once heard me?
Because he wouldn't stop at old ratchet jaw for long enough to hear anybody.
Exactly. I basically turned into assistant coach on the elliptical for a few minutes, and I'm gonna tell you, I felt like I helped those that were struggling with him there. Oh, I really do.
Listen, once you got to chiming in and you got a few people drafting with you, I bet it was like relief for everybody.
Yeah. Could not believe.
I was in the doctor's office not too long ago, and there was a guy. He was on speaker, just carrying on the conversation, right, sitting next to everybody.
Do you people not care about others? Is that what it is? Do you even think about others?
No, we're selfish.
Good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it right back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel. Me llamo Sean.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba. KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
"51 minutes after the hour, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show Kickoff Hour. I'm Greg Helms hanging out, minus Speedy. He'll be back. We'll all be back next Tuesday. Speedy's got a wedding this weekend. He's very busy, so he's off doing wedding things. Until then, you can enjoy the Kickoff Hour with just 2 of the kickers.
Yeah.
Just
great.
2.
You
Not
went
3.
with kickers?
Kickers. That's my new thing. We're the
Are we
Kickoff Hour,
punters?
so we're the
Are we
kickers.
field goal kickers? Or are we
I
both?
feel myself as a
all
punter.
the above?
I'm more of a punter if I
am
had to be
too.
a kicker.
I think so.
I think so.
That's a good question. That's a would you rather if and because I've got a few of those too. I do have a review to give you first, but so would you that would be good. Would you rather be a field goal kicker, get things started with a kickoff, or punter?
Punter.
I think I'd rather be a punter.
Did you hear Speedy's Would You Rather yesterday?
No. Oh, I did, by the way. Can't share that on air. And I got a couple more to ask you, but I will say this. They're starting to come in, and that is the reviews.
That's what I was wondering.
The reviews from Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Maverick.
Evidently one of the highly anticipated and just off the top with the expectations on these reviews we've been getting. My question was, will it live up to the hype? Can anything live up to that kind of hype?
To the impossible expectations that people have set. And, Bubba and Rick and Bubba claimed they were going to watch it.
Yeah.
At some point last night, and
Not sure
tried to get us
Rick
involved.
was serious, or I think Bubba was.
Bubba was serious, so we may actually. I don't know if he did. He has been quiet as far as the text thread goes, so he may actually be able to come in here and go, guys, I watched it, and here's my review.
He didn't give us the salute when he came in, like he was still fired up.
The fact that there was no text message tells me it didn't happen.
That's a good point.
And so I don't think anybody on staff has seen it at this point. But I will say this: we've got listeners that have seen it and are chiming in, and they are saying, "Wow, it is an awesome movie.
Lives up to the hype."
One guy said,
"I'll be the judge of that."
I set impossible expectations for this, and I was still blown away.
Okay.
Another guy reached out in an email with a long email, and it was nothing but positive. So, and these are guys that have hyped this thing up, have been a part of our hype of the movie. So, at this point, for those
they even wondered if it was going to live up.
They
to
did.
It. They're saying it lived up to it.
At this point, they're claiming they saw it and it lived up to the hype.
Well,
there you have it.
Doggone. I got to see it. I don't know when I will see it. Probably it'll be a while, but.
Got a few would you rathers. This is for those that wonder when we don't have anything to talk about.
We
is
do a
where
little
we
would
go.
you rather, which is a lot.
Are you a pen or pencil guy?
I am a pen guy.
Okay.
Not a pencil guy.
You know, it's funny. Mine depends on what I'm writing.
I don't feel like that if I'm using a pencil, it's like I just have nothing else.
Okay.
So I had to use a pencil.
Okay.
That's the way I feel.
I would rather use a pen, but for some reason, and you're going to laugh, like when I do my finances and stuff and I'm sitting down doing budgets and having to write stuff down, I want a pencil for some reason.
Well,
when I'm taking notes for my speaking engagements and stuff, I'll write a pen.
Do you think it's because you might have to erase?
I think that's what it is.
Because, well.
I like it to be all neat and know what's going on. And a lot of it I type up anyway into spreadsheets and documents, but the initial thing I write, a lot of times
in
I'll
school
write
we had to use pencils so much. Yeah. Do you remember when in first grade the giant pencil, the big giant one?
Yeah.
Or did they give you all those? They may not have. We
had them. Yeah. Oh yeah, we had them. Yeah. All right. So and we have kind of this situation here. Would you rather sit in your office? Would you rather sit near the printer or the water cooler where everybody's talking?
Ooh.
You got to hear the printer noise constantly. Or you got to hear people coming in and out of the break room.
I shouldn't add this to the twist, but are we busy? Do we do a lot of printing?
It come and goes throughout the hour. Somebody's printing every 30 minutes.
I may go with the break room.
Really?
Yeah.
That's distracting.
It is. I don't like either one.
See, I feel like with the printer, I can constantly go, that's just a printer. But then somebody's going to say something.
And you have to respond.
Well, not only have to respond, but just –
or you think, what an idiot.
That's why your mind races because if it's printer, it's just the printer. But
yeah, I don't know that all day long though. See, stuff like that gets to me.
Yeah,
little sounds.
All right, so this is a really odd question, but I just want to see your face as I ask it. Would you rather work in yoga poses or do work at yoga?
What's that?
Would you rather work in yoga pose? So every time you're here, you're doing things. We see you. Adler will pose. Sometimes.
Yeah, he will.
He'll stretch.
He comes out that door and stretches in every break.
So would you?
He did the downward dog, and every now and then he'll bring Kevin, let him stand on his back.
Okay. So
no, I'm not doing poses. That's out.
Okay. All right.
Don't really want to work at the yoga place either.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'll be honest. Don't want to do that.
Never been one of these guys, either one, but if you had to take a child or your pet to work, which one you choosing?
Child.
Yeah,
I think about my kids growing up, I would definitely, because, yeah.
It's easy for us to say
Are they potty trained?
Well.
That makes a difference.
There's not a – okay, they're not potty trained, Greg.
Ooh.
Let's see where you go there.
I may go with the pet. Depending on which pet it is and how it acts.
So potty trained is the
I guess you got to deal with that. Yeah.
All right.
Just saying.
Would you rather? We've talked about this one before. I'm just gonna leave that one alone. I'm gonna leave that one alone. We've done that before. All right. So I want to ask this before we go because because this is kind of my world right now. And you're in a different place, so I kind of want to know. So summer's here, essentially.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any plans for summer? Does your world change? Like, my world's really about to change the next
because
couple
it's
days.
school. Yeah. No.
But does your world, like, do you look at this and go, man, it's summer. Things are going to change here or there, good or bad?
I'm at that point in life because of, like you're talking about, I don't have obligation to kids and all that, that it really is – the only difference is whether I'm hot or cold. That's the only difference.
All right.
That's a good question, by the way. Because you will get to the point where because you're right. When my kids were in school, hey, man, we get a little break from this, get a little break from that, all the things that come with it.
Yeah.
See, I have none of that. None of it. Mine – it's the same year-round.
See, since August, my world has been one way. And starting really tomorrow, it's going to be different. Well, I don't know. Is it?
Well, it may be worse.
That's the thing.
That's
It
true.
depends on how you look at it. I'm very fortunate on that front.
If your kids are extremely, into stuff, which is a good thing, you're right. It can be more busy.
Yeah.
But you're right. I'm at that point in my life where it's pretty much the same.
Okay. It's interesting.
Yeah. What about that?
And Speedy seems to be transitioning. He's kind of in between, and he's transitioning to your world, and he's been in my world the whole time.
Yes, because his youngest just took the walk with the cap and gown, and so but he's still got baseball and stuff like that.
We got all seasons of life covered with this show.
We do. We covered all, quite the gamut.
All right, we got it done.
Yeah, here come the big boys.
The big boys are coming.
Here comes who everybody's been waiting for. We'll get out of the way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. I tell you what we can't have is anyone out there saying, well, even if it did happen, it's no big deal.
No, yeah, absolutely.
No, we cannot have
no,
that.
No, if it's
not
happened.
Not if you're a person of faith.
No,
I mean, you cannot. No.
Absolutely.
And I'm hearing there's some of that out there, and that is not an option.
No. Again, we don't know what he did, but we do know what Doug Jones will do. And I'll say finally that in no way should this ever be equated to Mary and Joseph. That should not happen.
No.
That's someone using Christian language that doesn't understand the entire process of Scripture.
No question. Thanks, Scott. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The home stretch for the year.
And for our kids at home, they're out of school the whole week. Our school does not do fall break, so they get the entire week of Thanksgiving off. And it was it's interesting to watch because and it's a good problem to have. I mean, it's what you would want. But I've said this so many times. If you get involved in the culture of football and have a kid that is on football and all that, the fall breaks don't mean a whole lot if you're on a good team. And so I was talking last night, and everybody was talking, and then the one that's playing, he goes, "Oh, I got football practice in the morning."
Oh yeah.
And he said, "I'll have football practice every day this week." And they do a cool thing on Thanksgiving, though. If your team ever, I've only experienced it once, but I've had the other guys that were actually twice. Once with my oldest son, and that school did a little bit different, and then once with Big Love last year. But they bring in the dads and former players and all that. You kind of get up on Thanksgiving and go up there for the little walkthrough or whatever, and everybody hangs out and they get up and do testimonies and all this. What was funny though of last year, and I think I told y'all this, is, and we all understand things we've been told to do as people of faith. But I will tell you this day was one of those days where Paul says, always be ready to be able to, if you always be ready. Now, I didn't know what he meant by that is you may have a coach who tells you to give a devotion. He never told you about it all week. I didn't know that's what he meant. So last year I'm sitting there and I'm on the road, and it's on Thanksgiving morning, and all the dads are there, and we're fired up. We're still in the playoffs and all that. And it's going to happen again this Thursday. Matter of fact, I may reach out this time just so I'm not in this situation. So I'm all across the crest. We got our own row. You know what I mean? And so the crest is all sitting there, and all the crest dads, and we're all fired up, and we're just listening. And there's players are getting up, and you feel good for the senior dads as their sons get up and say a little something and all that. And I thought, what a great moving. Are thinking about everybody coming over the house for Thanksgiving. Looking at my watch and get down to the end. Head coach gets up, legendary high school football coach, great man, Fred Yancey. And he goes, "Fellas, before we leave, Mr. Burgess, come on up. He's going to give us a word today." And I looked at the guys next to me, and they looked and says, "We didn't know you were speaking." I said, "Nor did I. Nor did I know I was
Had somebody giving you a good one there?
Guys, I've been thinking about this for the last 30, 40 seconds. I just had to get up and just wing it. But Thankful, so thankful. I know we're all thankful. And
really
today's
thankful.
the day to be thankful. And
that's the name.
Thanksgiving means to give thanks. And you start thinking, come on.
Yeah.
And then, eventually, I had something going. But that was so funny after it was over, and even,
Did you ever investigate who did that?
I think it's possible that because during the season, I have the honor with some other guys. I usually do maybe 2 times a year. I'll come in and talk to the team. And I think maybe either I wasn't paying attention because that's usually on me. You know what I mean? And that I was asked to do this and I didn't recall it, which, by the way, let's put that on A. That's the most likely scenario. The other is that a very busy and very successful coach may have thought he had asked me to do this, and had, one of us forgot. And I'll say it was on me.
Could it be one of your buddies, though, that said, I tell you what,
Yes.
Burgess has said he is going to do it. Make sure.
Yes.
I've already talked to him. No need for you to even talk to him.
It's already set up. Just call on him when you need him.
Yep.
That's very possible, because we don't have a treaty on the crest. Maybe we need to get one.
Right. Yeah, that's that reeks right there.
How hard would you have been laughing? Because the first thing I say is how thankful we are.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to talk about being thankful.
Yeah.
And let me tell you the things. What I did, this was good training because my grandmother, who is now, been put in charge of some part of heaven, my grandmother, you could not go around her on Thanksgiving without telling what you're thankful for.
Right.
I mean, it was. That question was coming.
I dreaded it. What did that one say?
Oh gosh,
I'm thankful for my big brother.
Watching him getting
for his puppy.
Every year. See what my grandma would do 2 things. On Thanksgiving, you had to say what you're thankful for, and you better be ready.
Yeah, you better. Be ready.
And you better not stammer. Okay, and then Christmas every year with a year advance. She would declare who was reading the Christmas story.
I know it.
And she'd just look across the grandkids. And when she would call on Greg Burgess, that was one of my favorite.
The whole year.
You already dreaded it, huh?
Look, can I not just eat?
Now, Greg, next year you'll be reading us all the Christmas story. And I'd look at his face, and of course, what do you think I did all the way home?
You remember one time she tried to get me to bless food and got hung up in the middle of it, and you got to laughing, and we both got to laugh in the middle of it. Right in the middle of everybody.
I'm thankful for laughter.
Picture
heard it go.
Picture Greg getting called on to do a blessing.
I got hung up
At Christmas, he got hung up, didn't know where to go. And all of a sudden, he just hears behind me. Of course, now we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes past the hour.
It brings me to my knees.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour has begun. We'll start it with our national anthem. past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And that really should be the theme, because we're going to unpack these stories today and maybe a little less grandstanding and a little more action. And we will talk about that on the program today. The country and our world, it's another tough one to unpack today. We've got Speedy on vacation. We got the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler here. Kickoff hour has already happened. And now Bubba and I will join them. Adler's solidified himself there at the YouTube channel as we go forward. I want to remind you the Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it on the YouTube channel live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived for you soon after Adler gets it out there, and you can consume that on your own time if you so desire. We continue our walk through Genesis. We'll be in Genesis 21 today. Let's bring him in, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. But most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Ted stepped on you.
Didn't really know that one.
Hey, stakes are high and so am I. It's in the air tonight. Hey. Ooh. Hey. There's Ted. It's a free-for-all.
It's a free-for-all.
I thought those two songs kind of sum up where we are today. A little less conversation, a little more action, and it's a free-for-all.
Yeah. We start the show today. Our hearts are heavy with this terrible tragedy that happened in Texas at it's Robb Elementary School. Adler, how'd you say the correct way to say that?
Uvalde.
Uvalde, just like it's spelled. Uvalde.
Uvalde,
I heard
Texas.
2 or 3 different ways to say that early on, but Uvalde.
And Adler
Texas.
said about an hour from San Antonio.
Yeah. 19 children, 2 teachers killed, the gunman killed. And again, here we are facing a school shooting. And a lot of people are fed up with it. Of course, some people could not wait, in mere minutes, already blaming guns and wanting more gun laws, which, I understand you want to do something. We all do. But until we do a comprehensive overhaul of the situation and we're big enough and adult enough to be honest about it, nothing is going to change.
No.
It's a much bigger issue than a gun. And people just want to lock in on that. They want to make it political. They think that, if we pass some gun laws, this will never happen again. Folks, I beg common sense for you to look at this through the lens of common sense. If gun laws made us safer, Chicago, New York, and D.C. would be the safest place in the world to live, and it ain't.
No.
There's got to be something else. And until we're willing to be honest about that, nothing is going to change.
Well, I know it is comprehensive, and there's not one answer. There's a lot of things that have to be addressed. I got worried. I couldn't do it because I knew I really was and still am hurting so much for these parents and this community, just like every time we've had this. And so I just could not step into the world of politicians because I couldn't stomach them. So I didn't do it. But as I was kicking around, because I know what they're going to say. I mean, it's like a broken record.
Yeah.
And so,
by the way, that broken record has been going on for 56 years. I think it was 1966 when we had the sniper shooting at the University of Texas.
Right. Yeah.
This same conversation has been going on that sickens all of us. But we just continue to have it.
Well, and I worry about, you say his name Ari Fleischer? Is that how you say it?
Yeah. Former spokesperson for President Bush.
I worry about him being canceled. He kind of threw it out there in the middle of so much mania, it may go by. But he said something very
Chief of Staff.
very courageous and very bold. Because he was willing to. He said, "I want you to look at a trend on a lot of this too." He goes, "But we're going to have to address." He was trying to say what we were. A lot of things. He goes, and one of them that we're going to have to address is fathers leaving their families, and we have these wild, out of control young people out there that have never had the guidance of a father. And he goes, until we're ready to face the tragedy in our country, the fact that, you realize right now, it doesn't matter your ethnicity, that you're almost 50% of the households have no father. Yeah. You got a bunch of kids running around with no male influence, no male authority, and he brought that up, and I thought, well, he'll be canceled. He won't make it through 2 days. You're not allowed to say things like that.
No.
He said fatherless. How you say it?
Fatherless.
Fatherlessness. There it is.
Fatherless.
Fatherlessness. There it is. He said in this country is completely out of control. You talk about a pandemic. Yeah. And he says, and we just want to address it. We want to act like that has anything to do, so, and I know I can see people rolling their eyes or whatever. You go right ahead, but there's an evil that is perpetuating this behavior that we refuse, and and that's part of it. It's like I said the other day. That's one of the ingredients, but there is a real problem that is perpetuating and spawning these evil, blank-eyed, cold-blooded killers. And until we're ready to, as Bubba just said, to stop acting like a bunch of children they're talking about fairy tales, and a bunch of politicians that are insincere and patronizing. And then also the other thing is, I understand that you get upset, and I put out to the a great quote from Dallas Willard today. Dallas Willard said, feelings are great servants, but they're disastrous masters.
Yeah.
And so, it's good to feel, and that's okay, but you can't run out and start mouthing off with a bunch of emotional garbage that's not going to solve anything.
Yeah.
Take
a long look.
And we'll break it down. I'll cover some of these things if everybody's got the stomach to deal with it.
Sure.
But
by the way, they don't.
They were already, attacking the NRA and all this last night. I don't think one of these shootings we've had in recent memory, maybe of any of them, are NRA members.
Yeah, that's you're right.
I mean,
that's a good
it's
point.
it's just silly. It's just silly.
And I don't know the details on this one yet, but I know that the ones that we've had in the past, and we've had 2 others recently that were not school shootings, but the supermarket and the church. We're finding out that a lot of these shooters they broke the laws to get the guns. They shouldn't have had them to begin with.
Yeah, well, we'll break that down a little bit more if you have the stomach to listen to it. Some people don't. I'll be honest with you, they really don't. But doesn't change the truth of the situation. Very disappointed in the president's speech last night. I thought when he started out, he was going to do something that would really bring the country together, and then he went right back to the old talking point.
I couldn't watch it. I knew better. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, my dad was laughing too.
Sure. Yeah, sure he was.
Yeah. Look, and then of course, and he went on into heaven. Yeah. He went into heaven really before my grandmother when our uncle,
he got in trouble.
Oh gosh, every year, and it would be this year. I'd be looking forward to what will he do.
He'll say something that makes her mad.
Oh,
and it's always innocent. He never meant to be.
No, that's the thing. He's not trying to be controversial.
No.
He finds himself in these places because my grandmother was very, very. I mean, by golly, it was. I know you wonder if you want to look at the matriarch of this family. It was her way or the highway. Okay, and if she had things, her church was not to be questioned under any circumstance.
No,
her denomination should not be questioned. And if you're not in that denomination, good luck to you. Right. Okay,
you were just wrong.
But he would say something so innocent, like remember that time he questioned something the pastor had done?
Rick.
Oh my gosh. Truex. I went to Caesar for NASCAR. Truex, our champion. Truex Jr.
Guys, I'm sorry I brought it.
It's your fault.
I'm sorry.
It's your fault.
I wish Greg would get out.
Truex.
Get off my boy, Gus Johnson.
Well, he needs to calm down. He needs to wait till at least it's late in the 4th.
Or what if they put him with her?
Oh. Got a man deep.
I agree with you. After that long pass, guys, we got to get a timeout. Somebody got to call a timeout.
3rd and 7.
Gus Malzahn. Chandler Cox.
Greg claim he's going
Speedy,
to he's
Speedy, I'm sorry.
he's throwing it to the flats.
Yeah, his scream. Got a man. Gain of 3.
Gain of 3.
2nd and 7.
What is he gonna do if he ever, when you have a big play at the end of the game?
How do you know? He cranks it up even more.
He does.
He's awesome.
I don't know how much further he can crank it.
You need to listen.
Yeah.
Watch a game.
What a tradition.
Voice cracks and stuff.
What a tradition.
Me scares me. I think I'm missing something. Like
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Little Bessie girl I once knew. Yeah. And she Adler talking about this song in its entirety. And I was listening to one Eddie Van Adler talking about when he was just a young buck. And he said he was riding in his vehicle listening to the Rick and Bubba show, not knowing that one day he would work on the staff.
Wow.
And he said, and I heard the Gobble Gobble song for the very first time. And he said, I can't even describe to you what happened. I felt what went on. I wanted to turn away, but I had to lean in. I couldn't. He said, I went all the way to the whisper part. Couldn't believe it.
That has to be painful for him, considering he's a guy that can't stand it if I don't do the tambourine right.
Yeah.
Gobble, gobble.
If I've got my boom chick backwards, it drives him crazy.
Well, I'll tell you, and who doesn't? So anyway, that could happen today or tomorrow. I don't want to overdo it, but obviously we will all be off for Thanksgiving. You'll get a Rick and Bubba replay. Helmsy will be off tomorrow because he's coming in to do a Rick and Bubba best of on Friday. And I don't know how to tell you this, Hams. You have a lot of responsibility. I mean, a lot of responsibility. It's Black Friday.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be, a lot going on, people out moving. They'll need something. And I hate to say this. In order for the Rick and Bubba Challenge to be successful, it is on you because we're going away, so we'll stop talking about it after tomorrow. People will completely forget about it on Thanksgiving. And you'll be the guy that needs to remind them again on Friday to get it done.
I'll put that in my notes. That's a good call.
Yeah, because, I mean, because let's face it, that last little push is always the key, and we won't be here for it. That's all on you.
I will push and push away.
We're in a giving mood right now, and we're getting ready for the 12 working days of Christmas, and we got the Rick and Bubba Challenge. So,
I love it.
I mean, we just open up the old gift box here at this time of year.
Well, we just give till it hurts.
Yeah, I love it.
And
I
so,
love it.
Yeah.
It brings such a happy feeling to everybody.
It does. And, of course, all of us will be motivated by motivational speaker John Maxwell. As he'll be coming up. We'll be talking to him this hour. And his new book, I love the names of his books, don't you?
I just love to hear him talk.
No Limits, Blow the Cap Off Your Capacity.
Ooh, like that.
Yeah, so everybody meeting their ultimate capacity. So we'll be talking with him. It's a cool thing. He is going to be live. It's in our home city, and they're going to be simulcasting this talk throughout the state of Alabama. So Alabama, Auburn, Gadsden, Huntsville, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, all of you can watch this at the same time. And, of course, you can actually be there where he will be in the same room with him as well. We'll tell you all about that. And, of course, obviously, when you're thinking about that, you know what else I like about this time of year, and you'll see us do this a lot. You talk about we're giving, but we're also always pointing you to different great gift ideas.
Yes.
We're always pointing over here and pointing here. And this. It is 22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Much to discuss today on the program. 5 states yesterday went to the polls for their primaries involving all sorts of races. We'll get you that update today, too. But right now, looking, as all of us are, unnecessary, wicked, evil, again yesterday, and just the darkness of it all, is here we are again with another mass shooting and mass murder of innocent people. And, it all hurts, and it's always bad, but when it's children, and rightfully so, I guess once they've survived the womb, you then... Of course, which is on the list.
It's on my list.
It's on the list. It is very, very troubling. You just don't want to think that you're living in a society that any person would use any weapon of any kind, even their bare hands, to kill small children in mass. It's hard. Your mind can't even. You can't believe that people can be that wicked. But I've got news for you. They can.
Yeah. Let me submit to everybody listening today a couple of things, and just file it away and think about this, because you're going to hear guns and gun laws and gun manufacturers and NRA, and that's going to be just ground into a greasy spot today.
Yeah.
But it's really not the total problem. And until we address the total problem, we like to call it the comprehensive problem, you're just going to have people who will kill people with other ways. Mm-hmm. They will kill them with pressure cookers. They will kill them with fertilizer. They will kill them with diesel fuel. They will kill them with this and that. It's the person. It's the heart that's the problem. And sure, guns is on the list. We can talk about guns. Mm-hmm. But we also have to talk about the breakup of the traditional family, and that's what you were talking about a minute ago. That encompasses a lot, but that is really at the top of the list. The lack of care for human life in general in our country, you see that playing out in the abortion issue right now. The people who went to the microphones yesterday to lecture all of us, and there was plenty of that going on yesterday, we feel the same passion about the abortion issue that you do about this school shooting. We see it in the same light. And you make fun of us and you talk down to us, but when you are putting that message out that human life is just a convenience issue, it matters to young minds that are being formed. That there again, we go back to the first part, that does not have a more traditional family setup where these issues can be talked out, can be handled, where you have a father figure to deal with some of these things, and it just builds on itself. The lack of punishment for criminals in our country is at an all-time high. We're so afraid to call evil evil and punish it. Career criminals can now commit a crime. We had a crime, was it the one in New York on the subway where the guy had been arrested 19 times before that? Mm-hmm. 19?
Yeah.
When you hit maybe 15, maybe you should go, I don't think we're doing any good with this guy.
Yeah, this guy's not good.
Not really good for society.
Keep in mind, this is arrested 19 times. That means the police were probably called another 10 times and just said, look, break it up, go home, go away, okay? Because they're afraid to actually enforce the law on anybody now. We do have mental health issues in this country, and boy, that's a topic that we could spend all day on. But I've got it on the list. As a society, we keep normalizing deviant behavior on many, many levels and saying it's okay. Mm. And eventually that comes back to bite you. And that's what we're seeing now. Now, while so many people will scream gun, 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 we have to look at the effects of violence in our society that comes from movies, music, TV, and social media. And I will also add video games to that list. How do you think banning a gun will stop this if you don't ban a video game where they're learning how to use the gun and being desensitized to killing people? And you think, Bubba, you can't censor video games, but we can censor guns. Look, are we going to really deal with the problem? Or are we just going to talk politics? I think, and if you don't think that plays a part of it, you're sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. We have continued to push God and our Judeo-Christian values out of schools and public life. Well, when you do that, guess what fills that void? The other things out there. I think we have to have an honest discussion and admit publicly that there are evil spirits, demons out there that want to kill and destroy, and that we have a spiritual warfare problem on our hands. Again, Bubba, I don't know about all that. Ban a gun. You still are not addressing the whole problem.
It's lazy.
Finally, in this, and there's probably many, many more things I could add to this, we have to harden soft targets like schools. Mm-hmm. And after the George Floyd murder in Minnesota, we had a lot of schools go, oh, I don't want that resource officer. We even have to call them a friendly name. We can't even call them a police officer.
because it triggers
a resource officer.
Triggers people.
Because that's so much nice. We can't have those in school. We had a lot of schools that had them take them out at that point. Guys, evil will move in just like a predator in the wild. It will pick off the easiest target. So what you have to do is make those targets hard. Nothing. You can do this whole list that I'm talking about. You're not going to solve every murder, every school shooting out there, but you can minimize it. You can address the problem. And we've got to get hardened targets. And I heard, I know that Sean addressed this a little bit last night, and he had a law enforcement guy on that said, look, you could put every police officer in this country in a school, put one in each school, you still ain't got enough police officers. Well, maybe so, but surely there's a program where we can take retired officers, retired military. Hey, let's do this. Cover as many of them as we can.
Yeah.
Let's make it as hard as possible to get into these kids with a gun.
Well, how did we stop this shooter? How did he finally stop shooting people? When they showed up and shot him.
Yeah.
That was the end of it.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Share.
This would be a great gift. Over here would be a good gift. And so this would be another one. His new book would be a great one. Or maybe just make plans to attend and be part of what he's going to be doing coming up. And it'll be during the Christmas season in December. And we'll hit you with all that with John Maxwell coming up. Was this bottom of the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, right after the bottom of the hour. So look forward to talking to him. And I hope he's got a good sale because I love to hear his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and early he'll even have a deeper voice,
Oh, yeah.
because he hadn't woke up good.
Boy, I hadn't thought about
that'd be-
that. He'll really be down there.
He may do some liners for us.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Johnny. I mean, Johnny gets you fired up, doesn't he? I think he would have made a good coach.
Oh, absolutely.
I
He
bet-
is a coach,
no,
Rick. He is a coach.
Well, that's true.
Hey, he was a coach at some point. I have no
No,
idea.
he is a coach.
Yeah.
He is.
He's just not coaching sports.
Right. Yeah. And, he's got the audacity to talk about achieving excellence. And, boy, he's going to be in a bind over that.
Careful.
He must be living a very frustrated life right now.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, not a lot of people on board for that right now. I tell you, we're the biggest half. All right. So,
The biggest half of football.
Do you think he's ever slipped up and said half A at some point?
well, probably. Well, I actually spoke at a men's thing one time when I told everybody that they are abusing grace to the point they think it means they can do whatever H they want to. I said that in a pulpit, and it'll get everybody's attention. By the way.
Sure it will.
Huh?
I don't know if half A is really a bad word.
No. Well, those two words I just said are both in the Bible.
I don't want to. I don't want to get into a debate like some of our friends have. But that one, it's on the fence at least.
It is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But the latest book, and we were laughing before you came on because of the society we now live in general, and I know there's exceptions because you're still in business and people are still getting your books and still coming to your events.
But overall,
it seems like we're embracing mediocrity and trying to talk about excellence and maximizing your capacity may not be as intriguing to people as it once was. But I hope that's not true.
Well, I think that the people that are average and mediocre, they just kind of read average and mediocre books.
That's how they got that way, right?
To each his own. I have a select audience. My audience wants to improve themselves. My audience wants to learn and grow and get better and add value to other people. And it is a select audience, and it's the ones that make things happen in the world and really make a difference in the world. And so I learned a long time ago, guys, that average people want you to stay average. They just do. And one of the most important things you can do in your life is value everybody, but run away from those average people and get around some others that want to make a difference and want to make their life count. And those are the people you really want to hang with and live with. And so when I write or when I speak, I'm not speaking to help people get mediocre or average. I found guys, they can do that on their own. They don't need any help.
Well, isn't that true? If I ask myself what to do today, he says, whatever we want.
So I'm pretty easy on myself some days. That's for sure.
So let's talk about, some of what you're going to be talking about. Obviously, we're not going to cover the whole thing because that's why you need to be at the event and need the book. But no limits, blow the cap off your capacity seems pretty straightforward. But what are some of the things you talk about that does give us no limits and the ability to maximize our capability?
Well, guys, basically, to hit your potential, three things have to happen, and they all have to happen, not just one or two of the three. First of all, you have to be aware. And this is, I think, the big miss in most people's life as far as hitting their potential. And awareness is all about what do I need to grow? What am I missing? What am I not good at? How can I improve myself? And when we talk about self-awareness, I've come to the conclusion there's no such thing as self-awareness. Most people, if they have self-awareness, it's because someone else came into their life and made them aware.
That's so true. So true.
And I say that for all of us. I say that for myself. In fact, I ask a lot of times, guys, I ask a question of my team, and it's a very simple question. What's it like to be on the other side of me?
Right.
I know what it's like to be on my side, and I know what it's like to see things from my perspective, but they don't see things from my perspective. They see me totally different. And so what's it like to be on the other side of me? Talk to me. What don't I do well? What are some areas that I need to improve in? And I can tell you they help me tremendously. And so I become aware, but I don't become aware because I'm amazing. I become aware because I'm honest and open and confident that people will help me. And I think that's the big, to me, that's the big discovery in the book, and the fact that I'm not going to improve ourselves much until we really, know ourselves. You got to know yourself to grow yourself, and that's awareness. So I'll talk when we're together. I'll talk about that. What are the things you and I need to know? What do we need to be aware of in our life that will help us to improve and get better? And the second thing, guys, that you got to have to.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show, and sadly breaking down another rough day in America yesterday. And we'll get your phone calls weighing in on it, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. MyPillow.com/Bubba now is a good time to go there because a lot of buy one, get one free. It's BOGO time at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. And then the second big special is they're offering a big slipper blowout sale right now on the MyPillow slippers. And, Bubba, I know you and I, we love those, man.
Oh, they're awful
I put them on there. I mean, it's rare as the day that I don't get home from work and take off my shoes and get on my laying around clothes or take a shower if I've, gotten sweaty and been out trying to do a little better. And then I get them MyPillow slippers on and I lounge. They're $90 off right now. So they're only $49.98. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba. Get special show savings right now. Buy one, get one free, and the slipper blowout sale. You also will find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So I guess our big encouragement, and Bubba, gosh, it seems like we've talked about this so many times, but we don't seem to be willing. And even if you take what we say and what you said, and your list was spot on, if you take what we've talked about and this list you just heard, and you go, I tell you what, I'm gonna drop kick y'all's spiritual and biblical worldview. I just don't believe that. Well, there's still a lot on the list that you got to address whether you believe all that or not. I think it's wise to believe it, and I think there's quite a bit of evidence for it because when you look at these things that happen, we are building a society where these things take place, and you must look at what was the formula that produced what ingredients produced this evil and these evil acts. And politicians, you just almost have to take them out of the mix because they're all just grabbing for some kind of. It's just sad. It really is, and you wish they would care. Now they're going to thrill you and with all kinds of real general statements, and we got to get to where we have to press our representatives and our senators and our presidents and our administrations and our governors, and we got to get to where we press them and when they throw out a general statement, go, so tell me exactly how we need to do that.
Yeah, how's that look?
And then be able to push back if they say something. You go, well, that's not going to work. That sounds like something we tried before. I mean, look, one of the things that I would say I would put on the list that wasn't there, but we've talked about it. So I know you still have said this in the past, and we have. We also need to do a better job of actually enforcing the laws that we now have.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do we hear somebody do this, and we find out the very things that we put into place that were supposed to stop this, if they had just been enforced better, this wouldn't have happened.
And last night,
we had somebody. Remember which mass shooting was it, where the person was dishonorably discharged from our military, and was not supposed to be able to purchase weapons, and got them anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So see, we had that law in place, but guess what people do?
Break the
they
law.
either don't enforce laws or people break them.
Yeah.
So you got to have something other than that. That apparently won't do it. So more of that won't help.
No, it won't.
Yeah, sometimes we just make those in the, and so I mean, Greg said it in the break, and we're learning more. Maybe you said it in kickoff hour and I didn't hear you. One question has to be asked, back to that again, because it's all on there. How does an 18-year-old that works at Wendy's have the money for the weapons that he had?
Yeah.
Where'd he get them?
Yeah, and see, yesterday the criticism of the gun lobby and all this started before we ever even knew the details, and we still don't know a lot of it, of those questions today. How did he get those guns? Where did they come from? He shot his grandmother before he left, and I understand she is alive, though,
I think
right?
she's in critical condition.
Right.
Yeah.
So we may have some answers there if she makes it. So we'll find out more. But, you know, I think there's some answers here, but we're just unwilling to do the hard work to actually solve the problem. We want a quick political fix. We want a straw man we can blame and move on to the next thing. But it's not going to solve the problem. And if we're going to solve the problem, I think we're all in on solving it, but we just got to be honest about it.
Well, and one of the things on the list you had, which is true, is the breakdown of the family. Now,
that encompasses a lot of that.
Well, I just don't understand for the life of me. I really honestly don't. First of all, as back to the point that was made, and we're not the only ones making it, and I gave you an example of that earlier. You know, you can't find a father in this kid's life anywhere. You got him being, shipped around from grandparents and parents. You know, we got a generation of kids that are being raised by their grandparents. Can I let some of you out there know that have children? It is not your mom and daddy's job to raise your kids. If you can't raise them, then don't have them. But it's not. We was never designed to have grandparents raising a generation of small children who grow up. It's good to have them, and they're supposed to be a great accent to your life. They're not supposed to be your main parent. And so one of my things is they're showing these Instagram pictures. Do you think that there's a daddy worth his salt that would not have dealt with the fact that somebody said, your kid's got a bunch of pictures on his Instagram of magazines and weapons on Instagram? So no parent. Do you remember the time we had the bunch that in Columbine?
Yeah.
Y'all don't have any idea what's going on with your kid. He's living in your house.
Yeah.
I mean, what are y'all doing? I mean, so we got to get down to we got to look at either the breakdown of the family unit or we have forgotten how the family unit operates. We've forgotten how to parent. That's part of it. And so it's all there on the list. And until we're ready to run this list and say things that may not be politically popular and might even get people to be mad at you, but the truth stands. I saw Clarence Thomas talking about this when he was saying, "Look, we're not going to be bullied by mobs who scream at us." There are things that are true, and it really doesn't matter what's going on or how loud you yell. The truth is still the truth.
Yep.
And we've got to understand that truth matters, and there are certain things that are just absolutely true, whether you want them to be or not. And for politicians to run around and say, I think I can garner some support, and I think I can hurt my opponent by using this. You could tell yesterday, only person I saw, and it was then I just had to get away from it, was when Kamala Harris, our vice president, because she was already ready to speak at something, so they had her on the mic.
Right.
And, of course, she made a bunch of general statements and acted all, angry and all this. And I thought to myself, man, you can tell she is really, really trained, from the Saul Alinsky's of our history.
Mhm.
You can tell she immediately knows there's a tragedy in my hand and I need to use it.
Yeah.
You can tell it's just instinct to her, and because the career politicians, and especially if the further the left you are, that's what you're trained to do. There's a tragedy, and I got to make the most of it. I've been handed this. Now you'd like for there to be some sincere care about what's going on, and a broken down crying out, we must stop this, and we need to address everything. What's wrong with our society that we perpetuate this kind of evil? But what you saw was this is a chance for me to see if I can't grab some ground on something that I think garners support for us and also moves us further down the road to the type of government I think we should have, which means that the answer to these problems is government. And if I can scare people, they'll say, well, I guess you may be right. We got to stop this. Oh, no, I don't want any more kids to be shot. I can understand that sentiment. But when the government steps in and says, well, you better let us come and clean this up, you better be real careful with that.
Yep.
You're going to regret that decision.
Yeah.
And if they can get you scared and emotional, gosh, they'll grab ground so quick.
Every time.
Yeah. But now back to the other part, and I had you see this in Scripture too. Those of you that don't believe it, I understand. But those of you that do, if right now the Lord God Almighty allowed us to see the spiritual component of all this, you'd never sleep a minute of your life.
No.
You would literally be in the corner in the fetal position crying out, Lord God Almighty, save us. He's gracious that you can't really see what's going on in the spiritual realm because you wouldn't sleep another day.
No.
If you knew it. And to be under his authority is pretty important. And to be in awe of him and to fear him is something we have completely lost. And you see it.
This is the path we have chosen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. 15 minutes to the top. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll also, I know the president spoke a little bit about it last night, too. And you said he started off on the good road.
He had such a spot he could have unified, but chose not to.
We'll be back.
Hit your potential is you just have to be able to have some gifts, some abilities, some strengths. Everybody does, but you've got to know what they are, and you got to stay there. So you kind of have to find what I call your strength sweet spot. The few things that you do well, you just need to keep doing those things well. You don't work on skills that aren't going to be good because you never can be great on those. But you take something you already got going for you and gifts and abilities, and then you work on it so you can maximize it. And then third area is choices. No matter how gifted I am, even no matter how aware I am, if I don't make good choices in my life, I'm going to limit myself. And so the book really is all about how do I become aware so that I can get better? Can't fix what you don't know. How can I find what I'm good at so that I can get better at it? And how do I make choices that are going to absolutely enhance everything I say and everything I do? And if I can do those three things consistently and really keep focused on them, then I think no limits is a potential within my life.
Listening to you talk about this, it's almost the vision I have in my mind, and I guess it's because you're a good communicator, is you're trying to say, ladies, gentlemen, a lot of the things that keep us from, maximizing our capacity, it's like we're taking these orange barrels and we're throwing them in front of ourselves and we keep tripping over them. And, and so you were talking about self-awareness, and I will tell you this, you're 100% right about that. But I became aware of that when I started realizing how delusional everyone seemed to be, and I thought to myself, oh, my gosh, I bet I am too.
I'm in the club, too.
Yeah, because you don't see yourself the way one of the most successful men in coaching is Nick Saban, and I laughed one time when he was interviewed about his wife, and he asked his wife one day, he says, all right, everybody says I come across as a jerk. He said, I don't really come across that way, do I? And his wife said, yes, you do. and he said, really? And she said, absolutely, people think that about you. And he's like, and he said he really didn't see it. And then, of course, he said, so I'll adjust kind of the way, as much as you can. But the first thing you have to be willing to do is be coachable, right? You got to be coachable.
Yeah, you have to have a teachable spirit, and a teachable, coachable spirit is really having a desire to learn. When a person wants to learn, they can learn. It's not an IQ question. It's a willingness and a desire to grow and to do better. And you're exactly right, though, guys. I don't think it's possible for a person to grow in the awareness until they have people come around them and help them. We call it blind spots, and there's a reason for it, because it's a blind spot, which really means you're blind there.
No question.
And you're not going to spot it on your own. But somebody that cares for you and loves you and sees you from a different perspective, they can help you for sure.
Well, John, we have a group here that ensures that our blind spots are few and far between because they will shine a little light on it in this group.
You come in here and it's like we call this illumination place.
I feel like I'm in a paint. I feel like I'm in a paint booth where they paint cars. Have you seen how bright it is in there?
I know what you're talking about, guys. My team, they don't bring a flashlight; they bring a searchlight. They all think they're a lighthouse.
So, John, what do they get on you about? Just tell us one thing that they got on you about.
Guys, unless this is a show that we're going to be doing weekly, there's no way that I can.
You can't land on one thing.
Hey, but no, I can land on one. It's just I've got 100 to land on. But probably my impatience. I just am not a patient person with myself, and I'm not a patient person with others. I do equal fairness to everybody. I'm not patient with me and impatient with everyone else. I kick my own butt. I say no, get it going, and it's a disappointment in my life because I thought as I got older, I would mellow out and get more patient, and I find that the opposite is true.
Yeah, that's great.
And I think the reason, and I get disappointed myself because that's not a great trait, obviously. Right. Although the reason I'm not patient is, the Bible says tribulation works patience. And
it does.
So as soon as I found out that the way to get patience is to go through tribulation, I opted out of that program.
Isn't that so? Yeah, when you ask God to teach you patience, I didn't know that's how you were going to do it.
And I need it in a hurry.
That's exactly right. And can I just be impatient with everyone else? That tribulation thing gets a little heavy.
It does.
What I do know is, I think in my situation, I'm 70 now, and I'm counting my days, and I've got a short window, and life is like toilet paper. The closer you are to the end, the quicker it goes. You know what I mean?
Isn't that true? It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, so as we come back, we will, a couple things. First of all, Adler found the Ari Fleischer quote. Like I say, it was just a passing comment as he was basically being wrapped up in an interview yesterday, so I didn't think there would possibly be a video of it because it wasn't like that was part of the conversation. This is what he was saying as they were trying to wrap him up and get to commercial break. But don't you think he'll be canceled for this? Here's the exact quote from Ari Fleischer, and he says, if there is one link among these mass killers, it's that they grew up in families without fathers. And until we're ready to address that, it's back to what we said earlier. It's got to be part of our look. If you're going to do a comprehensive look at what's perpetuating
people won't address it because there'll be some people mad.
Yeah.
And they don't want to deal with it, so they won't address it. But yet that fact remains.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're living in a society that says the whole deal about authoritative males, that needs to be done away with. That's old and ancient, and it's wicked
toxic,
and evil.
Rick,
toxic. If we could remove all males from this country and all masculinity, it'd be a better place. Yeah, good luck with that. So anyway, now we go to the president, and we have the actual time.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit of the president's speech. You remember when Biden went in, he said the adults are back. Mm-hmm. Time we unite. We just been dividing. And I couldn't think of a better stage and yet another opportunity for him to unite the country. But it only took him 2 minutes to get to a Bible verse and 2 minutes and 30 seconds to demonize the gun lobby.
Right, yeah. So that's the actual time frame. So
let's hear it right quick. Started out good.
Fellow Americans,
I'd hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre. Uvalde, Texas. An elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, another context. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
That was 30 seconds.
When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? It's been 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Since then, there have been over 900 incidents of gunfires reported on school grounds. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Santa Fe High School in Texas. Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows when it includes mass shootings at places like movie theaters, houses of worship, as we saw just 10 days ago at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. I am sick and tired of it. We have to act. And don't tell me we can't have an impact on this carnage. I spent my career as a senator and a vice president working to pass common sense gun laws. We can and won't prevent every tragedy, but we know they work and have positive impact. When we pass the assault weapons ban,
is that enough? You give that.
So I think you get the overall view of it.
I still
for 2 minutes, I thought the president struck the correct tone.
Yeah, I did too.
And then we went right back to our old talking points.
Can you imagine how wonderful it would have been if he would have stayed in that tone and said, "There'll be another time, and we will discuss what we can do as the government," and that. But that should be right now. We need to remember what's really taking place here, and we need to grieve, and we need to let this sink in, and we need to pray. And we need to and say, look, there'll be another day. I'll come back and we'll talk about all that.
If he'd have done that, he would have got high marks across the board.
Yeah, that would have been great. But he just didn't quite have it in him to do that.
Just can't. It's you see them. They almost get to shaking. They can't wait to get to that line. And again, guns are an issue, but so are a lot of other things in that chain that you're going to have to address with that, or you're just you're just wasting time.
Well, you've brought it up. Greg's brought it up. We've all brought it up. If what he was saying is we faded it down because it was just the same old stuff again. If what he is saying is really true, then D.C., Chicago, and New York City would be different places.
Yeah.
So what you're saying really isn't true because it hasn't produced the end result. So that can't really be the most effective answer.
The laws in Chicago, they have taken on the NRA. They have taken on the gun lobby. They have the most restrictive gun laws in the country. And look at how many people are shot every weekend. Must be something else, Rick, to this formula we're missing.
Right. So it really can't we say that really must not be the answer? But because it doesn't.
It's not a standalone answer.
As a matter of fact, those three places are three of our most dangerous places.
Yes.
So I don't. I mean, are we just kind of mixing? Do you go? So a mass shooting is horrible, and what he said is terrible. But every time I look, what are we averaging? Somewhere around 30 deaths a weekend?
At least 30 shootings.
Yeah. And with 30 shootings, you have people
I don't
shot.
know what the total is. It varies probably.
How many survive? But we've got
other things to take on are just not. You're not gonna buy votes when you take those on. You're gonna make people mad because you're gonna have to be a leader and lead against the current stream of thinking in this country by a lot of people. And do you have the guts to do that? I don't think so.
We'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, you can almost. I'm thinking about it even right now. When you start thinking about just the thought of I need to move, or somebody that I love needs to move, and I need to help with it, and where we're moving to, I have no idea. Who to use as a real estate agent. I'm not from there. I don't know anything about it. Also, I've got to sell my house. Where do I begin? Well, that's the reason why I think realestateagentsitrust.com has been such a great add to the Rick and Bubba family. We've been excited about that. I mean, let's face it, Bubba, this is usually it's either the biggest investment, but it is absolutely one of the biggest investments. It's not.
I think in most people's lives, absolutely the biggest.
That's your big boy.
Yeah.
And if you're going to have to sell or you need to buy, there's always that feeling of, can I trust this person? Who is this person? I mean, are they getting me the most for my house, or are they getting me the best deal on the house that I'm buying? Well, why don't we kind of take all that gray area out, and you get a real estate agent that has been vetted in your market from realestateagentsitrust.com. There'll be no part-timers in there. That's not even considered. So Real Estate Agents I Trust works with the best agents in just about every market where you hear or see this show. The homework has been done. Every agent has been vetted before inviting them to join our network. And here's the big one. You will never deal with inexperienced agents because if we see that or we see part-time or all that, we'll just say, now you're out. And, of course, the team will make the introduction, and they follow you through the buying or selling process to make sure you're completely satisfied. They have long track records on the agents that we work with, and they are the best sellers in their field. They're part of this audience. They share your values, and they're almost anywhere you want to go. Okay, so go to realestateagentsitrust.com. We need some basic info from you, and then our team will contact you, make an introduction to our preferred agent in your town, and you can go through the process with peace of mind.
I got me a little window, guys, and I think sometimes, in fairness, I just look at the few days I've got left, and I have such a desire to make them count that I think it causes me to be impatient. Now, that is my rationalization for something that's very bad in my life that I ought to fix.
Well, that's true, but you're concentrating on something that, frankly, and I know you come from a biblical worldview like we do. Sadly, and it's challenging to look how few men finish well. I mean, finishing well is not. You better be devoted to it because very few people do it.
Yeah, and you know what? I've got a new perspective on finishing well because that's something I've always loved and focused on and tried to say I want to finish well. And here's my new perspective on it. In fact, I'm just developing, guys. So this is just new for you and the listeners.
Okay.
It's kind of new for me, to be honest with you.
Next book right here.
Yeah. There may be a book come out, and I think I'm going to call it "There Is No Finish Line."
Ooh.
And here's what when we talk about finishing well, I've always thought of a time. I'm done. And it's probably taken from Paul's words. I finished my race.
Sure.
So I'm not opposed to that, but I come to the conclusion that I don't think there's a finish line. I think we're constantly to be learning, growing, and running. Until it's over, till our life is over. That's and right. I mean, we finish, but I don't think, and I think people put what I call self-imposed finish lines all the time.
Oh, I agree with that. It's like retirement. There's nothing in the Bible about a man stopping working. Nothing.
Yeah, come on, baby, preach it.
Yeah.
So what happens on that, though, guys, is very simple. I think we put self-imposed finish lines, and guess what? When I put a self-imposed finish line, I'm finished. And so I have come to the conclusion. You run, and that line is in front of you, and you continually go for it, but you're not going to get to it till you draw the last breath. So on my tombstone, I wanted to put on my tombstone, my epitaph, it's these words: "He finally ran out of breath."
There you go. That's it. And mine was said, "I told you I was tired." No, but hey, John Maxwell, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and look forward to the event. We'll give all the information and show notes there at rickandbubba.com. And the new book, No Limits, Blow the Cap Off Your Capacity.
Thanks,
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Grabs. The new Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament is out today, so if you collect those, grab that. And then, of course, we have the 12 working days of Christmas. That will start next Thursday. As day one will be here, and the gifts are coming into the plaza as we speak. And then, of course, we'll kick off Christmas season on Monday's show right here and roll through. Big year ender, December 15th. So there it is. Everybody's updated. Bubba, I want to read you something. And I hate to do this to you, but
I'm glad you. Yeah, I think you need to address it. And
I'm just getting tired.
And there's one other thing too that I think is so glaring out there right now. I'm bumfuzzled why it is getting to continue going on.
Okay. Bumfuzzled.
Yes.
Well, you better.
Wow.
Handle that with care.
Scared me, Bub.
Handle that with like a surgeon. Okay. All right. So, and this is really, and again, I understand. I'm not upset. Whatever. John Maxwell just taught me a minute ago to be patient.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, but let's bring some levity to all this, and let's see if we can be real clear. I realize I'm giving benefit of the doubt when people email us or whatever call that it is impossible for you guys to listen to 5 hours of Rick and Bubba every single day and catch every segment.
I hate it, but it is probably impossible for most people.
And sometimes you develop a narrative because you hear a little piece of this and whatever. Right. But you must make these comments based on our entire body of work.
Yes.
Okay? Here comes the email. Dear Rick, I know your show, or at least Bubba, came out and endorsed Luther's vacation the rest of the week.
surprise.
His son's getting married this weekend. He'll be back with us on Tuesday, Lord willing. And, of course, the show moves forward. We will get to other topics. We're going to take some phone calls. Yesterday, really, you can talk about anything. We had some primaries yesterday in 5 states, but obviously the mass shooting is at the forefront of the discussion so far on the program today, and rightfully so. So, Bubba, we'll start the hour with phone calls. If you want to get in, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have some lines available. Let's start an anonymous caller. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey.
Go ahead. You're on.
Good morning. Okay. So I'm a teacher. And heartbroken, of course. So I'm speaking as a teacher point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure 100% of teachers are going to agree with me on this issue. Guns are not the issue. We have children as young as kindergarten and first grade with deeply disturbed mental issues. And I'm not just talking about bullying or being mean to the teacher. I'm talking about killing students, talking about killing their teacher, drawing pictures of them with guns. And like I said, this is as young as kindergarten and first grade. And, our teachers' hands are tied behind our backs because there's only so much we can do. You know, we're not doctors. We're not mental health experts. So in the public school system, we just don't have that, you know, upper help. I don't know if it's financial. I don't know if it's a political issue. But like I said, this child, this 18-year-old, I would guarantee that he had some of these mental markers when he was in lower elementary.
So
100%.
I would say that something like that was so rare and unheard of. Only, you know, I mean, when we were in school, which was not that long ago, and as we've said many times, and as we've said, when we were in school, the parking lot at the high school probably had enough weapons to take over a small country.
Oh, yeah.
And no one ever brought one into the school and shot the school up. So why do you think, though, a child and children this young, why they think like that? What do you think perpetuates that sort of behavior?
I think first and foremost, parental issues, home issues. I teach in a lower income area, and we've got parents that are on drugs. We've got parents or children that are in foster homes. Just issues that most of us that come probably from good families would never understand, that these homelessness, all of these issues that would cause any adult to have mental issues. And imagine that, you know, on a child that's brain is not fully developed.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about last hour about the formula that we have to look at, and you know it's kind of lazy. It's one of these things again where we seem to do this all the time, and we talked about this in the past. Like anytime some celebrity or some person that the world deems to be important dies, there's always this panic to try to make them out to be a good person and find some way to come up with some narrative that we didn't seem to care about when they were alive, that hopefully that they were redeemed and reconciled back to God, and they didn't go to hell, they're actually in heaven. And we said on the air one time, I wish we cared that much about their spiritual health while they were still alive. Right. Well, so what I would say again is I wish we cared so much about children while they're still alive.
Yeah.
I mean, because now we're going to show pictures of them. We're going to break our hearts. We're all going to cry, and rightfully so. We should mourn. But why don't we start caring about them and what they're getting exposed to and what they don't have from all the things that we put on the list last hour while they're still alive?
Yeah.
As opposed to after they've been gunned down by some evil person, now suddenly we care about them. And you know, we need to maybe have that mentality all the time about what kids are getting exposed to and what's going on with them.
Yeah, and she brought up the word funding as far as, you know, what's next and how do we help with this. And I heard an expert yesterday say that there are billions of dollars currently in the education system that was designed for the pandemic that is going unused. And it would be as simple as a meeting today with the Biden administration to redirect those funds to this cause if they wanted to. And that money is going to, there's a deadline date on when it can be used. And if they don't do anything, these schools are going to lose it. But there are billions of dollars right now in the education system that can be used for this if they would just take that approach instead of this other.
Well, the one thing, Bubba, you mentioned it last hour that we have to do quickly, because this other stuff's going to take time, is to make soft targets hard targets.
Yeah.
And that's where that funding
and the funding it can help with that.
Joe in South Carolina.
We're going to have to totally redesign how we're doing these schools, and we're already doing that with airports.
Right.
We do it with our embassies. You've got to have that protection built in on the ground level.
Joe in South Carolina, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba, and thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I kind of want to speak. This kind of falls under Rick when he says sometimes, what are we doing, people? And it kind of it speaks to, like, I want to know y'all's opinion on, as far as like school security. I mean, my thing is we can send money and checks during the pandemic out. We can lock down the country. We can send money to Ukraine, send billions of dollars to Ukraine. We can secure the election, rightfully so, protect the ballot boxes, pass laws for that. But for some reason, we can't protect our most prized possessions. Our most prized treasure is our children. And we can't figure out a way to lock down these schools with some kind of technology to protect, more metal, whatever it takes. I don't know what it is. we can't figure out. I mean, you know.
Well, that's what we just talked about. I mean, sadly, because I think there's sometimes you wish you didn't live in a world where one of the things that now becomes not just a convenience, but actually something that is completely needed, and you wish it wasn't. Essential is the word.
Right.
You put on the list of essential now. You got teachers on there. You got maintenance guys on there. You got custodians on there. You've got all these different IT person, and now I think you're gonna have to list essential to the government school or to any school is a security officer. That's gonna become essential.
And don't call them resource. Call them security.
Right.
Call them defense officer. Call them whatever you want to.
Now, it doesn't help when you demonize law enforcement and then start begging them to come back. Now, that doesn't help.
Yeah, that won't work either. But, Rick, like we were talking about, there's designs involved where you have an area around the school that you can also keep an eye on it with, electronic devices and know when people are approaching, give you a head start. Now, again, it ain't easy. It's hard, but that we do that with other things. We can do it with schools.
Susan in Birmingham, go ahead. Hey, Susan.
Hi, you talking? Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me. Okay, so here's some insight into mental health issues that we've got going on. There is a mental health disorder called reactive attachment syndrome or detachment syndrome. It involves children who are traumatized in early childhood. They have a traumatic situation. Their families are divorced. They have drug-addicted parents, so they're removed to the home. They're placed in foster care. Parents move from place to place to place so they don't grow a healthy attachment with their parents. They learn they can't trust adults, so we start off with mood disorder. Then you turn to conduct disorder as they get to about 5 or 6 years old. Then they get to oppositional defiant disorder because they just, won't behave, can't behave. Then we turn to antisocial personality disorder, and that's by the time they're teenagers. We become involved in their activity. And then what's the next step? Sociopath. We have a whole generation of children not being raised by parents, not being raised by stable parents, being tossed back and forth between family to family member to family member to grandparents, and they are not getting the mental health services they need. So we're creating a whole generation of this situation.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we were talking about last hour. There needs to be a comprehensive look, and it seems almost pretty not that complicated to say. Shouldn't we also start looking at the foundational things that perpetuate this type of person?
Yeah, and like what she was talking about.
Yeah. 15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This that you are ripping Judge Roy Moore. However, since the allegations have come forth, there has been story after story to disprove almost every single allegation against him. But no one is publishing it in our local news media, including you. Don't you have a responsibility as a Christian? Knew that was coming. To make sure the entire truth is told. I've listened to you for years, but I'm so sick of the media, especially in our state, not telling the whole truth in order to keep someone out of office, even if it's who the Alabama people want. Whether you like it or not, you're a major voice in our state, and whether you like the judge or you disagree with every single thing he says, it is your duty to make sure the truth is told if you are going to comment on the story. Not only as a celebrity in our state, but as a Christian man who pushes the gospel and Christian conservative beliefs. Okay, and I understand the frustration. I do, but for this particular show, I'm just going to kind of take you through the facts. I've had to do this a couple of times, and I understand you can't hear the whole show. I got it.
Yep. Well, just clear it up.
Let's go facts. When Roy Moore faced the Ten Commandment deal, Bubba and I interviewed him several times on the show, stood by him, and loved the things that he pointed out about our Constitution and the Establishment Clause, and we agreed with it completely.
Yes.
Okay? And
check.
And supported him the whole time.
Check.
We have never said anything publicly or whatever that we took on the judge on anything. As a matter of fact, Bubba endorsed Luther Strange, and yes, there was a sense that in this particular situation, loved Roy as a judge, as a senator, Bubba thought and endorsed that Luther Strange was a better choice. That's true. So when that finished, though, I kid you not, it was the day that these allegations started. Bubba, who endorsed Luther Strange, was calling all conservatives in our state to get behind Roy Moore. Had put it out on social media that day.
Yeah, Twitter.
Okay, and then wisely took it down when these allegations came out, because I'm going to tell you something. The integrity of our platform is more important than any one politician. And we are extremely careful, and we're not always going to get everything right, but we're extremely careful about who we endorse and who we stand by. And if we don't know them personally or there's a red flag, we've learned as we are growing up and maturing and becoming wiser that you distance yourself from those situations until you know what's going on. Now, since that has taken place, every single time there has been information like the yearbook deal that shows inconsistency from the accuser, we have pointed it out and unraveled it here on the program. I would go the opposite and say we have probably been so fair to Roy Moore, some people think that we're in his camp and are being delusional. And we have what we're trying to do. I said it again today. The fact remains in Roy Moore's case, and has been said on this show over and over and over again, is that he says these things did not happen, and these people say it did. We don't know what the truth is. How many times have we said that?
And I'll be honest, the lady that wrote the email don't know either. She wasn't there either.
No, she doesn't.
So you have to trust in somebody,
Right.
or you have to declare, I just don't know. I just don't know.
Right. But
and I think that, like you said on the yearbook thing, we raked that over the coals for about 3 segments, pointing out inconsistencies in the yearbook part, to the point that I don't even consider it anymore. Several of these people who've come out and been accusers, one of them was worked with the Clinton campaign as a signer. Discount her, put it away. Okay.
Right.
I do know the husband of one of the accusers,
right,
who told me his wife had told him this years and years ago. I don't know.
Right.
But as we've said, and we get down to this, when all and we're all we're asking the same questions that a lot of other people are asking. I don't know what to do here. Okay, I would find it hard to believe that Roy had done this, because we have been an acquaintance of his in the past, and we have liked several stances that he's made in the past. Have always voted and supported him when he ran for a judge position. And as you said, came out on email. I heard all the, seeing signs and this. I said, hey, it's time for all of us to get behind the GOP nominee. The people spoke. Let's get behind him. We cannot allow Doug Jones into this seat when the balance of the Senate is so close right now. And Doug's done some great commercials, okay, and he was a fine prosecutor. But we know his stance on abortion. We know his stance on taxes. We know his stance on Supreme Court justices he would put in. He does not reflect my stance.
Yes, 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Wednesday Bible study back today, too. Look for it at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after for your consumption on your own time, if you so desire. All right, so let's look at the elections yesterday, and we'll get back to some of the other, I'm sure, and some phone trolls and whatever going ahead. But we had primaries going on in 5 states for all sorts of various offices, and we we have some of the results that are in. We do have some audio clips from, Georgia had a lot going on, and there's some audio clips from that, and some of the voter turnout in Georgia, which was a biggie yesterday, but also in our home state and other places.
Yeah, there was we had 5-6 states yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about some of them yesterday. Pennsylvania was last week, but the Dr. Oz election is still not called, man. It is. You talking about every vote counts in that one.
Bubba,
right down to the wire.
Did you see that Herschel Walker won the Georgia Senate primary? He'll represent the Republicans. And here's Biden last year. And, of course, just so the folks in Georgia know, and you see the turnout, he was all about Major League Baseball boycotting Georgia last year. And I think Georgia people, the Stacey Abrams, some of those comments, I think based on their turnout yesterday, they got kind of tired of being told by everybody how bad they are. So especially if they vote for the right. So here is Biden last year talking about the boycott of Georgia by Major League Baseball.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the possibility that baseball decides to move their All-Star game out of Atlanta because of this political issue?
I think today's professional athletes are acting incredibly responsibly. I would strongly support them doing that. People look to them. They're leaders.
So, and then also we have Democrat Stacey Abrams on Georgia's skyrocketing turnout. You're going to see some of the comments from her because we've been saying that that there is she's going to say there's voter suppression didn't appear to be a problem yesterday.
No,
some
good numbers.
Yeah, so here she is.
The question about voter suppression and voter turnout is causation without correlation. Make mistakes even when you know what you're talking about. It's correlation without causation. We know that increased turnout has nothing to do with suppressing.
I know. Look, we have to talk a lot too, Stace.
I'm not smart enough to follow that.
No, Stace, we have to talk a lot too. But
even though she knows.
And she's saying we have record turnout, but there's still suppression. Even though there's record turnout,
well,
there's still suppression.
I think they're not. You can't have both. I'm sure there's always some suppression somewhere, but when you have record turnout, it seems like you're overcoming that. Right?
It does.
I mean, wouldn't that be a positive?
Yeah.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders won the Republican nomination for governor in Arkansas.
All of our, we got quite a little hub in Arkansas of support for this show now, and they were all texting me saying that they thought she would win the Republican primary, and she did.
Yeah. Her dad's very popular there, and she's done a great job. I think she's very down to earth, and everybody really appreciates that. In Alabama, Kay Ivey outperformed the latest polling data we had, and actually won the governor's race for the Republican nomination for governor. On the Republican side,
you can't,
with 54%.
You can't outstep her.
The high stepper was stepping pretty high.
You can't outstep a high stepper. It's so funny because I had to be the voice of reason. I had some people saying, hey, it looks like some of these others against Kay Ivey. And they said, what do you think is going to happen? I said, Kay Ivey will win going away. And they looked at me like I'd lost my mind. I said, you're not going to get the high stepper. Look, the majority of the people in Alabama love her. They think she's cute. They think that things have gone pretty well. She votes the way they want them to vote on most things. And you're not going to take the high stepper out. She's just going to have to serve the maximum she can. That's the only way she's going. Or she's getting older. Hopefully she'll be okay.
This will be her last term.
Yeah,
she'll be term
no matter what.
Right.
But you're not going to outstep a high stepper.
She outperformed. The polling showed her in the high 40s, which many people thought meant a runoff, but she outperformed that. For our soon-to-be vacant Senate seat, Katie Britt was the overall vote getter with 45%, Mo Brooks 28%, and followed by Durant.
Durant.
Mm-hmm. Durant at 23%. The polling in the Senate race on the Republican side had been all over the road.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed to have the lead at one point or another, but as it came down the pipe, Katie Britt looked like she was in the lead, and that race ended up being fairly in line with what the latest polling data was on that race. So Katie Britt, Mo Brooks will be in a runoff. Durant has already said he will be supporting Mo Brooks, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and Durant also said, "I'm one and done."
Yeah,
I never been a politician. I tried it. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and I won't be doing that again.
And he spent a lot of his own money in that too. It's close to $9 million, I think.
Yeah. So really, if you look in our state, I don't know how it reflected in the others. In our state, once again, some of the old school names that have been entrenched in it forever and ever and have the most money, they win. Going what?
Another race that was interesting in Texas, Rick, was Ken Paxton, who was the Attorney General. And he was being challenged by George P. Bush, who I think he's the land management person now, land use or whatever. It's a state office, and another heir to the Bush family. But Ken Paxton held off that challenge, won that. He's been very popular. He's very conservative, very outspoken. I was a little surprised that George P. Bush tried to take him on.
I know you've always been a fan of P. Bush.
I think I always thought P. Bush may have more appeal than any of the other Bushes. But this may have been a bad call to take on Ken Paxton because he was very popular.
You think P. Bush thought he was a little further along than he was?
Well, obviously he did.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And also, did you see the story? We'll talk about it. George W. Bush plot to try to assassinate him uncovered. Did you see that?
You told me about it. No, I had not seen it. I sure didn't. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Yeah, you want to take calls on election issues across the fruited plain?
Sure. Yeah, all of you out there, tell us what happened with some of your elections because we certainly don't know all of it. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Matter of fact, is as far away as it could be. So I'm going to vote for somebody other than Doug Jones. Not voting is not an option to me. Not voting is a vote for Doug Jones in my book. Everybody will have to make up that decision on their own. Short of something else coming out that we can hang our hat on proof-wise, I will be supporting the Republican nominee for that seat, who is Judge Roy Moore, unless something dramatically changes.
Right, and it could. And that's the reason why.
Could.
Because, and I want to address this one thing.
So is that clear? Is that crystal clear?
It is.
Okay.
Well, I want to be sure because, and I will tell this because I think there's something you think about too. And I don't know what happened. And if it stays, I don't know what happened, then I'll make the same choice because I won't know. But I want to say something to you that I want you to understand. What we're doing right now is actually the wiser thing to do. We're also never going to go lock, stock, and barrel on somebody plowing ahead, ignoring something just because this is our guy. That's not. Well, I'm not ever going to do that. Just so you know that I'm never going to do that because that is not the call of a Christian. I noticed you threw Christian around a lot in this email. Let me break it to you real clear. When we stand before God Almighty, we will stand before Him, not the founding fathers.
Mm-hmm.
We will stand before God Almighty, not the state of Alabama. Not the state constitution.
Not the Constitution.
I'm not going to stand before a Republican. I'm not going to stand before a Democrat. I'm going to stand before God Almighty, and He's going to ask me one question. What did you do with my son after I reconciled you to me through him? What did you do with your life that advanced the kingdom of God? That's what I'm going to answer for. And I'm going to get on my face and cry holy and say, please forgive me of any sin that I've ever had against you. And that's much more important than anything involving this country, okay? And that's what look, I've made mistakes in my life. I'm going forward. I'm not going to compromise the gospel for anyone, okay? Anyone, family, politicians, country, state, no one. And so it is foolish for us to lock barrel and put our arm around somebody right now that's kind of spiraling in case something else does happen. And we're taking it with caution, but with the same time with wisdom, and we're moving forward one step at a time so we don't look like a bunch of idiots and compromise what's most important, and that is our faith. Now, if he's being wrongly accused, then great. I hope that comes out. If he has done any of this, he needs to tell the truth. Now, these people that are declaring that he's unfit and declaring it true, I don't think that's right. But to sit around and have blinders on is also not right. Okay, so you see us bringing levity to this as we move forward, and we have been very fair to Roy Moore, and we've also been very fair to the accusers, in my humble opinion.
As fair as we can be, not knowing the fact that I wasn't there.
Right.
And we've been very clear on our default position. So,
right. So we'll be back. As we continue, we go to Rhonda in Gadsden, listening to the Z93. Rhonda, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. I was just calling to say that I personally don't care for Roy Moore. Nothing to do with politics at all. Has to do when our kids were little playing karate together. But I am not going to tell other people how to sway their votes or anything. But if you take women that when I was in my 20s, I hate older men to this day just because, no, they didn't grope me, but men who have made me feel uncomfortable.
I got to go back to karate.
Thank you.
So
you can't just blow by.
Yeah, that's the only reason she got the flag.
You can't.
Rhonda, you lost me after you said karate.
Yeah, you can't draw a line and say I had a real issue with Roy Moore when our kids were in karate. So what do you mean by that? Nothing on this topic, right?
No, nothing on the topic at all. It was just the way he acted when our kids took karate together. And
can you be specific?
Well, that would be making me just like them other women.
Well, when you said like he acted, like he acted like you didn't like him as a parent.
Parental, nothing sexual at all.
Well, then
it was all
just a personality.
I wanted
issue,
to clarify that because I think that's important.
You thought he was a jerk.
Yeah, you just thought, hey, you know what? I don't like being involved in youth sports with him.
Gotcha.
Him and his black belt.
Yeah,
yeah, I got you. But nothing involving these other allegations.
Nothing at all.
Oh, okay.
Nothing at all. Just the way he walked in the room, the way he greeted people, just all that kind of stuff is the reason I've never liked him, just because of that.
Well, now you
a lot of us choose senators because of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, based on that.
I got you. I understand.
But I understand what you're saying. But based on that, we may go. But what I said in the last hour, we'd have to do a do-over in Congress.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I got to tell you, I just got to think he's a jerk.
You know.
5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we'll get to more of your phone calls. How did the elections go in your state? Update us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bring up any topic you really want to. Lines are available, and we'll chat with you in just a few. So if you want to get in, now's the time to move. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Here's the code. Use Bubba at 125. I know that's a new code, but you need to. The reason why is they're going to give you $125 off. That's why you need the 125. So go to HelloFresh.com, Bubba 125. And then you will get yourself $125 off when you start using HelloFresh.com your first order. So why don't you go right now to HelloFresh.com/Bubba125. Use the code Bubba125 and look at the weekly 55 delicious options that their chefs have crafted, and boy, they are so good. And they send it directly to you. Each meal has its own bag with a recipe card that's easy to follow. All the ingredients you need are there in the bag. Nothing could be simpler. Nothing could be more delicious. And it also saves you time and money. Anybody need that right now? Get out of the grocery line. Stop overpaying. Hey, I'm here on the shelf. Where's the stuff? So anyway, go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Get the family back around the table. And these meals usually you can prepare in 20 minutes or so. And of course, they're delicious. And you can also control your consumption as opposed to, I want to eat better, but boy, it takes a lot to get these recipes and da-da-da-da. Nothing could be simpler. HelloFresh.com/Bubba125. Use the code 125. Get $125 off. Scott out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? Hi. Scotty.
Hey, you doing good? How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Good to see y'all. Good to talk to y'all.
It's our pleasure.
Hey, I watched the 2000 Bills movie this past weekend, and with all the election stuff that's going on, I've got just a big concern when it comes to November and the states that have the drop boxes out there. What has been done, or do y'all know what has been done to get rid of those and so we can have free and fair elections?
Well, the what is being called the bigoted, racist voter suppression laws. That's what you're doing to counter it, saying, look, you're not going to vote without us being able to identify that you are who you say you are and you voted one time. Now, those laws are being, vilified and demonized, but that's the main thing you can do is just not allow that process to take place.
Yeah. And, there was a lot of debate about how these rules were changed. A lot of these states had rules where the actual legislature had to make these changes. But in many cases, the Secretary of State's office did that. It looked like that was illegal. Some of that was allowed to go forward in the courts because, again, of the pandemic nature. But I've told the guys, and again, I'm not a big conspiracy guy. I know everything ain't always what it seems to be, but 2,000 mules will disturb you when you watch that.
And so much so, he's like, well, what can we do to stop it? Well, to stop it is not allow that kind of voting.
Yeah. The safest voting you can do is you show up, you prove who you are, you vote, and you have your ballot scanned on the way out and goes in. That's the safest way to do it.
And because of that, if we really want them to be, we may have to say things like, we don't think monkeypox and COVID's going to get you. We think you can still pull off, identifying yourself and voting.
Right. And there's some other common sense things. You can't register the day of the election. You have to do it ahead of time. You have to show you're actually a citizen of where you're supposed to be. You can't be bussed in just to stuff a ballot box. Right. Absentee ballots, they have to be asked for, not just mailed out in general. And I know it seems a little old-fashioned for a lot of people, but that is the safest way to do it.
Dead people can't vote.
Right.
Trey, welcome.
You have to limit them at least.
Yeah. Trey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm all right. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
How are you?
I'm good.
I just have a couple of points to make when it comes to guns. I am a huge gun advocate. When it comes to gun laws, people who are not law-abiding citizens will always have guns, always. So all you're doing by making gun law after gun law after gun law is stopping law-abiding citizens from protecting themselves. You're stopping them from being able to have a gun in their home or a car or whatever, in my case, semi-truck, to protect ourselves.
No, you're right. We've made that point before. If you get to the point where you won't let law-abiding citizens exercise the right that was given to them in the Constitution. I had a text a minute ago. Somebody said, really, if you want to look at the anger you're seeing in the Democrats' eyes and even the president, that anger they really have, they're indignant because of the Constitution. It infuriates them.
Right.
And that doggone, Second Amendment. But you're right. That's put there because if you don't have it, and you just hit it right on the head, Trey, you end up with a society that the criminals and the government have the guns and the law-abiding citizens do not. And now the war's not fair.
Yeah, well, let's look at this. Of all the school shootings we've had since 1960, have any of them been carried out by a law-abiding citizen? That'd be no. Have any been carried out by gun-toting NRA members? No. It's a different element. So we're going after the group that's really not responsible.
Right.
I mean, does anybody get the logic in that?
Well, yeah, I do. Stone in Georgia. Stone, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
What's up, Stoney? Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to see if y'all have seen Herschel Walker's number on his win yesterday in the primary. It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, he's not even going to be in a runoff, right? He won it going
won
away
with 60-70%, high 60s, low 70s.
It was like him stomping on Tennessee's defense. I mean, it was ugly. But I think that tells you that the people of Georgia are saying, we're going to be heard. Let's go to Gadsden, Alabama. Bubba, where it all began 28 years ago. And we're going to be
the city of champions.
The city of champions and the city that spawned Rick and Bubba. You can be upset with him about that, or you can be thankful. And it looks like it's a Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, go ahead. Z93. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I just read y'all's book, We Be Big, and I've got to tell you,
that it made me laugh extremely hard.
Good.
The thing that made me laugh the most, and I want to know the story behind it, and I would like to hear y'all do it, is "Come Money Come" every time somebody mentioned Mark and Brian. That killed me because you wrote it every time you said Mark and Brian in the book.
Yeah, well, when what would happen? Bubba and I were struggling. I mean, we were both of us were, it was paycheck to paycheck, and we weren't making hardly anything, and we were just a little show that we just thought we could.
Yeah.
We thought we could come up that hill. So you look at people in your industry that have already been radically successful. Odd concept.
Right.
And so we had a picture of us with Mark and Brian. We went to visit them in Los Angeles, and we had that picture. And so as we felt the show, starting to maybe pick up a little momentum, and we wanted to try to get a better contract, we would take that picture of us with Mark and Brian. We would both put our hands on it and then chant, "Come, money, come. Come, money, come." And and we actually got that from Andy Griffith. When Barney thought so that guy was a jinx, remember, and he would take that and he would try to do the chant to keep him from.
I don't remember that part. I just remember us chanting. I don't know why we started doing it.
That's actually where it came from.
I think it was the fact that Mark and Brian they started in Birmingham,
right,
and went to L.A. at KLOS, and went for a rather large amount of money. So. We were trying to summon maybe a little of that in a good-natured way for us.
Yeah, it was all in good fun, but we just thought may we be fortunate enough to have a contract similar to Mark and Brian.
That was the Willie and Wanda trip, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
That we
it was.
went by to see them, and
boy,
I did not know
thanks
them.
for taking a great memory and tainting it.
Yeah, I didn't know them prior to that, but if you remember, Rick, we were listening to them.
Oh yeah,
that morning, and I called in, actually got on the air with them.
Absolutely, I remember that whole thing.
And they invited us to come by the studio, and I thought, hey, we're in
100%.
And we got to talk to them and ask them some questions about their career that. We had heard, and there was a story in public, but we were asking, is that really how it happened? And it was very enlightening.
And one of the people that begged them not to leave Birmingham, actually, they said took a pile of money and put it on the desk, and we were hoping that maybe
in
somebody,
a briefcase. Yeah,
we were hoping somebody would do that for us.
Right.
Come, money, come. Come, money, come. And so we were basically, that was a bizarre, funny, tongue-in-cheek way to say we respect you guys, and hopefully we can do as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and so it was. But that book, I'm telling you,
I was blown away how nice they were to us when they really didn't have to be either.
Right, and they also inspired me to wear a baseball jersey to work. But I will tell you this: that book. I mean, Andy Andrews said it. It ought to be a textbook.
I know.
If you want to take very few. A bag of very little talent and still find a way to make it work. It's a good strategy. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Constitution doesn't give us really a flush option unless you take it to the extreme of the Second Amendment, but I don't know.
Let's go to Randy in the great state of Florida. Randy, go ahead.
Thank you, Greg. Forget that.
Hey, guys. Love y'all.
Love you too, buddy.
Rick, just wanted to kind of disagree, I guess, with you. I'm in Northwest Florida, so I really don't have a dog in the fight. But then again, I do.
You do? Yeah, you do. Yeah.
A senator, that's right. And just listening to all this last few weeks, I think what I would do if I was an Alabamian and a conservative, like y'all have been for years, I would go ahead and vote for Mr. Moore, knowing that when this stuff comes out, he can be removed, and I think he should be if all these allegations are true. But go ahead, put him in, let the governor put someone else in that's going to be a Republican, because y'all do not want Doug Jones in that seat.
No, I understand.
Yeah, where were you?
And I don't want you to misunderstand what I said. These things would have to be proven. Now I will tell you this, and Randy, we can still agree to disagree. If it were proven that he did to that 14-year-old girl when she was 14, if it were proven he did that, see, we're going to be held accountable before God on the things that we do. And everything, as the Lord has let us know, is a test to the genuineness of our faith.
And anything that I love more, serve more, value more, or fear more than God is an idol. And so if I would not cast a vote for either immoral person, I just wouldn't do it because I'm going to answer to God for that.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
But now that hasn't been proven, so I'm not in that position. I'm just
Right.
saying if I was in that position, I'm not going to go out there and go after somebody over an allegation because I wouldn't want that to be treated that way myself because that's not right. But if there were proof that happened, then I would be in a situation that I wouldn't be afraid to do what I think is the right thing as a follower of Christ.
Well, and to your point, Randy, there are a couple of circuit breakers here, if you will. If between now and the election, if something can be proven, even if that was the Republican committee can withdraw their support, which would null and void the election. And even if he got in, you can be assured when he gets to Senate day one, he's going to be under a Senate ethics investigation. Now, granted, their record on finding things is not very good, but he'll be under that scrutiny. And we're going to turn right around, and I think the natural election for that seat is in 20, right? So you'll start running in 19 again.
Yeah.
So you're going to have several chances to correct this.
Yeah, I think
if there was a problem,
and I would like to see
big if.
I would like to see Randy. And now moving off a different subject, I would like to see us do something too with the Republican Party and the conservatives. They love, and rightfully so, to tell us. I even had this happen, in a dinner one night where I got in a little bit of a disagreement and it got a little animated, and I got in trouble with Sherry when I got home. But is then, hey man, I'm voting for the babies. When was the last time the Republicans did anything to stop abortion?
Never.
Yeah.
I mean, now they love to play that in the elections, saying, hey, man, a vote for me is a vote for the babies. What have they done? Now, I do know in our state that there have been people who brilliantly cut down on them in our state by requiring the abortion clinics to let the young ladies see a sonogram.
Well, just various ways of limiting and encouraging them to make a wise choice, which it is the law right now.
And I think that has been done. But at a federal level, what has the Republican Party really done other than talk about it a lot?
Well, the problem is they can't really do anything until they have the judges that would support it.
Right, but
and then again, you go back to the importance of this seat.
Well, even the judge we just put in, though, said he wouldn't overturn it, unless they brought it before him and had him set up in a way to overturn it.
Well, I think you would get the vote you wanted in that case.
Right. Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing. I know this is jumping from one thing to another, but I'll listen to y'all on Sunny 105.
Yeah.
And then, but some days I pick you up better on 107.7 in Alabama.
Andalusia.
Yeah. Hey, Andalusia, right. And I'd love to hear, what is the lady's name, Beth?
Owens?
Beth Owens, yes.
Mowens.
How about her doing a commercial with y'all for Andalusia Ford?
Oh, that's funny. Boy, that's a tall order.
They got a great deal on cars. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. A couple of things you need to know about Shelbyville, Tennessee. Coming up, First Baptist Church there on June the 18th, Saturday night. I'll be speaking there at their men's event. There is a ticket that includes a dinner and a ticket that says, I don't need dinner, I just want to come to the thing. Whichever you want. While they're still available, you can go get them. Go to rickandbubba.com, look under upcoming events, and looking forward to being in that beautiful part of the country and spending some time with you guys. So go ahead and get those tickets, and I'll see you there in June. Also, the Wednesday Bible study back today on our YouTube channel, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. And if you have got our new Strive app, it's a new discipleship source for men's ministry. Man, it's a great app. It's got all kinds of content. You can try it free for 7 days, and we will keep adding to that. It has daily devotionals, it's got articles, it's got sermons, it's got Bible studies right there just at the touch of your app. New stuff added yesterday, an entire Bible study through every word of the book of Acts has been added to that as of yesterday. So new stuff will continue to come, and if you want to try it, just get it wherever you get apps. It's called Strive, STRIVE. All right, so Bubba, we have maybe you've talked about this. Do you want to hit that thing from the church shooting first?
Oh yeah. Well, we were talking about
Remember when you hear all this, when you talk about more laws will do it.
Yeah, we're talking about real ways, meaningful ways you can make a difference in this, and it's not always more laws. For instance, the First Baptist Church, Sutherland Springs, Texas. You remember that one?
Yeah, that was talked about yesterday too.
That shooting, that guy was never supposed to be able to buy or own a gun.
Nope.
But the government didn't file the paperwork properly.
Yeah, he was dishonorably discharged from the military. And the government, this was available to the government to be sure that guy that shot everybody like they were animals in cold blood, walled them off inside this church, he was never supposed to have a gun, but the government didn't do the job of getting the paperwork done.
And who stopped that shooting? Who saved the majority of the people in that church?
A law-abiding citizen.
It was an NRA instructor, neighbor to the church, that ran to the church when he heard the shooting and was trained and prepared to stop it, and did.
So there you go. Now we're looking at because we got to talk about all of it. We can't just have sound bites. All right, so because that hadn't served us very well. Let's look at what may be the most stupid person on the planet award. Now, Bubba, you have said that that creation is weeding out some of these people. Okay, and because of their stupidity.
Yeah, Rick, I think there is a process where the evolution of mankind, okay, not evolution from amoebas to humans, but the evolution of mankind, we should see that dumb people weed themselves out of the gene pool automatically.
Right.
But I've ranted about this before. We have too many laws and protections that sometimes prevent that from happening. Thus, you have idiots having baby idiots.
Right.
But we're going to see another one of these people that apparently is not very smart or very wise today.
Adler, do we have all the background information?
Yeah, I think this happened in Jamaica. Is that right?
Yeah,
a Jamaican zookeeper.
A zoo in Jamaica, and a guy decides to put his fingers through the lion's cage.
Yes,
and then the lion eats his fingers. Is that correct?
That's it.
Okay, so keep in mind here, I don't need a sign. I don't need to sign a piece of paper. I just know in my soul that I shouldn't put my hand in a fence with a lion.
Right.
I just know that.
I do too. I know it. Do y'all know it?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. I don't put my finger in a dog's mouth.
No.
Much less a lion.
Not a big one.
And he makes a crucial mistake here too. Once the finger is caught by the line, you don't pull.
Yeah, it's instinctive.
You don't
because it looks like, have you ever taken like a chicken leg and pulled the meat right off of it and still had the bone?
Yes.
The lion takes his finger and eats it just like that.
Oh. Yeah.
But you know how that doesn't happen if you don't stick your finger in it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think he was trying to impress like other attendees of the zoo, and also
that's pretty impressive.
I'm impressed with the lion.
I'm not going to go full screen with it on YouTube or whatever. So you'll kind of have to just watch it. YouTubers on there just because it is horrific.
What should I do here?
Show the meat.
What should I do?
I'll kill the volume because once he gets bit, he has a few words.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
I know they're kind of in a Jamaican accent from what I could tell, but I think they still kind of translate.
So should I do anything?
I'll get it.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
Adler's got it.
Okay.
Right there. Get your
Oh,
hand
he's
out.
touching
Right
fangs. He's touching fang. Oh, he's touching mane. Got him.
Oh,
there it is. Got him.
Look, everybody just keeps right on filming.
People are filming.
Watch him pull. Look at him pull. Look at him pull, Rick. Look at him pull.
He's pulling. He's pulling. He's pulling. I can't watch. I cannot watch.
Oh, no!
Adler.
That was bad.
Adler, you can actually see his finger.
String.
You see the string,
the tendons.
I watched the
tendon.
Looking for tendon.
I watched this one time, and it's still in my mind. I could see it with my eyes closed.
Hey, showing off.
See it with my eyes closed.
Well, here's the thing.
Nothing better than showing off and it go bad.
He won't do that again with that finger.
Right?
He won't do anything with that finger. Pick his nose or whatever.
No.
Scratch his rump.
By the way, the line said tastes kind of like chicken.
Yeah. Hey, what's that line locked down? Boy.
Hey, they got a grip,
Now,
don't they?
let me ask you now for safety, do you have to take the line down because he's got the taste of
I think I'd take the zookeeper down.
Yeah.
Well,
How about this? Just hey, Rick, just don't pet the line.
Yeah.
I was thinking that. I just didn't say it, Rick.
Yeah, no, I said it out loud. I'm sorry.
Rick, we don't mind if the line breeds. We just don't want him breeding.
Right.
Because he'll have offspring.
Look,
that
you
act
know
like he
me.
does.
You know I always side with humans when it comes to animals. Not this time.
Yeah, he pretty much it's his fault.
I think the line's completely innocent on this one.
Yeah, he's touching the fangs, y'all. He's touching the. You can tell he'd done it a bunch of times and got a little comfortable.
Well, he's agitating the line.
Of
number
course,
one.
thank you. I'm the king of beasts.
It's not like he's petting him like you would a puppy.
Right.
Yeah, he
Poking him.
He didn't like any of them.
No.
Hey, look, if somebody can growl to the point that you can hear it for miles, I ain't putting my finger in their mouth.
King of the jungle, Rick. Get straight.
how about this? I don't even get up next to that fence.
No.
Not that close.
I don't want
What if the fence
I got to be
fell out?
honest with you. If I see one behind a chain link fence like this, I may not even walk by.
I mean, I fed a tiger one time that was on the fence with a bottle, but I was a little antsy about that.
Yeah,
but I didn't have my finger in
I
there.
fed a grizzly bear a marshmallow, me and Speedy. And he
Yep.
told us, now put your fingers down, like don't do like this.
Right.
Well, I don't know that I've done that. I may have to toss it to him.
But the thing that gets me
Flip
is
it through
the
the-
line.
Here, buddy.
The thing that got me about that is the line almost said the first few times, look, just stop.
Yeah, just leave me
If
alone.
you'll just stop.
Yeah. Keep on. Rick, keep on.
Right. You keep on, and I'm going to take that thing. And
I'm going to drag you right into the fence.
and he ate it just like you're eating a chicken leg.
What about the people filming where they cranked it up there?
Oh, yeah, well, they're not going to miss it once it gets stuck.
They didn't try to help him one bit. They just held their phones.
It's on you.
Don't forget he was trying to be cool and
What are you
sharp.
going to do?
That's
What
right.
are you
Hey,
going to do?
Look at me messing with the line. Look at me.
All I really could help you with is if I had a very sharp machete.
Yeah,
You know,
go
it-
ahead and cut you loose.
Yeah, I could go ahead and cut you loose with a cleaner, swoop than your skin coming off, and now you've got a bone sticking out.
Yeah, that's on him.
How about them tendons hanging? Can you still see it, Adler?
I could see it in my
That's
sleep.
awful.
Sleep.
Oh my
That was
God!
worse than I thought it was.
Eat a
gonna be.
chicken leg today. Remember that.
Play stupid games.
Get stupid prizes. And the cars are incredible. This is Beth Mowens, and all right. So, men, listen. Here we go. Let's talk just a second. I want to take you to manscaped.com and get you 20% off and free shipping with the code RICK20. I love these products, and they were like, look, we're thinking about doing some ads with you. I was like, well, some of it I look at. I don't think I want to go down that road. But then I started going, hey, wait a minute. Now the shampoos. You start looking at the body wash. You start looking at some of I've got a beard trimmer now that they have that is better than anyone I've ever been around. It's called the Lawnmower. It's 4.0 trimmer. They've got a weed whacker. I never thought I would need an ear and nose hair trimmer, but sadly. I know, it's so sad. Bubba, you find yourself going, wait a minute, I'll take a look at that weed whacker. So I don't know why hair starts growing out of your nose and your ears the older you get. I don't know why that is. But anyway, this is really, really good stuff. And it's made for men, head to toe. Anything you need involving hygiene, they got it. And there's some great bundles available. And you know what I like, even the how we're very sensitive to labels and packaging and all that, even the bottles that the shampoo's in and the body wash is in, it's just the sturdy stuff. And then the trimmer, when I got that beard trimmer, I'm like, okay, this really is superior to anything else. It's even got a headlight on the front of it so you can kind of see under your neck or wherever you need to trim. So these are great products. By the way, the beard trimmer is also waterproof and has an LED spotlight I told you about. So that way you know exactly what you're doing. Go to manscaped.com. That's Manscaped, put the ED on it, .com, and get 20% off with free shipping using the code RICK20. Unlock your confidence. Always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped. Well, Chandler Cox. They went to Chandler Cox.
Thank you, Bubba.
Somebody got to get a timeout here. And I'm Beth Mowens. I have an authoritative voice. I'm doing this. I know all about it. And then the 5-4-3, and that tackle. And here they come. And there's Malzahn taking on Saban this weekend in the Iron Bowl. I could do that game if they give me a shot at it.
Talk about the game day challenge.
Well, $500. $500 for Rick and Bubba's challenge. Somebody, and if the security comes at you, just ask for a timeout. We continue.
We want a
I really like that. If you really dialing her in.
Yeah, you're getting her.
Well, I've tried to take the Asian out. I've been called out on that.
Well, Rick, you always kind of gravitate.
Well, that's where I'm.
towards
Yeah,
that.
as Bubba drifts toward German, I drift toward Asian.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in a little bit of Irish if you let me.
Yes.
866 We Be Big is the number. Let's go to Steve in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I thought it was interesting that Doug Jones said last week when all this stuff started coming out, well, we're just going to stick to the issues. And this morning on TV, I see an ad where he's got all the women up there and
I saw that.
Quoting Shelby and Ivanka Trump and all this. And I'm like, you can tell it's almost orchestrated if they were ready to do that.
Yeah, you do want to ask Ivanka Trump. We talked about this when she says there's a special place in hell for child molesters, which I would agree with that if that has actually happened. And she says she tends to believe the women's story. I wonder if Doug would ask Ivanka or anybody if there's a special place in hell for people who kill babies at any time during pregnancy.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, I noticed that was conveniently left out of the commercial.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy. 866.
Thank you, Rick, for pointing that out.
866. Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Rick, have you seen the other Doug Jones? It says, have you seen Roy Moore at karate class?
I'm Doug Jones, and I approve of this karate class ad. People have
Roy is
said,
also a jerk at karate class.
Roy Moore is a jerk at karate class. Ivanka Trump says, well, there's a special place. I'm just... You have to
I was going to vote for him.
Well, that karate class thing. Didn't like the way you handled karate class. Never did.
Like his position on trade, but that yellow belt thing really said bad with me.
Didn't like the way he walked in.
Well, here we're trying to have karate class. He's bringing in some monument of the Ten Commandments. All right, we'll be back. 14. A great Thanksgiving week.
Gobble, gobble.
And we'll be off on Thanksgiving. Get a Rick and Bubba replay. Black Friday, Helmsy will be here. He'll be dialing up a Rick and Bubba Best Of show for you and giving you reminders. Do you have the new Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament? It's available now at rickandbubba.com. Put that on the tree. Bring a little Rick and Bubba cheer. If you had last year's ornament, put it up there right beside it and have a little Rick and Bubba section on the tree. Grab those while they last. They are limited, as you can imagine. They're at rickandbubba.com. Also, the new CD, Can't Have Nothing, is available. A lot of other new Rick and Bubba items if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store for Friday or for Monday and Cyber Monday. Also, we'll kick off the Christmas season Monday here on the program, and the 12 working days of Christmas will start on Thursday, November the 30th. So make a note of that. And then this weekend, if you're going to the Iron Bowl, if you're going to be going down there to Alabama to that Iron Bowl, you want to get your sign on ESPN, and if yours is most prominent, you could win $500 in the Rick and Bubba Challenge. Welcome back this hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey, how about it?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm dandy.
Gobble, gobble.
So when do y'all see us playing that?
You know.
Seven minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we'll start another hour. Speedy on vacation, Helmsy Greg Adler here. And we welcome back the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah, sure. All right, so Helmsy, we've talked about stupid people, so I guess we can also talk about umpires. All right, so I'm messing around.
Well, none of us really like
Well,
them.
look, if you don't like people making jokes about you, don't be an ump.
Officials in sports.
Officiating.
Yeah. It gets under a crawl a little bit.
But it's a lot of fun. We're talking about games here. It's not the end of the world. Nobody's calling you a horrible human being.
Okay.
That's, you're killing us, Blue.
Comes with it.
But you're saying that you now don't get all carried away.
Let me just say
don't
this.
get
Rick.
all carried away.
Okay. This is the worst way I have ever seen a game end, number one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm not so certain it's the worst call I've ever seen in a baseball game.
That's high level.
Give me my hand up.
And the time.
Whoa.
Now we'll review it, and y'all can be the judge. But I'm 44, and that falls into those categories for me.
All right, let's set the scene. We're in the NCAA Division II Central Region.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Northeastern State trailed by 4, 2 outs.
Bases loaded.
And the Blaze brothers. What is this?
No, that's his name, Blaze Brothers.
Oh, my goodness. I thought that was a nickname.
What a cool name for a baseball player.
That is a cool name.
Yeah.
When Blaze Brothers hit one to the wall, driving home all 3 runs, unfortunately, he was called out at second by the same umpire that had just ran into him as he rounded first.
Hold on, Adler, before
when
you
say
start
ran
this.
into him,
I want you to understand what's so the first
this is good quality.
The first video you're going to see is him actually he's hit what should be a stand-up double, if not a triple, and runs into the umpire. Okay, now it is a base clearing deal. Okay, that brings them within 1 run of tying this thing up, and their best hitter, one of the best hitters in the league. So. Not to say they would have won. Coming up, he's on deck. Okay, he's headed to the plate.
They may not
right
have
now.
won, but they should have got the shot to win it.
Absolutely.
They were in a good position.
So here's the first clip of him actually running into it. Then you'll see the second one of everything unfolding.
Now, first of all, is he not in the right position either?
No, not even close to being.
All right.
All right, so this. All right, so now.
So umpires, he's not supposed to be standing right there.
I think he's moving. It's the reason
he's moving late to get to the spot in which he's supposed to be in.
Right.
All right, so he runs into him.
Completely decleats.
Now I want you to see. I want you to see what actually unfolds next.
Okay. So he's going.
This is the whole thing right here from this angle.
Right,
Look
so
at the
now
score.
It's going
hey,
all
we're in the bottom of the 9th, by the way.
Well, come on, Blaze.
Howard into Brothers.
You'll love the announcer, by the way.
Pitch. That one hit high and deep by Blaze Brothers. It's back. It's at the wall. The left fielder can't make the catch. Rounding third base is the runner. The second. Blaze runs into the umpire. Coming into second base, sliding and safe. No, he called him out. Are you kidding me? The umpire got in Blaze Brothers' way. That's the way the ball game ends. This is a joke. This is a joke.
Oh, that's awful.
They're going to get together and talk about it.
Boy, the coach has lost his mind.
And should.
The umpire ran into Blaze Brothers trying to get to second on a no-doubt double. That's the tying run at second base.
Oh, wow.
How was he out?
I love how the umpire just threw him out knowing the game's over.
That's the way this season ends.
What an idiot he is, by the way.
This whole bunch, it's like the 3 blind mice.
I know.
You can't throw me out after the game's over.
Right. The game's over.
Your authority ends
hey,
when
Blue,
it's over.
game's over. That's how it ends, guys.
The first base umpire ran into Blaze Brothers after Blaze hits a bases clearing double.
Blaze.
And then he's thrown out at second base because he was on the ground. The first base umpire ran into him. And that's the way his
okay, so now my comments before we started this, am I okay with what I said now?
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I haven't followed the finer points of baseball in a long time. I thought the umpire was part of the field. And if you run into him,
you can't run in the baseline like he did everything he's supposed to do.
I'm not saying the umpire
was the throw there.
Well, it was a close call anyway.
I'm not saying the umpire was in the right place. It looks like he was moving and he collided with it. Look, the base runner is rounding the base. He's got a very limited area that he's going to be in.
Sure.
The umpire can avoid him.
He's not even in position to make the call. I mean, let's say that doesn't even matter.
Anyway.
Right. Let's just say that doesn't even matter. Does he even make the right call when he looks? Well, he's not even in position.
Did we see it? We didn't see it.
Yeah, I want to know whether he...
Yeah, there's
but
another angle.
if you're this umpire and you have got in the way of the runner,
you gotta.
Even if it's not close, you go, hey guys, you call him safe and explain to everybody why you called him safe. You don't just call him out.
But did they? How close was it? We don't have a view of that.
See if you can tell.
It is close, but the fact that he
see if you can tell right here on this. No, you can't. It's too late, isn't it?
It is pretty close though, because he's already up from his slide when the guy's taking the ball.
Well, the
out.
announcer's convinced he got under it because he's like,
Yeah.
okay, he's under it.
Yeah, you do hear the announcer go, he's safe at second anyway, but then they call him out. So, I mean, but if I'm that ump and I have knocked the guy down,
Yeah, and it's close,
regardless of whether I'm part of the field or whatever, and I'm that far away from second and it's that close, I mean, you got to go safe.
This whole thing is
Give the kid the base he
disastrous.
should have had. You know, give him the base he should have had.
Exactly. It would have been a stand-up double.
Yeah.
Easy. He would have walked a second.
I know we have some umpires in the audience. I'd like to hear from you guys.
And you don't have to use your name.
Yeah, because if you get up off the ground and it's still that close, like say if he don't run into him, he may be at third.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It really
he
it
probably
could
should have been
triple.
at third
Yeah.
instead of thrown out at
And don't
second.
forget, the best hitter in the league, or one of the best hitters in the league, is coming up to bat. Not saying they would have won the game, but the fact that it ended in that manner is why
here's what-
officiating
you
frustrates
do.
me beyond all measure.
You do hate to see it end that way.
Adler?
Look at this freeze frame right before he's rounding one. The first base, you can see the
He's
umpire.
looking
He's
away.
looking the
Not
other
even
way
looking.
and running into the path,
Yeah.
whatever it's called.
Yeah, that's
He's
on him.
running into the
That's
path.
awful.
What a goodness.
He's
What
coming
where did he
into
think
his
How
he
did
path.
you get that outfit?
Yeah, that's bad.
Right into his path of what was it called? The baseline?
Yeah,
Yeah.
baseline.
Yeah.
No.
Boom.
Base
Oh.
path
Yeah,
is okay,
he's
too.
not even looking. He's not even acknowledging the runners,
No.
even in the area.
His responsibility is the runner now. They got other people.
He was moving into the.
I've never in my
Where was he
baseball
going?
days seen anything this ridiculous.
He's supposed to shift his responsibility to this over here.
He's jogging into the path right before it happens.
Here's the thing that gets
I
me
wonder where
too.
he thought he was
The
going.
only thing would have made this better if Speedy had been involved.
Oh, my. And if Speedy been 200 or 300 yards from it,
yeah,
He'd have told him not to look at him.
but I don't understand just the wherewithal to go. I made a mistake. I've knocked the kid down.
Yeah.
It's close at second. He's safe.
I'm not going to give him third because we don't know, but he gets second base.
And then
for sure.
the next batter could have got up. Hey, the next batter might have gotten up and K'd. He might have grounded out, and the game ends with the other team winning anyway. And it was a valiant. It was a valiant run on their part.
I'm even okay with
Take
this.
yourself out of it.
I'm even okay with this. I call him out at second because that's what I see. But then I reconvene. I go to the umpire who's behind the plate, who's also an idiot that threw the guy out that the game's over.
Yeah, right.
And I go to
That'll
him and
show
go,
him.
hey, listen, that was going to be a stand-up double. I got in the way. He was out of position, ran into the guy. I called him out simply because that's what I saw, but he shouldn't be out. He should be safe.
refer to the home plate umpire and let him
Do
make the decision.
something that the game doesn't end on that time.
Look at where he's looking. I mean, where's he going?
What?
Something about him wearing those sunglasses bothered me too.
Wouldn't he go behind the mound on that?
Well, he needs to get there. Wait.
Get
What a
out
hard
of the way. And then when you, like you said, if you made this mistake, then make it right.
Correct it, yeah.
Make it right. All right, we got callers coming in.
What
We'll
about
see.
Blaze?
What about Blaze? I mean, y'all robbed Blaze of a moment.
Big moment.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Terry. I think maybe today, just to put everybody in the mood.
Today?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
I mean, nothing says Thanksgiving like that.
So let me hear.
It's the main reason I took tomorrow off.
Let me see.
And see, I don't want Helms to miss it.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I know why you're doing it.
Bubba, you're talking about gobble gobble.
I'm talking about the gobble gobble song.
But what? I'm sorry, guys. I can't get out of this now. I just did a whole thing about Jacksonville State even in the break.
Yeah.
All right. So,
pretty funny.
You look at this guy out there. I tell you who missed him is Wisconsin. But so let's so let me see what you're thinking. So if I hear it today, my stomach recovers and I'm not nauseous by tomorrow, so I can eat on Thursday. If we do it tomorrow, it could be so devastating it could affect somebody on Thursday.
I say play it today and tomorrow.
Bubba,
it's Thanksgiving.
have you
It's feast
but
week.
people hate it.
It's feast
Rick,
week.
yeah, I talked about this. They hate it, but they love to hear it.
But they love it.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Do we call it the
do.
mouth ulcers of song?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why do I keep sticking my tongue in that mouth ulcer? It stings,
Yeah,
but I keep
yeah.
on doing it.
They love at the end where she goes,
I wish I would quit saying they love it.
they love it.
They love the experience.
Yeah. They love to complain
It's-
about it.
It's like watching Mark Sanchez and the butt fumble.
You can't help it.
Nobody thinks that's a great play for NFL or for Mark or
Right.
the poor guy who Mark's head was, up against his butt.
It's almost like that elephant.
But there's something about it. I have to keep watching it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why wouldn't I be as obsessed watching a great reception where somebody tiptoed the sidelines or, you know, the immaculate reception or Joe Montana leading somebody to another victory? But I am drawn to the Mark Sanchez butt fumble. It's just something about it.
Good point.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
And if he got $1 a play from that, just from ESPN alone, he'd be a rich, rich man.
No doubt about that. You talking about Mark Sanchez?
Yes.
So what's old Sanchez doing now? You know, he reminds me of Sanchez.
Don't you know he is so tired
Baker Mayfield
of that play?
Baker May not going to play this weekend. Maybe you've heard.
For how long?
Well, I talked to Lincoln about it. He says no.
We could always do a quick
Got
poll.
emotional. No, we could if we do a quick poll, Gobble Gobble will win.
You think?
Oh yeah,
Thanksgiving
he's
Day.
sick.
Why don't you do the quick poll today and then play it tomorrow if it wins?
Buddy,
I just think that's a good strategy.
I think you want to hear it today and then play a quick poll to see if we do it again.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Because it's got to play once. I mean, you only got 2 days out of the year.
Well, you can't have Thanksgiving on this show without Gobble Gobble.
It's Thanksgiving.
It really makes you appreciate how good dressing is to me.
Well, I heard this thing too. I heard Hannity carrying on about his Thanksgiving meal, and hearing Northerners get excited about stuffing. It's just who can get excited about stuffing?
Well,
You don't like
I
stuffing?
don't even know what that is
No.
exactly.
Compared to dressing.
We have stovetop stuffing. Is that what that is?
What do you do? Cram it up
I've
in the
never
turkey
eaten it.
or something?
You
right
do.
up in right up in the old rotor.
I know.
You do
I-
that.
Huh?
I don't want to eat anything that comes out of somebody's butt.
But why? Why are you
Gosh,
putting
I
it
can't
up?
stop doing it.
Why are
I
you
know.
putting it up in the turkey? I mean, have dressing
Cooks
in the
together
pan
like
and you can
that.
get to it. Huh?
The
Stuffing is
It'll cook in a
juicy.
pan.
dressing is so much better than stuffing. They shouldn't even be mentioned in the same. It was so funny hearing Hannity. Oh yeah, we have a big spread. We get stuffing out. And I'm like, if you're not, I mean,
So you put it in there to cook it. How do you get it out? That has to be a
spoon
mess.
it.
Spoon it right out there.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Right to your plate?
Yes.
No, thank you. The visual alone should say no to that.
Yeah, thumbs down on that whole ordeal.
I mean, if that's where it's got to cook, let somebody in the back room put it out in the pan, and then you get it.
Mm-hmm. Elaine in Gadsden, Z93.
Some the people at the end of the line have to have a long spoon.
No, they do. Elaine, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering how long that Gobble Gobble song's been around.
See if the letter there that she wrote us.
let
That's
me
the
take a look at
original.
this.
I don't know if the date's on there, Rick.
I think it's been since the Great Flood.
It has been a while. do you want to hear it, Elaine?
I don't really want to, but I guess it's one of those things you just kind of have to do.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Lane, go out to rickandbubba.com. We have a
2004.
section, Rick and Bubba intros and themes, and you can play it all day long.
Yeah, we do have it out there, don't we?
Absolutely.
2004, Elaine. Wow. We received this letter November 24th, 2004.
We couldn't believe it. when
13 years
we
ago.
heard it.
There it
And I've been calling that number ever since. and
Does
she
it
won't
say who's
answer.
singing that?
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Holly McCravey.
Have Beth read it.
How do you, are you talking about Holly McCravey?
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number, and we're thankful that you're here today. All right, so we got some umpires that we just watched. What we're considering possibly one of the worst calls we've ever seen.
I think when all's said and done, they're going to say he made the right call.
Well, we'll see. Let's go to. Of course, I'd have to see the play at second.
Right. We never did see it.
I mean, I'll tell you, he's not in position to make the call because he's still.
And it was obviously close after what happened. Like we said, I would have just called him safe no matter what.
Chad in Huntsville. Chad, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chad.
There's no chance I'm calling that dude out. If I'm boneheaded enough, I'm not even paying attention. He's safe. Like, I wouldn't even do it.
Yeah,
Chad, what did that first base umpire do wrong that he got in the way of that runner?
Aren't you supposed to
first of all,
trail
he
the
wasn't
runner?
Paying attention. He was just being a klutz, or I don't even know exactly how to describe it.
But where should he have been? What is the correct position for that umpire? If he's the first base umpire, the ball is hit to left center field off the wall.
Is he
actually in MLB? He probably shouldn't be making that move anyway, because just in the AHSAA, if we do a 3-man group, there's a guy at third, a guy at first, and obviously your home plate umpire. And if the ball is hit to the outfield, the guy from third takes the middle of the infield. And with Major League Baseball, there should be a guy already standing at second to make that call.
Right. Well, this was not Major League Baseball.
College.
What is the rule? Are you supposed to trail the runner? In other words, let him get out of the way.
This guy's really not.
Yeah, I'd move on.
I don't think he's an umpire, by the way.
This goes to my point about officiating.
BJ, are you an ump? BJ.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Morning, guys.
Hey, BJ. Are you an umpire?
Yes, sir.
Ah!
Yes, sir, I am.
All right.
Or
So,
let us just say, yeah.
all right. So talk to us. What's going on here?
All right. Following up on that last call, if you watch the tape when the base runner that he ran into, the umpire's looking in the outfield.
Yes.
When his number one responsibility there is to be watching that guy touch first base.
Right.
Good call.
Yeah, because he can. Yeah.
That verifies. If they appeal it, they come back to him and ask him. He missed the bag or whatever.
Yeah, so we were correct.
He was way out.
We were correct when I said that's not even his responsibility. He shouldn't even be looking out there.
So where should that umpire be? He's going to see the guy hit first base, then he's going to move to the infield. Is that correct?
He's trailing the runner.
That's correct. He was taking the correct path, but if he's focusing on that runner and that runner touching first base, he's going to be able to avoid that collision.
Okay, so the collision happens, though. The umpire is part of the field. What should have happened then?
All right, he should have taken the responsibility. There's a signal you put out when there's obstruction. Let the play finish out, and then he should have taken the blame for the obstruction. That guy should have been awarded second base.
Yeah.
So what is the sign for that? Because I kind of like to watch for it.
You stick your right arm out parallel with the ground, and that lets the other umpires know, and the coaches.
In front of you or to your side?
Yeah, am I like in church when we raise our hands for somebody that's being commissioned? Is it out in front of us like that or to the side?
No, it would be kind of like how you take a free drop in golf and
yes.
hold your hand out.
Okay.
Yeah, to the side.
Similar to that with a fist.
With a fist.
The correct call. The correct
Yeah,
call is he should have been awarded second base.
That umpire, it was his fault. He caused the collision. He wasn't doing his job correctly. He should have got with his other fellow umpires, manned up, and awarded that kid second base.
So when we say the umpire is part of the field, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So
give us what that means.
Because he caused the collision, he should have signaled interference and awarded that runner awarded that runner the next base, which would have been second base.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
there it is. Why does he not do that?
I would have even been okay, not happy, but I would have been okay if they would have just let him stay on first. You didn't even have to give him second.
Yeah.
I think second, the guy hits the ball off the wall, it's clearing the bases, he's going to easily make second.
You're talking about the fact that I knocked you completely down and you still almost made it?
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm even, I can stomach today.
Me, Rick. It almost made it.
I can stomach today, hey, he's got to go back to first because we truly don't know. I called him out at second, but I got in the way. We'll send him back to first. Everybody's happy.
He's not out.
There's
no
out.
scenario
There's
he's
no
out.
scenario he's out.
Let's see if Jay agrees with that.
But I will tell you this: the announcers think he was even safe anyway at second.
Yeah.
Bubba, I think what you're trying to, and I'm with you. Umpire is part of the field, okay. But now I don't think Jay's going to help you here.
But
the obstruction call is what he should have done.
Yeah.
Based off his ignorance.
Now, if he was where he was supposed to be and there was a collision,
Yes.
or a ball hits him.
Jay, do you agree with that?
Rick, do you want me to take the other one?
Was it a 2-man umpire group or a 3-man umpire group?
It was at least 3.
It was three because there were 3 convening.
Yeah, maybe 4.
Okay, if there's 3, then that guy, the umpire, should have trailed the runner, to make sure he touched first, like the other guy said.
And if he obstructed the runner anyway, he's supposed to signal to his other guys, hey, we got obstruction, and we need to talk about it after the play is over, and go from there. But it sounds like I don't understand why the guy was coming to the infield at all if you got a 3-man group. That to me that doesn't make any sense unless he's trying to come in to see a play at second base. If there's a throw in, so he can make the correct call. But still, he's not supposed to be watching the ball. He's supposed to be watching the runners.
Well, after the runner touches first base, obviously there's not going to be a play at first base. So the potential was for home, third, or second. So I guess he's going out there to look.
And
at
that's where he's supposed to trail.
He did everything wrong, which is why they allow for there to be a call where you get awarded second because of the umpire's mistake of not actually doing his job correctly. There's no scenario where the guy's out.
Right. And he's supposed to keep a level head, and it sounds like the umpires got too emotional. They're supposed to be kind of more tranquil to where, hey, this is what happened. We need to, make the right call. But it sounds like his ego got away and big game on the line, and they just, hey, we got an out, ball game's over, let's go home.
So, Jay,
it sounds like the conversation was, and that's not right.
Let me ask you just a couple of scenarios, so I fully understand. If a base runner is going from first to second, and let's say he collides with the umpire, and they tag him out, what's the call there?
That's where you got the obstruction. You're supposed to signal, like the other guy said. You're supposed to signal your right hand normally off to the side.
Right.
That we got obstruction on the play, and you're supposed to let the play out because if he's out, then you're going to have to talk to your guys and say, hey, we got obstruction. This is what happened.
If a batted ball or a thrown ball hits the umpire and he's in play, that's one thing. But when you're out of position and running into players that are in the baseline, base path, it is so different.
The other one was I was going to ask you about, as the umpire in a situation where he's trying to get out of the way of a ball, but he actually blocks the fielder from being able to see it.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now she wrote a little song called Gobble Gobble. First time I heard it, I laughed so hard I got a time out. But
I thought it was Misty Lee Payne wrote that.
Watch it.
She loves you for that.
How do you say
breaking her heart again?
Cravy? Cravy, so McCravy, right?
Sounds good.
It's not McGravy, McCravy. Holly McCravy from Wisconsin.
Yeah. I think we need to make Helms. I'm talking about just turn his headphones up as loud as possible.
Brady just got here, so I think I'm going to go back and check on him.
Hey, did we not?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we get Doug Jones and Roy Moore and put them in a room and play this over and over and see who cracks first?
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Let me say, you want me to read the letter to you?
Winner, the one with the headphones on is the new senator.
That's good. You want me to read the letter so we can all remember what happened? And we've searched for her for years.
Yeah. We can try that number again.
Where did we declare the area code 864 was?
I thought
it's Carolina, isn't it?
Somewhere in the Carolinas?
Georgia, but I couldn't remember. I can't remember.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. I don't know if this will ever reach you in time. Oh, it did. But here's a copy
South Carolina
of my Gobble Gobble song to play on Thanksgiving, if you want to, that is.
Wow, that's Greenville.
Somebody told me you might be willing to play it. Thanks so much. Have a super-duper day. Super-duper day is what it says.
You got the number there, don't you?
Kindest regards.
Will you call it, please?
I've called it every year, and she won't answer. We can try it live.
I think this song clearly is overwhelming evidence for our position against legalizing marijuana.
No doubt about it.
You mean dial it up, Rick, and see if she answers?
Let's try. We try it every year. Don't you think? Let's just see how it goes.
Well, there's no telling who's got that number
I
now.
know. Well, we'll talk to him. I'll say, if I say God, I better not say that. I'll end up being in the middle of all this scandal.
I know it.
So I will clarify what I'm doing.
Is this her cell?
Trying to get in touch with the person who wrote Gobble Gobble.
Who's calling her, Rick?
Beth Owens. Where'd you get her number at? It's on the letter. In 2004. Oh, I would get it. Nope.
Has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Doggone it.
home.
Oh, that's her. That's her.
What just happened?
It was a short message.
Is not available.
It cut out.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Holly, this is Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. We've been playing your Gobble Gobble song for 13 years now. And every year the audience wants us to call you
Gobble, gobble.
to see if you are available, just to see how you're doing. So we're going to be playing it again this year. Everyone looks forward to it every year. And we just always try to call you and say Happy Thanksgiving.
Gobble, gobble.
And thank you for the song that keeps on giving.
Yes.
Thankful for you, Holly. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Happy Thanksgiving.
If you'd like to call us back.
Would Beth Moen like to say something to her?
Hi, Beth Mullins here. Holly, outstanding work on Gobble Gobble. Give Rick and Bubba a call, and if they're in the middle of something, they'll say, time out, and they'll put you right on.
Guys, somebody has just sent me an
Gobble
email
Gobble.
She won't call back, though.
and said, here's her website. She's got a website, and it says, these are my silly songs. And
We've looked at we've
Everything
seen
out-
this stuff before.
Hey,
and she
Helms,
will not call us
anything
back.
on there about Gobble Gobble?
I can't believe she still got that number.
Mm-hmm.
And she has, I think, other songs.
So what are we doing
No, that's what
next?
she
Are we
said.
going to play it, or are we
I
gonna,
guess so. I don't know. Either a quick poll and play it, or we just play it, or we say we don't.
Let's quick poll to test where we are, and just see what the audience's current
Give it an up or down vote.
sense is about Gobble Gobble. And then if they want to hear it today, we'll play it. If they want to hear it today and tomorrow, we'll do both. If they don't want us to play it, we'll probably play it anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. GoodRx.com/Bubba is our partner. And, let me tell you something. These sponsors, hearing you guys, hearing about some of this stuff and making moves and benefiting. When I think about the fact that the introduction of GoodRx.com/Bubba has saved people up to 80% on prescriptions they got to have, it feels pretty good, and it's free and easy to use. I had no idea until we started learning about this product that there was so much difference in pharmacies. Sometimes even in the same part of town, if you just went a little further down the road, you'd save $100. $100. Yeah, we're talking about savings up to 80%. So how does this happen? Well, GoodRx.com/Bubba will go to all the pharmacies in your neighborhoods, and all the biggies are represented too, CVS, Walgreens. They'll find all the different pharmacies in your neighborhood, and they'll say, this prescription that you need, the price right here is the best. And you go, good, okay, I needed to know that. And they save you money. A lot of times, even if you have insurance, now they work with you if you have it or you don't. But even if you have a copay on prescriptions, a lot of times they can get you a deal that's so good, it's better than the copay. So go to GoodRx.com/Bubba. Smart, simple savings on the prescriptions that we all need. And check it out now, GoodRx.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. Just look right there under the sponsors button. Two things I want to talk to you about, Bus.
Come on.
And guys.
Come on.
Two things I didn't know, okay? Went, and I guess I missed this story. We could have even talked about it on the show, and I just wasn't paying attention.
Well.
Which is very, that happens. I can't tell you the number of times I'm like, I don't know why we didn't talk about that on the show. And all of a sudden I realized, hey, we did. But anyway, did we mention that you can't get Jif right now? The peanut butter?
Yeah.
Did we ever talk about that?
Is it all Jif or with a certain?
Did we talk about it on the show?
Just certain ones.
No, I went to the grocery store And choosy mothers.
What happened to Jiff?
Hey, choosy mothers choose Jiff.
Salmonella or something, isn't it?
And you know how have you ever been like anticipating getting to the register and wanting them to ask you, did you find everything you need? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't.
I did not.
And so
As a matter of fact,
I go over. I get 2 blocked over at the peanut butter aisle because I don't like any peanut butter but Jif. And
Peter Pan's my second choice. It's my second choice, Rick.
Jif's my number
one.
Oil gathered up on the top.
Well, it's my
I just
second
don't want to go to
choice.
the register with anything named Peter Pan.
That's right. But anyway, so I'm standing there. I'm like, what happened to Jif? And the cashier very kindly said, hey, it's been recalled. I said, what happened to Jif?
How about that?
She said, some kind of salmonella thing.
In Speedy's defense, I think he's had that story in the pile for a couple of
I just
days.
hadn't noticed it.
Why do they ask you if you found everything you was looking? What are they going to do about it?
Well, so, you know what I found?
Correct.
Sometimes they'll go find it.
They will.
Don't ever be afraid to ask if they got it in the back. I can't tell you how many times it just hasn't been on the shelf yet. Greg, people can't find nobody to work. And so sometimes they've got it back there in the back. This was before Biden became president.
I wanted to scream, what do you care?
Yeah, right. What do you care? I love to throw them. I never forget that time. That guy, I've told it 1,000 times on the show, but it's still one of my favorite moments. I was going through there, and she says, how are you? I said, fine. How are you doing today? You doing okay? Do you really want to know? And I said, not really. I'm just making small talk.
Not really. Let's move on.
I kind of just want to get to that door somehow.
Yeah.
So you didn't look like Skippy or...
No, I saw that. There was Skippy. I don't like those Helms. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What about Cougar?
But
you know what I ended up leaving with?
Nothing.
Peanut Butter Company.
What?
No.
is that?
No. Be
Pretty
careful.
good?
Be careful.
I just never heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
Now be careful because I'm not big on flavored peanut butters, but they got a white chocolate one.
Now, you remember the king of flavored peanut butter.
I'm just telling
That
you.
doesn't count.
You remember when we were kids? Remember Kugel? And it was different flavors?
I don't really
Kugel
remember
peanut
that.
I thought that was an exercise that women are supposed to do. I'm sorry, that's Kegel. But hey, listen.
So you're telling me
right,
that of all the peanut butter
I'm owning
options,
somebody right now. But
No,
anyway,
you
I
own
got
me.
it.
I've never heard of that.
Right.
all the peanut
that
butter
was a little
options.
bonus today.
You just wouldn't settle for another peanut butter?
I'm telling you, this right here.
I know, but it's white. That's the chocolate deal, though. I'm talking about just normal peanut butter.
I found Kugel. It looks like it's still around.
Peanut Butter Company does.
I know, but you went white chocolate.
Well, I had to do something to save myself. I mean, I don't like Skippy. I don't like Peter Pan. I don't. And then you go over there and everybody got all this organic stuff going. That looks like somebody chewed up peanuts and spit it in a jar. I'm not doing that.
Hey, let me ask you this: what is the difference in Jif and Peter Pan? Do they look a lot alike?
No, Peter Pan's darker.
Is it?
It's a darker.
Oh, darker.
I see Reese's.
Jif has got that creamy just perfection.
I know.
Reese's
Jif
makes
is like
peanut
Heinz
butter,
ketchup.
too.
It's hard to beat.
And I don't know if it tastes like the
Never
Reese
had it.
cup or it's just actual peanut butter.
I've never
had it.
I never had it. I don't want it.
Rick, I looked Kugel up. They discontinued it in like early 80s.
Greg, let me ask you this.
We never ate that.
I think I
But I
had
remember
that
them having
chocolate. I think I had Kugel
They had chocolate.
It was
They
good.
had cinnamon.
It was good.
I'm telling
It
you,
was
Peanut Butter Company white chocolate. I'm telling you. I don't even like white chocolate, but there's something about this.
I mean, it's no Kugel.
No, but
So we're at a Jif and baby formula.
that's correct.
Okay.
Well, we got a few other things.
Yeah, I'm not
Now,
going in
hasn't
this-
Great Britain saved us on the baby formula? And
Is it
everybody's
not
asking why-
embarrassing?
Yeah.
Is it not embarrassing?
That's embarrassing.
That the United States of America ain't got baby
This
formula?
country is a joke right now.
We're having to ship baby formula
Greg,
in from other countries.
Greg, I can show you a trailer of a documentary coming up in June, and it all ties to what we talked about earlier about comprehensive look at our society. And they're standing around talking to these men in Africa, and they're letting them know that we don't know the definition of a woman, and they get to laughing so hard.
Well, it's embarrassing.
And Matt Walsh, the guy, he said, "So hey, y'all fired up about going to America?" And they start shaking their head. We don't go that way. Sounds like it's a circus.
Yeah, it is. But I'm just, and again, I'm not going. I know. I guess I've refused to read it. But why did we run out of baby formula? I mean, what? I know they shut some plant.
Well, I think there's a
refuse to read
combination.
it.
I think there's a combination
I
of things.
just kept going.
I think
Look,
they
Greg,
had.
I'm worried about where Jif is.
Yeah, I think
That's
they
a
had
good
one
point.
big plant that got shut down.
Oh, so that we're hinging on that plant.
That was part of it.
That's
and,
our plan.
And the fact the government had been buying so much and stocking it up at the border too.
And I saw somewhere the WIC program had something to do with it.
Yeah, well, the government again.
Yeah,
involved.
And doesn't the FDA prohibit people or prohibit us from bringing in formula from other countries? So that's slowed everything
wait a
down.
minute,
But they waive that though for this.
But wait a minute. Well, before that, whatever we were doing, Why we're not?
I think
you know
there's
what I'm
only
saying?
four.
Wait a minute,
I think there's only 4 factories that actually make it in the United States.
Hey, well, that's stupid if you can't keep up with it.
We don't make anything in America anymore because it's not profitable to do so because the government's.
But doesn't it sound like these third world countries that, hey, you hear them out of toilet paper, hey, America, they're out of baby food.
No, that's how that's what we sound like.
So we're running short on diesel fuel, which is going to affect everything.
They're charging for it.
Greg, and we can't seem to figure out why this is.
And I see Michigan's talking about rolling blackouts because they've got a lot of renewable energy way to generate. They're doing away with their old.
Let me ask you this: I got an email from Austin. Oh my goodness, Bubba! Wish y'all had covered the Jif story. I wouldn't have eaten that peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now I feel sick.
Oh boy!
Well, we have it here, but in our studio, but it's been here.
Yeah, I was
since
going to say,
way
if you've
before
had it
that.
on your shelf at home for a while, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I had a peanut butter and jelly yesterday.
I want to know how sick
With
would it
some
get
Jif.
you anyway. That's because I
How
like
salmonella?
I mean, how sick would it be anyway?
It's bad.
Would it be worth
That's
it?
bad. Greg, no.
You ever had
Candies.
you ever brought a parasite back from another country? I have. It'll stay with you.
Yeah, you. Well,
Didn't he?
I'll
Greg
stop.
had one time too.
Didn't you have a parasite one?
No,
Yeah, you had something. You brought
Yeah.
some.
Right now,
worm
he's got
from
an umpire
somewhere.
eating him up in the email.
Yeah, Chad, I was just having fun with you.
Well, what's umpire eating you?
Because I said,
This
remember
guy that called.
He
First
wasn't being
one
very
couldn't get
clear
to
on the
it.
call, and I said he ain't no umpire anymore. He had to tell me.
No, I know.
Chad-
What did Chad come back and call you?
Here's
out?
what happened to Chad.
Get
I
it, call
treated
him
Chad.
out.
the
My
way
bad,
Did
Chad.
y'all get it? He called him out.
He called me out. Listen, Chad, I treated you like I do everybody in the room. I apologize.
Thank you.
I tried to teach you like one of the guys, and I guess I went too
Not
far.
trying to do a double Burgess on you because when we team up, it's real bad.
I know.
But I honestly thought, Chad, by the way you were talking, you weren't an ump either. You didn't really take command of
He
the
did.
situation.
Let me just say,
First of all,
let's say
tell us you're an
Speedy-
ump. That would help.
Speedy was, if he was trying to explain it and it came out like that, I go, you don't know what you're talking about. And, so I treated Chad the way I would Speedy or you or Bubba.
Yeah, Chad, you did not.
Not Hams,
You
he
didn't
just
do a
mad.
good job, Chad, of establishing your authority. Like this ump didn't, and you didn't really let us know you were an ump. And the way you talked about it, it sounded like you were just a fan talking about it like us. That's
Well,
what
he
it
said
sounded.
he didn't see the video of it, but which makes me go, well, okay, then maybe you shouldn't have been on the phone because you didn't see it.
Well, Greg, now this is not helping with you and Chad.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna get thrown out of the game,
Chad,
pal.
Chad, I'm treating you like everybody else.
Chad,
I
we
apologize.
love you, Chad.
We do. I'm just.
If he would have been a soccer umpire, he'd have give you a card.
He'd have
Chad,
held it right up.
Let me
Can
be
I tell
clear.
you, that kills me.
You know what I want to do? Grab that card and wad it up.
How about this?
Yeah.
Greg, we like, you know how we always say about our guy friends, we love you as much as a straight man can.
Yes.
How about this? I love Chad as much as I can love an ump.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know, there's only so far I can go.
I can't get to the top.
I
can only love an ump so much.
I mean, Chad.
At least you're not a referee. They're
Sorry,
even worse.
Chad.
I was hoping I was copied on it.
I'm sorry about that.
I didn't get it.
For the Jif recall, you need to look for the best if used by date, and underneath that they have what is called the lot codes, and it's a big long number.
Official voice.
And if it has 425 in it, then that is part of the recall.
Thank you.
The beginning or the end?
Thank you.
It's going to be actually 4 digits in. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. 425.
Thank you.
Bubba, I can promise you there is nothing wrong with our peanut butter here at the studio.
No, I'm just writing it
you
down.
have been, you
because
would have
let me-
been sick.
No, people are going to email and want to know.
Right.
So I just,
Hey, that's been a good journalist.
Yep. Good recall
I
voice,
ate
by
it
the
this
way.
morning.
Thank
I'm
you.
not concerned with that
Rick?
one, obviously. And I'm almost like Greg. I'll probably risk it if it
Look,
was.
Chad's calling back and wants to weigh in on the peanut butter.
You going to get another email?
I don't make peanut butter, but I'm going to tell you what's going on.
Or really, in Chad's thing, I actually make peanut butter. I just never told you.
I just really don't know.
Now, talking to me, you won't know it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get us started. Gobble, gobble. Yes or no?
Yes, I've never heard it. Yes.
Never. You're one of
Thank
those.
you, Anthony.
You've never heard it.
Those shouldn't count.
Yes. Oh, sure they. Donnie in Birmingham. Yes or no?
No, rather be groped.
Oh my gosh. Adam in Gadsden. Adam, what do you think? Yes or no?
Yes, because Hamsley don't want to hear it.
That shouldn't count either.
Anonymous caller. Yes or no? This is a person that doesn't want to be known for what they're about to say. Anonymous, go ahead.
Gobble, gobble, you hear me? Sound like this song's got you hemmed up there, Rick. Play it today and tomorrow, you hear me?
Thank you, Fatso.
I think I know who that anonymous caller was.
Not so anonymous anymore. Will, what do you think? Yes or no?
Both days, yes.
John in Birmingham, yes or no?
not only do I want you to play it, I'd like you to play it at half speed so it's extra long and extra deep.
Oh, my gosh. Jonathan in Hartselle. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes.
Let's go to Don in Alabama.
Yes, please.
Mike in Fultondale.
Today and tomorrow.
Amazing, by the way. John in Wetumpka.
That's a no.
Okay, John.
Rick, think about this. If we play it today and tomorrow, that's 2 less segments we can argue about Roy Moore.
That's a good point.
so good.
William, yes or no?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Okay. All right.
It's right now 13-6.
2-1.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Braden, you okay, bud?
Brace yourself.
Helmsley's boys here.
Yep.
You ever heard it before? Oh, gosh.
I know. He could be in the office watching SportsCenter right now.
Well, guys, I want to prepare you. We're heading on in for the Gobble Gobble song 2017. Y'all ready?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Here's a little song I wrote about a typical American Thanksgiving day. It's called the Gobble Gobble song, and it goes a little something like this. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, is Thanksgiving Day. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, as we sit down and pray. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, eating turkey and dressing. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, and what a blessing. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, and if you like ham, gobble gobble, gobble gobble. No, I don't mean spam. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble.
Yeah, I don't believe in fairy tales. I guess I've outgrown them. But that doesn't mean I don't believe that there's something bigger than me. 'Cause I've seen it in a hospital room when the doctor said sorry. There's nothing more we can do. Well, it wasn't through. I've never seen a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But I've got a promise I can hold in the middle of the struggle. God, if you said it, you'll perform it. May not be how I want you to, but here's what I'll do. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. Yeah, I know you've ordered every step. Yeah, you are the author, and there's no predicting what is next. But you hold the future, and all the questions, they come second to the one I know is you. You've always been true. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back, and we thank you for being with us. Well, do we even get into this now? Now we got some umpire organization saying the only thing you could have done is call the guy safe at second.
Well, good
I'd like
night.
to
come on.
hear their explanation
When does
on
it stop?
All right, based on
Now, it's got a chick telling you. So that kind of clouds it a little bit.
Right.
there is an organization.
Send your email directly to Greg, because I'm not even
Are
going to
y'all not
forward it
going to
or
admit
acknowledge it.
that? Y'all not going to admit that makes you kind of skeptical.
I have not seen the
All right,
video,
now, she was
so I
telling us
can't
about how to
comment
clean
on
a
it.
pan. Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you sure she's a female?
Well,
that's true. She may not identify that way, Greg.
I will simply say this. I was listening to, evidently they did a podcast on this, and then this play happened, and so they felt like they needed to discuss it further. They showed the play and everything, but they went through the rule book for this particular NCAA level of baseball, and they could not find anything in the rules where they could have called obstruction in this manner. That
if that ain't obstruction.
So obstruction from an umpire. So basically, what they're saying is the umpire's part of the field, so
correct.
they can't call it
in the rule book. In this now, I can't speak to the MLB, can't speak to Division I baseball, although I would think it's probably very similar in the rules. They could not find anything. They looked through like 165 pages of rules, could not find a way for this to be obstruction based off the rules at this particular league. Now, what she said, she said, was the only thing that could have been changed, or in his mind, the umpire, was to just go out there and call him safe, because they can't get together and change the call based on the rules.
So the umps who called us about holding your arm out, are they just wrong?
Well, no, they're not necessarily wrong on certain levels of baseball.
Oh, I see.
This is just in this particular NCAA rules. And again,
Did she give 2 examples of what obstruction is?
Yeah, and I've only spent 4 minutes just listening to that in the commercial break. This may be kind of the theme with all of baseball rules, but for some reason she kept pointing out that in these particular rules, at this particular level, it was not obstruction. She basically said the umpires just got lazy and out of position. That's what she said.
What she did.
For lack of a better word, he got hung in the stand.
And then he should have made that right by just calling him safe.
Yeah, exactly. She said that would have been the only thing he could have done to right that wrong.
Everybody said he didn't do his job well.
Right.
I mean, it's his fault this happened.
But at the end of the day, based on the rules, there was nothing they could do.
Once he called him out.
Once he called him out, no one could change anything, according to her, based off the rules set in place by that organization.
Well, who made her boss?
I don't know. That's a great question.
and everything's moving so fast. You know that ump, when he called him out, thought, God, why didn't I just call him safe? Because he knows, what happened.
Right. He was
just two wrongs don't make a right, Greg.
Well, in that case, it does.
And he had a stupid look on his face.
If I'm the center fielder and I gun that guy at second base, I want the game to be over.
By the way, I wish we had a footage to see if we even agree with that.
I know. We don't have that footage.
Close.
Yeah.
Do they have it in the podcast? Do they show it and talk about it?
They don't have the
announcers.
She says the same thing. She says, well, because she's an expert, obviously.
Yeah.
She says she would like to have had a better look to even see that.
Okay, so she didn't have. So I assume that footage is not out.
And then she started talking about getting wrinkles out of shirts.
All right, Greg. But the announcers calling the game say it this way, and he's safe at second. I mean, they don't even.
Yeah, they didn't even bring up obstruction. I mean, then they started talking about.
See if we can get them on the phone. Where's Speedy?
When you need him.
Look, they're both laying on the ground.
Man, it is a hit. Both of them are decleated, but it's. I mean, both of them are on their butt.
Think about how helpful Speedy would be right here, since he can see one at 300 yards.
I know.
Who, Eagle Eye?
He could spot exactly what was going on.
Yeah, he could have got us all taken
Gosh,
care.
if that could have been Speedy and hit one of his.
If that could have been JC rounded first.
Oh,
Speedy sitting in left field.
Do y'all realize we'd had to bail him out? Yeah, we'd had to bail him out.
Yeah.
All right, here's another thing. I talked about we're solving that problem. We've been solving a lot of problems today because we're Rick and Bubba problem solvers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since the 40s, Nebraska fans at Memorial Stadium have released red balloons after the Huskers scored their first touchdown. Not going to do it anymore. Here comes another shortage. I'd say the Biden administration ruined everything. They're saying that there is a global helium shortage.
Yeah, I heard that.
A global helium shortage.
Helium's used in a lot of things, not just balloons. And from what I understanding, they're restricting some use of those in balloons now.
You know what else they're banning? People breathing it and talking funny.
So
none of that.
Yeah. So now
didn't affect you any, did it?
No.
No, I'm sitting here pretty good, baby.
But yeah. So now. We have a Nebraska tradition. They can't do it. Ain't got enough helium.
Well, Nebraska,
you know why?
We ain't got baby formula. We don't know what gender we are. We ain't got no helium. We ain't got no peanut butter.
I tell you what, wheels are coming off.
You know why part of our shortage on helium? Russia's one of the major makers of that and distributors of it. We're boycotting everything.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, for Ruby's Tutti Frutti themed birthday party, Aaron ordered some fruit shaped balloons online. I took them to the grocery store to get filled, and they wouldn't fill them you could only get balloons filled if you purchased balloons from them.
Oh, so they used
I was like,
would.
how much does a balloon cost? I will pay for the balloon. Just fill this one instead of that one.
There you go.
And they still wouldn't do it.
Well, that was a good.
I thought so too.
That was a great compromise.
I thought so too.
They're
and
saying
it seemed reasonable.
They're saying right now the only thing you can get helium for is medical use. That it's being limited in Nebraska.
Wow.
How about that?
Well,
I heard the fans were tired of holding the balloons so long because they take
Waiting
forever
on
for
the
them to
score.
score that first touchdown.
Like week 4, and
Some of them had to carry them home with them.
Yeah, week 4 they show
Hey,
up
it's
with
the
their
third quarter. We ever gonna get rid of these things?
Yeah, somebody score.
Greg, and the other thing I want to hit, and then we'll get to the top of there. How in the world at 74 years old can you relapse into drug addiction?
Are you serious?
Steven Tyler has now been put back into rehab. At 74, he's relapsed into drug addiction.
I heard a little bit on this yesterday, and I think that he had foot surgery.
That was it, yeah.
And that got him on. But you're right. You would think
he was getting his foot fixed to prepare for the stage. I guess they're going to continue.
They got a residency in Vegas,
it says, and we've heard this story as old as pain management. Said, and during the necessity of the pain management during the process, he relapsed and has voluntarily entered himself into a drug program again.
Yep.
You know,
74.
For him
74.
to be able to do what he does at 74 is amazing, but let's face it, he doesn't look 74. He looks a lot older
He's
than
weird
that.
looking. I know that.
He is an odd-looking cat.
Could he pick up the pirate role that Johnny left?
He has that look.
But he's an odd-looking.
He is. Now, he's cool as ever, rock star.
He is, but he's odd-looking.
He's very odd looking.
Yeah, I mean it's
kind of like a primate.
Well, and there it is.
He's white.
I was absolutely not going to say that. Oh, I know.
But he does favor it, does
but
he not?
You probably just want to stay away
Let's
from
go with
it.
like largemouth bass or something.
Right.
No, I haven't broken any rules on this one.
Well, Greg,
they'll try to act like I did, but I have not.
You're gonna have the umpires after you. You're gonna have the zoo group after you.
You're gonna have everybody after you. I mean, but it's yeah. So you just think at 74, you go, "Hey, I've learned.
I'm good.
I've learned.
I've come through a lot of battles.
Right.
I ain't got to worry about that.
I've learned. I've learned that if pain pills probably may not be my thing.
I thought most people 74 are on pain pills.
Right. Well, that's true. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we got another hour. Top of the hour break, and Lord willing, we'll be back, and we'll continue to roll through another day. Your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and more when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well,
Good stuff.
Bubba.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
I know a lot of folks out traveling today. It's record numbers. We'll be on the highway, so please be safe out there.
Yep.
We got so much to be thankful for here, even on bad days. I was thinking about it this morning. And I know a lot of the election and politics is just ground. It just feels like it's the Jolly Green Giant with his foot on your neck sometimes. But you know what? Still better than some of these countries where they tell you what to do and what to think. I'll still take this over it.
Well, I will go this. And this guy kind of gets on my nerves a little bit, but we had him on the show, and he can be a funny guy. The loud guy that, hey, I'm funny man on the 5 on Fox. Greg, whatever's. Yeah. We had him on the show one time. He wrote a book, whatever. He's bombastic, and I'm edgy. But he said something yesterday. My only issue with him is I think he's developed a character, and even when he didn't have anything, he thinks he has to do the character, and he starts pressing a little bit. But he said something yesterday that we've said, which is good. And this absolute circus of LeVar, what's his name? LeVar Ball and the president. So I don't know if you've heard LeVar's comments yesterday. They were all over the road, and he was hollering that he said he would thank the president if the president would have sent his own plane to get his son, and then I'd be saying thank you, and I hope the president has a great Thanksgiving. Of course, now the president's fired back today and called him a fool and all this. And this guy, Greg, whatever his weird last name is on the 5, he said, and he goes, guys, I'm loving this. He goes, you know what? This is the signs of a country that has no problems.
Yeah, it really is. He's dead on.
He said, the fact that we're over here cutting up, one guy's trashing, talking about the president wanting his plane to come get him, and he goes, the fact that this guy can do what he's doing right now and not be like, he goes, this is a country that really, really has great freedom and really has no problems. That's what this is a sign of. You know it. So
I think LeVar Ball, and I've seen him before, when he first came on the radar. I
He's a
think
bird,
what
ain't he?
you're dealing with
Don King.
is here's a guy, exactly. He knows he's got a brand that he's trying to sell. And he knows he goes by there's no such thing as bad publicity. Just get people talking about you because he says things sometimes you go, "You're no way you mean that."
Yeah,
now he
just like-
claims the Lakers can't coach.
Yeah,
his
just
kid.
like now
you know.
yesterday
and
he's
then
talking about the Lakers coaches.
and then the whole deal with the. I think it's by design. I think he knows what he's doing.
Well,
Greg Gutfeld too, Rick.
Yeah, I never did know his last name. But
Gutfeld.
But he to me he sounds like Don King.
Exactly.
It's
He's
a very
hyping it.
it's a very Don King thing. But the thing that's weird is, of course, we have a president now that will Don King right with.
Oh yes.
And of course, I don't know if you've seen his latest comments, and he's told him that he needs to be thankful that he's not without his son this Thanksgiving. The son's not spending Thanksgiving in China, and
He could have spent the next 10 Thanksgivings
yeah,
there.
and you called him a fool and all that, and it's really like watching professional wrestling. I mean, it's like this guy, LeVar Ball and Donald Trump were made for each other.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time where if you had a Don King person, standing out there screaming at the White House, the president wouldn't even pay attention to it.
Right.
This
right.
president will come out and open the mic, and
yes.
it's like pro wrestling. It's like you
Battle with him.
over here, this wrestler says something about the big match coming up. Now let's go to the other wrestler, and he's going to say something.
Oh yeah.
But you forget sometimes that's the president. But anyway, but yeah, LeVar Ball is an absolute loon. Now saying if there's plenty of room on that plane, he should have sent his own plane to get him. Then I'd be thanking him.
So again, that's all by design.
Yeah, I mean he was, but he's either Don King and just a promoter, or he's got a screw loose. I mean it's one or the other.
Probably a little of both.
Yeah, there's probably a little of that mixed in. So so that's out there. And Bubba, my gosh, I mean David Cassidy's dead. You're not feeling so good yourself.
Well, no, I'm fine. I'm good. Look, David Cassidy had a good run. He lived hard, and it all kind of caught up with him. I guess
67. Wow, that's
night.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd like to see it be 80. Sure.
Charles Manson gets to 83. Keith Partridge 67.
Yeah.
So we've had Mel Tillis, Charles Manson, and now Keith Partridge in a week.
There's the three.
Well, wasn't there some more? There was several other guys, wasn't there?
Well, you never know though. You live like David Cassidy. This latest thing where if you've groped, patted, touched, or said something, everybody's coming after you. It might have just killed him.
Yeah,
he might have thought I got so much coming up. I just
go ahead and check out.
I just soon be dead.
Yeah, the 70s was a wild time for David. There'd be people coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm shocked they haven't already.
Well,
I mean, today you go to the news page, you have to get through 3 pages of Nick
It's
Carter.
yeah,
Nick Carter's in it today.
Every day is a new one.
Well, you said that about Keith Partridge. Yeah, it's our real name, Rick. David Cassidy in the 70s, and you would say, well, yeah, but I mean, he was in the 70s. Well, it didn't matter now. They go back 40 years.
Exactly.
I mean, they can land right in the 70s and get you for that today.
Sure.
You can't run from it. So anyway, David Cassidy dead at 67.
And we've had another U.S. gymnast come out, so she was abused, Gabby Douglas.
Yeah, that's that team doctor.
Yeah, that's that one that was.
Now that team doctor, he seems like he's because he's in jail, right?
Yeah.
Is he? Or going to jail. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, and should be.
Bubba, I did not know this yesterday when we did the story about Mad Mac. What's his name? Mad Mike Hughes.
Yeah, the former astronaut
is going to launch himself into. I didn't know he's trying to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I saw that today too.
That was not in the story yesterday.
He had the ad on the side of his rocket, but I thought he just took money from him and put it on there to help pay for it. I don't really see how him shooting himself on a steam-powered rocket will prove the Earth is flat. I kind of missed that part. I would worry about flying on anything an engineer built who thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? I've got concerns.
He said, "I don't believe in the science that says the Earth is round. I'll shut the door on this ball Earth theories." 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you from the No Name Studio. Thank you for being here. We got Speedy out on vacation. We got Greg. We got Helmsy. We got Adler. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and we really appreciate each and every one of you being here along with us.
Yeah, Bubba, how about this? We have an update on birth rate.
Yeah, how about some good numbers here? A lot of negative in the news today.
Yeah.
The number of births increased in the United States for the first time in 7 years, according to a new federal report. It's only a 1% increase, but that's better than the 2% decrease average we've seen over the past 7 years.
Yeah, so that's good. Birth rate's up, and as you said, it's been a while since we've had that.
Yeah.
So that is some good news. Back over on the negative side, sorry, Bubs. The more we look into now, remember what we always say: if the government can get you terrified enough and get you to panic, they can get you to agree to just about anything, all under the shelter of safety. We're looking now millions from Biden's COVID relief bill. It didn't really go to help anybody struggling from COVID. It actually went to a museum, university programs that push social and climate justice.
Oh, yeah. Well, you knew that was going to happen.
So wait a minute. I thought y'all said that we were all going to die and we needed money to help people because the pandemic was destroying our country. So I willingly didn't get upset when y'all came up with all this money y'all wanted to shell out because I thought it was for the greater good. And y'all scared me into being okay with that, and you didn't even use it for what you said it was for? Well, whoever thought the government would do that?
When the government spends and has spent over $30 trillion more than it has brought in, and they give away money by the billions, who would have thought there would be abuse in it? Who, Rick? Who?
Who?
And I don't mean to sound like an owl.
The next thing you'll tell me is that the Social Security is not a lockbox.
Oh, gosh.
Well, look, they can say lockbox all they want to as long as they got the key. It doesn't really matter. You know,
yeah, because nobody else can see what's going on.
Hey, Bubba, we're just going to take a little out right here. I mean, guys, you can look at people that have been carried off to jail out in the real world. And you know why they were carried off to jail? Many times, now there's some people that are heinous and they plan from the beginning to siphon money that wasn't theirs. But in a lot of these cases, you find out somebody got in a bind, like our government claims they get into when they go into Social Security or any of these places. And they said, today I'm just going to take $1,000, but I'll put it back.
Right.
And then the person, I've heard these testimonies when people they were admitting to what they did.
Right.
When I didn't just start out to take a bunch of money from the company or from the charity or from the church.
Right.
I really was just going to borrow some and then put it back.
Right.
And then something else happened. You didn't know your car was going to break down, so you don't have the money to put back. And you remember the last time you had a problem, you took a little out and it seemed to solve it. So then you take a little more, and then you take a little more, and then you take a little more. And before you know it, every time you got a problem, you're like, well, I could go get it here. And before you know it, you went from saying, I'm going to borrow $1,000 and put it back to I have siphoned out of here $100,000. You know, and it's it happens so quick. And the government is one of the biggest offenders on this scenario I just laid out to you. And if they can scare you to say, you can't even question us on this. I mean, you just want people to die? Oh, okay, we'll take it. And then you find out they didn't even put it where they said they would.
Well, the worst part of this, we send people like Bernie Madoff to jail for doing a pyramid scheme, rightly so. The government is running a double-blind Ponzi scheme. When it comes to Social Security and other things.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the movie Dumb and Dumber?
Oh, yes.
When they recovered
IOUs,
the money and they opened it up, had a bunch of IOUs in it?
Oh, yeah.
That would be pretty similar to what we got going on.
Well, and then, like you said, and we've talked about
and folks, there's a lot of people, because I've heard this, Rick, they say, well, it's all this foreign investment, we just won't pay them back. Foreign investment is probably only 28% of what our debt is. Or us loaning money to other people. And China's not the largest one. Japan is.
But yeah, you're right. But remember, this and it's big right now. The central government will always try to scare you to give up things you wouldn't have given up any other way. And you can't reach for security and say yes to something that morally and or just fiscally you shouldn't say yes to, because they'll never use it the way they said to, and it'll always burn you, and they'll always come back on you, and you will regret doing it. And in the moment you're scared, and I got that, and they're very good at that. Another example, think about what just happened and us talking about how we demonize law enforcement, and now we're begging for our schools that are soft targets not to be soft targets anymore. I will credit, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, I will credit San Francisco's mayor for this. Have you seen?
Yeah.
What
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah.
give credit to London Breed because can somebody tell me when something like the LGBTQ whatever, the big month is coming. Now, how does this have anything to do with what they claim they want to celebrate for an entire month? Now, good news for those that have given their lives in the line of duty, they get a Monday. They get one day coming up this weekend. But we'll go a whole month here. So law enforcement wants to show solidarity in San Francisco with the LGBTQ community by marching in some of the gay pride parades, wearing the rainbow and everything. Some of them may actually be part of that community. But the bottom line is, and they want to wear their uniform, showing law enforcement with solidarity with the LGBTQ community. The LGBTQ movement, not individuals, movement, does not want them in the parade if they're going to wear their uniforms. So once again, we're ostracizing law enforcement. Now, what does the law enforcement uniform have to do with LGBTQ? And I give the mayor credit. The mayor says, I will opt out of the parade if they're going to do that. I give the mayor credit for that because I think even this mayor realizes, well, this is ridiculous. So they want to show solidarity with you, and you're still going to make a demand they can't wear their uniform because they're police officers? You see how it all just gets away? That doesn't even make sense. I know. And see, that's the overplay of the hand again. Now you've got the San Francisco mayor doesn't want to be in the parade. Do you not see that you overplayed your hand a little bit there? It's never enough. It's think of how disrespectful that is. Hey, I'm going to march with you guys in my uniform. No, if you're going to wear the uniform, you can't be in our parade. Does that help your cause or hurt your cause?
I know.
I mean, especially with people you're trying to reach over and say, hey, let's have a conversation here and let's all live in harmony and all that. All that does is that's divisive. So it's just it's not it's just not being very wise. And also one of the things out of the elections yesterday, did you see that that Governor Brian Kemp beat former Senator David Perdue?
Yes,
in the gubernatorial,
Georgia.
and they said that was one of the few races where Trump's endorsement did not.
He was
prevail.
He was working against Kemp, the incumbent, because he thought that there was widespread cheating in Georgia and that Kemp did not do enough to rectify that. So he was backing David Perdue, who was a former senator and very popular still, I think, in Georgia. But Kemp won that fairly easy.
Did you see who Kemp had in his camp?
Mike Pence.
Mike Pence.
Yep. So you had Pence and Trump going against each other in their endorsements.
And Pence won.
Yep.
So I think that's interesting. It may be nothing but interesting, but it is interesting. 15 minutes past. We'll come back. We'll do your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's a lot going on. Maybe you've heard a lot of the show today. You want to comment on some of that? You can. Maybe you want to bring up your own question? You can. Make your own comment? You certainly can. We'll chat with you when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, what am I saying? Thesis. Theory, Rick. It's theory, buddy. It's just I guess it would be a hypothesis, he thinks. But anyway, the flat Earth people believe the Earth looks and feels flat when we walk on it, so it must be flat. It's a flat disc instead of a sphere. Now, again, over here, just me. I graduated from Rick and Bubba University with a master's in common sense.
Yep.
But we have pictures of the Earth.
Now they're going to say that
those are fake pictures.
Gravity is causing a distortion in that, or something.
Right. They say
that's how they get around
the pictures are an illusion. Is that what they'll say?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Can you help me with that? I mean,
Rick, I'm beyond. I don't know how to. I don't know how.
You have no comment on this.
Rick, but those pictures were painted. We heard that guy call yesterday. They admitted
it's so dumb. I can't even make the argument. I mean, I just don't get it.
So the only way that you could prove that the Earth was flat, and he says he's going to put this ball theory to rest, is that you fell off the end of it. That's the only way, right? And we've never had that happen.
We've never found the end of the Earth.
Wouldn't somebody find it by this point?
And we've been a lot.
We've explored a lot of stuff.
Somebody would have went off the end.
Well, that crazy thing, we have a space station up there that's in orbit right now, and you can't orbit a flat disk.
Thank you.
Or is it?
It is. I've seen it go across the sky.
All right. You know how when you walk away from what I call this is the thing when I give up on a discussion, when I realize the person is not wanting to discuss, I've run. You know how when Brian Regan said, "Look out for a me monster."
Yeah.
What I've looked out for in discussions is a yeah but. If you have a yeah but person, it's over.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what you say, yeah but. So hey, we're orbiting, are we? But.
Yeah,
what about the pictures we have? Yeah, but.
Listen, he's
Okay,
only going.
So every fact I come up with, you're just going to say yeah, but. Yeah.
He's only going 1,800 foot high if this contraption works.
And how's that supposed to prove the
Rick,
Earth is flat?
that's not even Cheehaw Mountain high. So I mean,
we can go up there and look and tell him.
Yeah,
well,
how's he going? I mean, I don't get
Bubba,
it.
I think that
he's putting it to rest, guys.
I hate to tell you this. I think this guy's crazy.
What, Mad Mike?
So his ultimate goal is to get 10 miles high.
But, I mean, 10 miles high.
I'm just saying, ultimately.
That ain't jack.
His goal is to get 10 miles high so he can prove the Earth is disc
You can't prove the Earth is not round by going 10 miles in the air. I mean, Bubba, help me.
This weekend is the first step into him getting 10 miles high, he says.
Oh, okay. So this is like a test launch or something.
I don't think you can prove it.
I don't know about that. That thing looks too much like what Evel Knievel tried to jump in. I don't know if that'll make it or not.
And we saw how good that went.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that.
I trust the brothers that built the Spaceship One a whole lot more than this guy.
When I was a kid, I was all about some Evel Knievel.
The Tan brothers.
And when he got in that stupid sky cycle, they called it, which was a rocket. And we sat there and we had delays and we were all staring at the TV and he'd sit there and all of a sudden the minute it comes off, the parachute comes out the end of it.
Was that not the biggest dud in Daredevil history?
I remember sitting there, because it kept delaying and we'd wait. And then finally, he crashed in the water and they had to pick him up in a boat.
Bubba, did you see how much this has costed Hughes? Excuse me, cost Hughes?
$20,000?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. But I didn't hear yet. Nothing in yesterday's commentary said he was trying to prove the Earth is flat. Well, that's new today.
It's on the side of the rocket.
I think these flat Earth people,
It says it.
I think they're just doing that to for a raise to mess with everybody.
Are they just messing with us?
I'm reading their thing here so they think the Earth is a disc, and the North Pole's the center of it.
Correct.
Right? Am I following that?
I
right?
think, yeah. How are we holding water? We got a
the
bowl?
Earth is a disc with the Arctic Circle in the center, and Antarctica, a 150-foot tall wall of ice around the edge. That's what's keeping everything from falling off.
Oh, okay.
Global warming's going to mess it up.
Now they say we're not orbiting the Earth or anything, but now why does the sun keep going across the sky every day? I'm a little gray on that. Something's moving.
Wait a minute. I got to stop here. Are people seriously? I mean, this is something we laugh about in history. Are we now coming back and say, well, I'll tell you one thing.
Rick, we're going back in every other aspect of life.
I think we're de-evolving to some degree.
No,
so they honestly think there's a round Earth conspiracy by NASA?
Straight up.
What would be the gain of that? I'm convincing you it's round when it's really flat. I'm gaining how? So NASA can keep going up and flying. You know what I'm saying? What is the end?
Yeah.
Why am I keeping this secret from you, and how am I benefiting by doing it?
Greg, you make a great point. So I want to tell everybody the Earth's round.
Even though I know it's flat.
So for what?
It's not that I'm wrong about it. I know it's flat, and I'm lying to you.
How about this? Saying the Earth is round, that's more profitable than saying it's flat. I mean, where do we? What's 20 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time, 30 seconds a pop, and here we go. Bubba and Greg can call a timeout, and I think our first caller will probably get one right out of the gate. But if it's meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs, there's the buzzer. It'll grab you, and this is designed for us to get a lot of you in. Here we go. Let's go. You've got plenty of lines available. You can get in right now. 866 We Be Big. Glenn is in Knoxville, Tennessee. Bubba, you just want to go ahead and call the timeout because he said he saw Top Gun last night.
All right, give him. Well, let's see how it goes.
All right, you want to see how it goes?
I'm gonna hold it here.
All right, Glenn, go ahead. You got 30 seconds unless Bubba gives you a timeout. All right.
Hey guys.
Yes. Hey. So, thanks for the call. So, how was it?
It was awesome. It was a thrill a minute. If you can see the first one before you go, definitely rewatch it because they do some tiebacks to the first one.
Oh, I've seen it.
No issue here.
I've seen it about 50 times.
Yeah.
My wife never wants to see a movie again, ever wants to watch a movie again. We walked out of the theater last night. She looked at me, she said, I want to see that again.
Whoa, wait a minute. Your wife wants to see it again?
Yeah, she never wants to see a movie again, and like she's watched it one time, but she said, I want to see this one again, so we're going to go back this weekend and watch it again.
Glenn, wait a minute. Let's get to the questioning section here. You don't have to give away the plot of the movie, but why? Why did you enjoy it? Why did she enjoy it? Was it simply the video that they shot of the airplanes was like nothing you'd seen before, or what?
Without going into detail, the shooting of the video from the filming of the actual. I mean, the only way to describe it is you're on a ride that, like what you would see at Disney or something, and the cinematography of it was awesome. I mean, it really was. You see views you've never seen before, from watching these movies, but it was really cool to see. And we saw it in IMAX, which kind of helps a little bit.
Oh yeah.
It was good. I mean, the theater up here had an early premiere. It was. I mean, you guys look like that. There were people decked out in there was one guy in a full flight suit.
Well, easy. Now you're going to upset Greg. Now you're going to upset Greg. Was there any political correctness? Am I going to be?
What about the story?
Am I going to get lectured about global warming? Am I going to be? Is there girl power? Men are evil. I mean, is any of that in there?
None. There was one F-bomb that gets dropped by Goose's son, but that's towards the end.
But no political agendas.
No political.
None of that.
I'm shocked. Really.
Boy, that's good. Boy, that's good.
I wish we'd have gone to see it last night.
It really, I mean, there's people. I kind of felt like, guys, I was in a Progressive commercial because there were people like cheering at the end, and I was looking for the guy to look at me and to say, "No one's here that made the movie." So,
Yeah, I like that.
But people were cheering.
Yeah, but that's good. I loved it.
I think the most emotional movie I saw where people were cheering at the end of it was the original Red Dawn. Of course, we had a military base with a bunch of trainees watching it too, so that was pretty exciting. They were ready to go, buddy.
So that's good. That's a good review.
I know. That's very positive.
Did Greg? I was in there. Did Greg tell you that we got several emails from people that were saying the exact same thing?
We've yet to see a bad one.
I have. I mean, emails of people going, "I went in with high expectations, huge expectations, and it exceeded everything."
Don't say exceeded.
I'm just telling you what I read.
Rick, I've never seen anything like it so far.
Chad just texted back. He said it wasn't any good. Now he hadn't seen it.
Chad, I'm sorry.
Chris, I wonder if I'm going to still understand it because I haven't seen it since I was a kid, except for the volleyball scene. I've watched that about 1,000 times. But the rest of the movie, I'll probably have to rewatch the rest of the movie.
There's more to that movie.
Right. That volleyball scene always made me uncomfortable, probably because I'm straight. All right, let's to the phones we go. Let's go to Gabe, Pleasant Valley. Greg. Hey, Gabe. Welcome to the program. Go ahead. 30 seconds. Gabe.
It's hard to hear in the valley.
All right,
Gary.
All right, Gary. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, I know I only got 30 seconds, so I'm going to do this quick. Helium is needed for the MRI machines.
Uh-huh.
I helped install them and build the exhaust system.
Right.
Secondly, as far as baby formula, you can fact check me on this. Karo syrup, condensed milk, and water. People can make their own their own baby formula.
Again, that's Gary from Pleasant Valley. Consider.
Yeah. We don't know if that formula
consider
works.
It hot.
Kind of want to try that.
Consider it hot.
Yeah.
Greg, you said you had an answer for it, didn't you?
Let's go to Braxton and Florence, WLAY, 30 seconds. Only one timeout remains. Go. And Helmsy, that's yours.
Hey, good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you had to do with the Strive out and getting that rolling. I'm really enjoying it.
Good.
It's a great place to find content. On the formula shortage and any other shortage, one key issue sometimes is packaging. They may have plenty of the product and nothing to put it in.
Yeah, it looks like from looking at the story that we had today, it's what the guys already said. We only have about 4 manufacturers here. 98% of it's done here. We don't really allow it from other places. And when one of our manufacturers goes down, it has a huge impact. Because there's not a lot of variety out there. Let's go to.
Did we ever get the chip shortage in the trucks and cars handled? When we couldn't get any.
I don't know. It's a good question.
The processors that ran all that.
I don't really know.
If China invades Taiwan, it's just going to get worse. That's where most of our chips come from. Y'all, that's the main thing that we got to protect Taiwan about.
Okay, buddy.
Rocky and Tuscaloosa.
Hey, you told me, Greg? Chad. Chad told me that, Greg. Chad told me. Okay.
Does Rocky get a whole half second?
I was about to say that. He's still there. Rocky, I'm sorry. The buzzer went off by itself. I think there's a drug for that. Rocky, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to hear Beth Mullins call the controversial play with the umpire and see what she'd have to say about it.
Can we roll the footage?
Yeah, if you got the footage. First of all, coming to the plate is Blaze. What's his last name? Blaze Brothers. He's coming in here. He's got 3 men on, bases loaded. Was it bases loaded? Yeah, those 3 runs came in, right? And he was going to be.
Adler, can we play it and let Beth call it as she sees it?
Blaze Brothers is coming in with a big moment. I mean, he's coming up to bat. He's got 3. It's bases loaded, 2 outs, and they're down by 4. Here's the pitch, and he winds. Oh, there's a strike. It's going to make it to the wall. They won't get their 1 runs in. 2 runs are in. Here comes the third. 3 runs are in. The tying run is going to second. Oh, he knocks him down. The referee knocks him down. Didn't he cause him out? Oh, Rocky. He calls him out. This is a bad play. They've been robbed. Somebody needs to call a timeout.
Look, he's still sitting on second base even after the game is over.
I thought he was safe.
Because he's still dazed.
I thought he was safe. I thought he was in there.
Too close to call.
Too close to call. Come on, Blue, you're killing us.
Oh, man.
Man, that's...
Every time I see that, it hurts.
Concussion.
To Wayne in Birmingham. Wayne, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was going to make another comment about Top Gun. You asked the last caller if he had if there were any girl power moments in it. There actually weren't. As a matter of fact, there was one scene where the female pilot was ironing everybody else's uniform.
Greg, you see what you do?
That's so good.
I tell you who would have called that play right is Chandler Cox.
We need to send Gorosky to watch the movie. Because if it makes him happy, it make anybody happy.
That's true. We'll send
Rick,
him.
I haven't heard one negative review.
I haven't either.
Not one.
I'm going to see Top Gun tonight. Yeah, Rocky and I are going to check it out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who's out there going, we need a fake Earth theory?
Just for giggles.
Yes.
Let's say it is flat, and we finally discover it. It doesn't change anything as far as, we've been around a long time, and, okay. I'm just saying.
It must be a big one because we sure can't find the end of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you.
Nobody can get to the ice wall.
It's Antarctica. In Antarctica. But
we
have people down there.
We should be able to look at the big sheet of ice.
Yeah, we've had people go on tours down there.
Well, why has nobody walked up to the wall of ice and looked over and said, dang?
There it is.
I mean,
because clearly a plane could fly over the edge of the wall, right?
Yeah.
And
where's he going?
What about when a plane goes, hey, wait a minute, I'm out here in the middle of nothing.
Look, here's the problem, too. If you're just a disc and you're not in orbit, then what's holding us up? We're not falling.
Do y'all realize how far we can fly?
Oh, I know. It's just that makes my head hurt. It really does.
Is that next? Next? I really didn't go to South Africa.
We can,
you know what I mean?
We can.
I sat in a plane for 18 hours and they were messing with me.
We can even bounce radio waves one way and catch them coming back the other way. I mean, it's just too much proof.
Watch it.
Bubba. Bubba, listen at you. We're actually having a conversation.
I know.
As if the world's not round. What?
I mean, what next? They're going to come out with a cancer treatment that you let leeches pull blood out of you? Is that next?
It's a great nuclear we've come up with.
Bubba, don't. I mean, the police don't think that's a possibility. We're going backward on everything. We're just returning. I mean, I fully expect to look around one day and we've all clothed ourselves in fig leaves.
Have you got to look over
some of the other pages at a close up of this thing. He's gonna get in.
Yeah, I did. I looked.
Yeah, we're showing.
He ain't gonna make it.
How about that?
Y'all, would you get in that?
No.
And light the fuse?
Yeah, look, John Denver
It's got
wouldn't
a
get in that.
trailer hitch on the back of it.
John Denver wouldn't get in that.
Yeah, I've seen experimental aircraft that I would fly in twice before I got in that thing.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't get in that. They ain't no. Look, if Mad Mike wants to take his flat Earth theory and crash this thing into the desert, I don't care.
The fact is,
I hate it for his family, but they probably dread him at Thanksgiving anyway.
Rick,
they're probably tired of it.
Oh, you think you want to hang around this guy? You think everybody's like, Uncle Mike's not coming, is he?
It went.
That rocket.
Is he going to talk about that stupid?
It
flat
went
Earth
from
again?
him modifying your cars and fixing them and making some diesel fuel out of French fries to this.
Oh,
you know what I
right,
mean?
yeah.
It was kind of cool to begin with.
Yeah.
Now he's way out there.
So big travel day out there today.
Huge.
So a lot of people be moving to go see family, or you're in the boat that we've been in several years, but we are not this year. That you are the host family, and so this year, and you think not being the host family would take away some stress until you are assigned the turkey anyway. So I got to get the turkey to Mama's tomorrow.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it was funny watching my sons discuss that last night. Where are we going to put the turkey? And I'm like, well, we'll just have to work that out. And
right in the middle with a seatbelt on it.
Boy,
right between the boys.
I talked to Mom yesterday. She gave me the menu.
Good stuff.
Really.
I think I'm the only one in my immediate family now that loves giblet gravy. So, I'm becoming an endangered species.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean someone doesn't love giblet gravy?
Who doesn't love that? I know. I was embarrassed when they said it, but not as much as this people who think the world's flat, but pretty embarrassed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's that. I mean, that's.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's.
I thought,
get the giant net out almost.
I thought we just having a little fun. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
That, I mean.
Well, we're we will have Thanksgiving at home. Hunter's back from school, so it will be our immediate family, and our extended family's got a little thin over the past few years. So it'll just be us probably. We may have a friend or two come over.
Really, that's cool. So what would these be people coming from somewhere else, or you talking about friends like?
No,
family?
just that are in the area. Friends that may come by and eat. But I don't know. That's kind of hit and miss. But it'll be us four. But that'll be fun. We haven't with Hunter being off at school, it'll be good to visit all together again.
Oh yeah, that's always a blast. I've got we've got I think pretty sure, and it's so fun because when you have them. When they get a certain age, from what I've gathered, the oldest son is bringing a lady friend.
Oh.
So we'll feel so bad for her.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's tough when you're thrown into that situation.
Yeah, I said, really? Interesting.
Now, we talking about Atlanta oldest or local oldest?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we're talking about Atlanta oldest.
Yeah.
Oldest son bringing in, said, I'm going to bring a lady friend Thanksgiving.
For some reason, when you said that, I just thought of Brooks. I don't know why, but it just popped in my mind. So I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, there's the one that's old enough to do it. Then there's one that would like to do it. We'll be All right, it's 35 minutes past the hour. North Alabama, beautiful. How would you like to come there? AlabamaRoadTrips.com is ready. It's your chance to win out of this world family road trip. You got an adventurous family, you like to have fun? We got a $3,500 trip. We'll get you $1,500 to spend. All your hotel will be taken care of, not a problem there. You can customize the trip however you want. Your meals are also included. And we'll get you, you'll start there at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. You'll go to family camp. You got a couple of options. You may be launched into a mission to space, or maybe you do some aerial combat and authentic training simulators. We'll announce that winner coming up on Friday, July the 1st. So have you entered your family yet? Go get it done. It is AlabamaRoadTrips.com. AlabamaRoadTrips.com, or simply find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, all right, Bubba, one thing, and then we'll move into a story that we have today.
I've been looking for
All right.
sneak previews,
Greg,
and I can't find any.
We're trying. Bubba discovered there was a sneak preview last night. By the time we found it, the seats were all sold out.
Yep.
It looks like nothing's going to
Down
open.
about
Nothing's going to open until Thursday. Watch Bubba because he's hearing all these incredible reviews about Maverick, and this headline is not going to help.
Oh no!
Top Gun Maverick highlights the greatness of the Reagan era.
Oh,
oh my gosh!
Gracious.
Oh my God, Bubba, are you all right?
You mean the 80s, Rick?
Yeah.
The greatest
Bubba.
decade mankind has ever seen?
Basically,
since Adam and Eve stepped foot in the garden.
Rick Bubba's going to go sneak in the exit door at some showing.
Let me tell you what they're basically saying in this article, and I'm summarizing because
I won't say it till it comes out
Are you
on
ready
screen.
for the summary? That Maverick walks into modern day out of 1986, and they soon discovered that the way we did things was actually better in the Reagan era.
How about that?
I'm going to have to go look at my picture and salute it back there. You know,
I'm just telling you.
Do you think they would? I shouldn't say that on there.
What are you doing? Easy now.
Well, we've had a sneak preview. What would it hurt if we had one more?
I know.
And maybe it was a private showing.
Well, now you're trying to. Now you're trying to play your card.
What if there was 5 or 6 seats in it?
Surely the Irwin brothers got some connections.
We have to drive over to Nashville.
We text them and go, hey, look.
I mean, I keep being told they're coming back, but they haven't. All right, so
so let's just say you
well,
work
I
at a
mean,
movie
I mean,
theater.
somebody said.
And,
so you can't wait, you can't stand it. I'm actually.
I got tickets for Friday.
Yeah, I'm in a bind today. I couldn't go today. I won't be back till tonight.
I'll tell you how it went.
Yeah. Okay.
So did you?
I'm
did you
looking
go
for
ahead
any
and,
sneak previews. If anybody has any information, you may email me now.
So did you go ahead and get tickets for Friday because you didn't think you could?
He just can't wait. He wants to have something in hand.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
He wants I didn't want to be left out.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm afraid if I just went to the door, I'd be sold
See,
out.
because Friday,
that is true.
I may have some time on Friday to do this very same thing, but I'm messing up by not going ahead and getting tickets. All right.
I'm waiting till it gets on stream.
I fang-dangoed.
Yeah, watch out now.
Easy.
So, Bubba, on this note,
I just like saying that.
Speaking of presidents,
Word. Fandango.
and here's a little something from Adler. He's going to kind of sum it up. We have discovered that there was actually an attempted hit on W. Bush during the Iraqi War, right? So here's Adler with a little something that they can help us with to get to kind of set the story up.
An Ohio man arrested and charged with plotting to assassinate former President George W. Bush. The Justice Department says the suspect, Shihab Ahmed Shihab, is an Iraqi citizen, and the FBI says that man plotted to bring members of ISIS into this country to murder the former president in Dallas, Texas.
The law enforcement agency says it uncovered the plot through confidential informants, but there was no indication Bush was ever in any danger.
So, Bubba, would you like to tell the audience how they were going to get into our country to kill the president?
Oh, yeah. He was coming in. He was going to bring in other assassins to work with this through the southern border, through Mexico.
Well, you mean it's not just people want a better life?
No, it's not great.
Did y'all catch that name? Shihab Ahmad Shihab.
Yeah.
Could they not?
It's not very creative.
So this
a lot of
was not
there.
when
A lot
he
of
was in
Shahabs.
office. This was like current. This is
this is
like
recently
something that was
Right.
developing the last few weeks.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. I didn't know. I thought this was something we found out that
Shahab.
So Kebab was trying to get in here and kill him now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Still in retaliation for the Iraqi war.
And how to get in?
He was bringing in the assassins through the southern border, through Mexico.
Yeah.
Shihab.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to be bringing formula in.
Shihab Ahmad Shihab.
Yeah. So thank goodness it was the job was done and it didn't happen.
How about that? Intelligence worked.
I know it always seems to transition to food with us. Do y'all like kebabs?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Do they seem like a little more trouble in their?
They are, but
than
once
they
you
pay
get
off?
them off the skewer, you got yourself.
You know, one of the things about this story, though, that was kind of cool. They asked former President Bush about this, and did it make him nervous, or was he uneasy about this? He said he had full confidence in our Secret Service and the FBI and CIA to keep them safe. So it's kind of cool. He did that too.
Yeah. As long as they're not trying to put a false dossier out on you, really, they're pretty good.
Yeah. Cut that and the bad warrants, you're in pretty good shape.
Right. Yeah. Right. But the Secret Service though seemed to
Yeah. Well, they did a good job. They found out
they did.
and was able to stop it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Shahad, Ahmad, Shahad.
And it helps if you have all your meat on one shahab and then all your vegetables on another shahab.
Oh,
That
really?
way
You don't combo them?
That doesn't look as sharp.
Well, it doesn't look as sharp, but you got to. To me, the onions are going to burn before the meat when you put it on a shahab.
Wait a minute now. The only problem about the kebab is when you've got like a green pepper on there or a red pepper and onion, it's putting flavor in the meat up against it.
Yes, it is.
I know, but you can cook them together and then combine once you eat.
Yeah, but I'm not getting the. I'm not
You
getting
can stack it on top of each
I'm not getting the onion cooked in.
Oh well, I think you can if you stir them up. Just take them off the
it's
kebab
not
and
the
stir them
same.
up. No, they touch each other. They kiss afterwards.
It's not the same.
It works.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
Different people do things differently.
They do.
the
And that's
case, just
fine. That's fine.
Throw a
To
steak
each
on
his
there and some
own.
vegetables.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
I
a
like when
kebab.
that onion's been hugged up against that big old piece of meat.
Yeah.
I'm with
And
you.
the chicken.
I've just burnt my veggies, so I'm a rookie.
I
so
know
I have
people-
To,
I like
it's
'em a little
training
burnt.
wheel. It's kebab training wheel.
I know
Okay.
people. Listen, I know people that will cook the chicken a little bit first,
There you go.
and then add the kebabs, throw it on.
Probably a better way to go.
Shemab.
That's a good way to do
Did
it.
you
way to
call
go.
that a shahab?
Yes,
It's a
I
shahab.
I love shahabs.
That's a one shot.
Yeah, that's right.
That'd be high maintenance shahab.
You wonder why they gave that guy the name? Of course, obviously, we're glad he's been taken into custody. But do you think that somebody should have said we've already used that? Somebody said, "What do you think about another?"
Well,
kebab?" And they're like, "We've already said that."
Yeah.
It seems a little repetitive.
It does,
I mean,
yeah.
just a little.
Yeah.
I mean, if Sherry came in, she said, let's do one of the birthdays we just had. Hey, I think we need to name, him James Broderick Burgess. I'm like, well, one Broderick's fine. Yeah,
Well,
you don't
in
need
this
to.
case, you got three.
Yeah, three. Yeah, we got.
Job, Frank.
What if it was
Shahab.
James Burgess, James?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd raise my hand and say, I think we got James thing.
Yeah, I think we're covered.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well,
need
let's
to do-
throw in a
yeah.
granddad on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to drop that in there.
Yeah.
But
Do you guys know anybody named like John Johnson, anything like that?
where they repeat one?
Yeah.
I don't know them, but I've heard of people that.
I feel like there's an athlete I can't think of.
That
like,
singer,
sometimes-
Philip Phillips.
That was
Philip,
it.
That's it.
That's the one.
That's it.
Sometimes when you get married, it will put together strange names.
Yes,
Boy, you got to
yes,
watch for that.
yes.
You do.
I'll
Bubba?
tell you about one in the break.
I got a recommendation for you on the movie and a review on the movie Top Gun Maverick. Come to Montgomery. They've got several that you can see there. Saw the movie last night. Absolutely amazing. Better than I could have imagined.
Oh, now everybody's getting
No
mad.
smut, no politically correct crap. It was awesome to see it on a day that I voted.
Wow.
There's
That was
an
Well,
idea.
patriotic, I
Hey,
guess.
there's an idea. Let's all make lots of money by putting out a movie that, like, the majority of Americans would want to say.
There you
yeah. There's a concept.
I'm looking here. I don't see any for tonight. I see them for tomorrow. night.
Would you
The
drive to
26th.
Montgomery to watch?
But we're
it?
talking
That's
about
kinda
tonight.
fitting.
We're talking about 24 hours. Well, you can make it one more day.
Yeah.
Oh, you're fine.
I mean, you got
No,
all
I
kinds of
just- I
shows.
would like
I don't
to
even
see
have a
sneak
plan.
preview.
If I got you tickets to something in Montgomery, you'd drive tonight to Montgomery to watch
Well,
it?
I'm just
way.
looking
No,
so
he
I have a
wouldn't.
choice to even look at it. But there's none for tonight that I can find. It's all tomorrow.
Well,
I'm scanning the whole
What
state.
about Shahab? Huh?
What about? I'm always thinking.
That's open.
I'm always thinking about terms. What if that's my new band? If you're my new band, Shabba.
Come on.
But anyway, so there you go.
How bad is Speedy gonna feel when he gets back on Monday, and all of us have watched Top Gun, and he hasn't? Because he don't like to be left out of anything.
No, he doesn't. No,
That's
he
kind of
doesn't.
why I wish all of us would go watch it at some point. And Greg, that means you too.
But that means
That'd be tough,
that means you got to wait though for Speedy to be clear.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, and that's you don't go pull somebody's But this is one of those where they live and their family's in different places.
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
all this stuff. And then he went to see her family during
really?
during a death in the family, and that's big to be asked to come to that.
Oh, yeah.
So
we're traveling and going. Oh,
We'll see.
Rick.
Yeah, of course.
And I know Blake. He knows that he's bringing her into the Burgess den, and I know he's probably warned her.
Well, he said something
on what to experience, right?
He said something that I thought just almost didn't make sense. He said this: "I want her to meet my family." And I thought, really, who would say that about our family? You know what I mean?
Sometimes the state line's a good thing.
Yeah, I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I wanted to say. Don't you think it's early for that?
Right.
So
Let's
we'll,
FaceTime.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes, and
the hens of the family, of course, will be on high alert at that point.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
Right.
Yeah.
Here come the hens.
So Speedy, I know you're traveling.
Hey, there's
right?
corn on the ground. You know, you think they're not going to be pecking around?
Yeah.
And you're you're headed over to Mississippi State, right?
Yeah. Reg and John Ed are hosting.
So are y'all going to Starkville or Gula?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Starkville.
So they live in Starkville.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
But
have
is their
their
yard
first-
big enough to have a football game?
I don't
in
know the Willie Bowl. I don't know if it's in jeopardy. I'm not really sure. And I'm in a big handle with the Willie Bowl, and I think, and I don't know if you guys would agree with this. Is there a point where we can kind of have a redraft? Because now little JC is leaning on 6'2", 190, and I'm gonna have to face him and Tyler and Mark.
You got Reg,
and I got.
But
Reg
you got
and
Reg's been practicing.
You got
Right,
Reg on your
possibly.
side?
I mean, could there be a restructure where now I get JC and then you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Speedy, what
I don't know
would
if they're
do-
free agents. If
what
I can do
would
some trading here or what?
Speedy, you can claim over state line. Now that Reg's married, all the family thing is different, so you have to have a redraft.
I would trade Reg for JC.
I think that would be fair.
That now you got fair teams.
That's better.
Because and there's another factor too. And Bubba, you hit all over.
Because Reg's going to drag his team down. So
No. Well, he's a good. Well, he's like a little energizer buddy. He's gonna.
I mean,
he's got the
tries.
effort. The effortt's there.
Yeah, Right.
I just don't think I can throw
the
to him.
effort's there, but not the
No,
completion.
I don't think I can throw to him. Is the only thing.
Did you mean to say
He's dropped too many
But
passes.
maybe he can. You know.
Did you mean to say energized bunny?
What did I say?
Energized buddy.
I think I said bunny.
Did you say
Yeah,
buddy?
I think I did.
I think you rushed through that just a little bit because you were
No,
afraid
I'll
you were
have to
trying
go
to stop.
back.
You were trying to stop Greg.
Look,
from talking.
he's hosting
You hear
this
me?
year,
You were
though.
trying to cut Greg off.
I don't know. I just got in it.
Speedy is hosting. His mind may not be on the game. You know, Reg's got a lot of things. We all got wives, and when you host, you got a lot of stuff on your mind.
Well, he's going to be just beat down all week trying to get everything right.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's what you got. You got
or
me.
he'll take the frustration out on somebody during the football game.
Right. You got me and my brother-in-law, Uncle Mark. Okay. You got the two of us. Then you got JC and Tyler, and then you got Reese and Reg.
What team's Uncle Duke on?
Uncle Duke's not making it. He's still.
If he made it,
overseas.
what team would he be
In
what position?
He's definitely the rusher, and I'll probably get him.
I picture Uncle Duke like one of those, the Yale leaders for Texas A&M.
Yeah,
like he could go over and do that.
Okay, it's great.
Well, you know
what's wrong with that?
You
Those
know he
guys
could
are-
get
Well,
off
they're
the
serious
block.
about it.
He could get off his block with his footwork.
But y'all hate when the Texas A&M when the crowd
could.
sings and they all put their arm on each other and they're all swinging different ways. Can they not get it in?
No,
unison?
that's on purpose, I think.
Yeah, but that bothers me.
Yeah,
it almost makes me have a seizure.
Yeah, but the reason why, Speedy, let me say this because I think this is all fair because we had to do a little bit of this in the Turkey Bowl.
I was gonna say you're in the same boat. I'm
When
in.
turkey versus dressing, and I had to come back and say, guys, there's age. The age dynamics changed everything. First of all, you're going to have to say you're aged. So it's not like I'm out there playing in my 30s anymore.
Thank you.
I think you ought to
I'm going
redraft
one
every
way.
year.
I'm going one way, and they're going the other.
And so that you 100% there should be a redraft.
Okay, good.
Because what's happened now is not.
But you're saying the factor should be that now,
Do we
now
want
that
even
Reg's
teams?
in the family, he's married, huh?
And I think Bubba's got it. We move Reg over to Tyler and Mark and Reg, and then you have JC, Reese, and you. That's fair.
So Reese is gonna does he have Reg?
Yeah.
Reese is
One, and he shuts Reg down.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you take on.
Well, according to you, it don't matter if
should you take
take
Mark or should you take Tyler?
Well, I can't
Is
cover.
JC
I don't know if I can cover either one
Is
of them.
JC to the point he can cover Tyler? Probably not.
That's our best bet.
He's got his.
He can annoy him.
He's springy.
Now I'm not going to let him off the line. All right, and I get in trouble for that because they claim I'm holding, and I mean they ain't getting off the line. I'm pressing.
Yeah, well,
that's my only hope.
You got to watch the mix. You know, it was it last year or the year before that we had my oldest son Blake. You know, at 6'4", you know, about 225, and,
right?
And Matt and.
All right, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it on the YouTube channel. Still walking through Genesis. I think we're in chapter 21 today. So we'll walk through that today live on the YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Or you can just wait for the archive, which usually comes out about an hour after the Bible study is done. And you can grab that, either watch it or listen to the audio only on our podcast and YouTube channel at your own convenience. Also find past studies at burgessministries.com That's one option. Click on listen. Or a lot of it is being archived to our new Strive app. So you can find it there too, and much easier to search on the new app because it's all got the new technology. All right, so that's all coming up. Some things that we have not covered, Bubba. We've been talking about high school and college graduations, even right here within the show. Mm-hmm. A massive fight has broke out at a high school graduation. This is Carver High School in New Orleans, and it's an ugly.
What in the world can they be? I mean, it's a graduation. You don't even have another school there to be mad at.
Again, so look at this one. I mean, is this everybody? I mean, it's any audio I should do here? Yeah. I mean, as you can see, look at this guy trying to crawl
through his legs.
Yeah, look, people are hitting people with chairs. Yeah, and this. I mean, the chairs are now becoming weapons. People throwing stuff. I don't. Is this the walkthrough? Are we rehearsing? Have we arrived for it?
Was the valedictorian? Was it a controversy on who won it?
Yeah. This is. This is not really us feeling like that. This graduating class is ready to take on the world.
Ma'am, don't be walking with a little kid.
You've got a kid right by you, and there's chairs flying everywhere. I think I'd go the other way.
Look at Yellow Shoes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Yellow Shoes, but it has really, really broke out.
There's your good high school memory.
Yeah, there's what in that high school career right there. Do we have any idea, Adler, what started all this?
It started between just a couple people and then escalated. I don't know how it escalated to that level, but it escalated fairly largely.
It really did.
Can't even have a graduation.
You can't even go there and have a. Now, you know how we laughed really hard hanging out? We've heard the thing about, and I hear this all the time from Gary at the farm. I tell you, them boys of yours, they could mess up an anvil with a rubber hammer. And all this. And you know how, if you're looking for it, go find a bunch of broke stuff. He'll be standing next to it, all that stuff.
A really good one.
Yeah.
So we have a father right now, and you're going to see it. There's no audio to it, but he's going to find out that his son has smashed a Teletubby sculpture at a Hong Kong toy shop, and he's going to have to pay for it. And the Teletubby sculpture is $6,000.
Hey,
oh my God, $6,000. So here's this kid in here playing around. Of course, he's got his mask on, thank goodness. But so where does he tear it up, Adler? I mean, it's right there.
It's a huge porcelain.
He knocked it over.
Yes, and it crashes on
the
ground.
He was doing some kind of little dance, wasn't he?
I think he was just leaning against it.
Yeah, leaning against it, and down it goes. $6,000 he had to pay for that.
Yeah. Have you seen the picture of it smashed on the floor and everybody standing around it?
Oh, no. Look,
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
everywhere. It's in 100 pieces.
Why you got that out?
Yeah, right.
Actually,
and I mean, it looks like it's 6 feet tall.
Yeah, it is.
If that's all it takes to knock it over.
Yeah, there's going to be kids in there. It needs to be
put it
tied
in a case.
down. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think
Toy store usually brings what? Small
kids.
people.
Yeah.
And
you can bump into it and it's going to fall.
I got a $6,000 sculpture sitting there that all you got to do is lean up against it and it's gone.
Okay.
How does that kid feel right now just looking at it?
Yeah, how does that dad feel?
Look there. Oh, Rick.
Wow.
It's one of them weird.
Hey,
times.
Rick, let me try this. Again.
Again. Oh, wow. Look at it laying there.
Wow.
My kid. That would look. When my kids were little, we'd been in that story.
Yep. Rick,
we'd have been at the
see,
headline. We'd been right in the middle of that story.
This is probably a story for another segment. We're going to run out of time. But did you see the Pentagon has released its recommendations on renaming several forts that were named after Confederate generals? Did you see that?
No. Thank goodness we're doing that.
Fort Bragg is the most high profile of the installations.
Yeah.
It will, if all this goes in, it will become Fort Liberty. It's the only fort that will not be named after a person. No more Fort Bragg. It will be Fort Liberty.
I don't even know who Bragg is. I mean, what did he do?
All I know about Fort Bragg is hearing him. It's one of the ones you've heard of.
Fort Benning, Georgia.
Fort
Benning is very famous in our part of the world. It will be renamed after Hal Moore. It will be Fort Hal Moore.
How about that?
Yep.
So
I met him.
I know you.
How much more?
That? I know you and I wanted to watch this one before the show ended today. Adler's labeling of videos is always funny. This one's labeled, "This old bearded dude builds his own rocket car."
Oh, we got to see
that.
Yeah,
so tell me about this guy.
And this audio is good here. He's going to kind of set it up.
Okay, I'm going to try to light up the beast.
Oh my God!
It's hard to drive with one hand. So if the camera work isn't worth a darn, sorry about that.
So he's built a go-kart that is rocket
got a
powered.
rocket on it.
Get somebody to help you, old bearded dude. I mean,
why do I feel like that a third-degree burn's coming forth in this?
I don't know how much that helmet's going to help.
Oh my!
Wow!
Yo, he gets going fast.
He's on a dry lake bed.
Is that standard when you want to break the speed limit now?
It's not a lot to hit out there.
Salt pit.
And it's propane powered. It's actually
Look at the heat. Look at the heat.
Look at the heat, Bubba. Are you okay with this?
There's a propane tank right behind him.
He's riding on a bomb.
He really is.
Look how hot those exhausts are.
Wow.
Glowing cherry red.
Yeah, for those of you that think that we're just tuned in to get an update on what Ted Nugent's doing.
Can he not get a face mask helmet either?
Look at him keep grinning at the camera.
Look,
Bubba,
that thing's going to come apart.
Bubba,
it's yelling now.
How in the world?
I want to be this guy so bad.
You would do this in a second.
That's my future.
Yeah, that's where you're headed. Of course, he takes one too sharp a turn, and it's all over.
You know,
burn up.
Being an applied engineer, that's way too hot.
Wow.
That's going to come apart.
Cranked it up a notch.
Yeah, he did.
Let her eat.
Wow.
Bubba, should we have that kind of heat?
I think you need to be cooling that somehow.
I've never seen anything glow like that.
Man.
Wow.
Put your hand on that. See what happens.
Oh.
Put your piece of bacon on
You
top
talking
of
about
that.
tattooing something?
Oh, wow.
He's talking again. Can we hear?
I haven't heard this. He might cuss. I don't know.
It's hotter.
I think we're
I
okay.
don't see a bunch of smoke and stuff going on here. That's nothing. All that is my spark plug wire just burns. Every time I fire the thing up, I replace the little wire. It's no big deal.
Okay, sir. All right. Wow.
Look at it. It's still red hot.
Oh man.
Well, I'd like to hear your commentary on this. I don't know enough
That's
about
a lot
it.
of heat right there.
Do you like that design?
It's okay to glow a little red, but when you get yellow like that, yellow red, that's I don't see how it stayed together.
Would you drive it? Would you drive it? No way.
No.
Helms?
It has a propane tank on the
I think
side of it.
it appears to be safe.
Greg?
Oh, yeah.
I think I would.
Adler all day. I've seen you do things more dangerous than that.
Sure.
Yeah, that's.
I think I'd have a full face helmet, but I
I want that
definitely
sharp helmet he's got.
Maybe
I would definitely drive it.
Maybe an ejector seat with a parachute on it.
And I'd like a better heat shield between me and those pipes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just it didn't feel like it should get that hot. I mean,
I bet he couldn't stay. I mean, it's melting the spark plug wire. Did you see that?
Yeah, he said he has to replace it every time.
See that means fire.
Yeah, you want to overcome that.
I want it to be a little more the design to be a little more robust. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah, that's
withstand
that's
that
a great way
little
to
bit.
put it. Yeah. So, well. All right. Well, that is
That's something there.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll go to a dry river.
I give him 3 props for building it.
And I like when we go to a dry riverbed and see what we can do.
Yeah.
But anything you want to build like that, like you're just hanging out at the house and you think, man, I wish I'd build that.
I've always wanted to build an at-home rocket engine, just for not a big one. You know, it wouldn't be much bigger than a thimble, but just make a little fire come out of it.
You're going. We can go bigger than a thimble, can't we?
Not with a thrust. It produces, Rick. Fly all over the house. Maybe a coffee cup.
Okay. All right. If you're wrapping up, thanks for being with us. Get everything you could possibly ever want to know at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.